But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name is Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Cheyenne Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Doesn't really matter. There's Nathan for you there, Riggs.
All right, I'm back.
Nathan's in now. Just popped in.
Cool. Testing. You there?
Oh, it just told you twice that I am.
Oh, okay. Well, I just got it once, so. I sent you a DM with the direct link if you did want to show up. I'm available to do rolls and just keep everything going. So I'm ready to go if you wanted to. Just want to let you know.
Oh, cool. Can somebody dig... Oh, there's nobody in my panel. Is anybody in Master B that's in Discord currently?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, once somebody...
Neil's sitting over there. He's not even online, really.
Who?
I don't know who's in here.
Very useful. Okay, yeah, when someone gets here and they can pass me that link, I'll join that server instead.
Okay. All right. I did put the link in the Fed text as well.
Harp, can you hear me having a conversation with Riggs?
Yeah, I was just going to tell you, though, you could actually come in here and just get the link yourself.
Oh, thanks. thanks so much, Harp. I'm doing other stuff. Right, it's very complicated, Harp. No offense to you. I understand for you, just sat in this Discord server, you can just click around in the Discord server. For me, it's one of, I'll count them off, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 windows just on one screen that I'm looking at. There are other windows that I have to keep an eye on.
Yep.
So it's
not easy streaming.
It's not that easy.
You're doing all that just to run a show, huh?
Yeah, and more. Just
and
to
Harp
run a
is
show.
just here to screw it up.
Just to run a show. I love it.
You two just come in and get the damn link. It's not just another tab.
It is hard. For me, it's hard.
It's just another tab.
Yeah, I, at some point in terms of running the show, I've had to put a limitation on what I will or will not do and just stick by it. One of the things is muck around in Discord, right? So in the same way.
Wait a minute. How do you get in here?
I just click on a little link. I just click on a little link that was provided me by Divergent Droid.
Oh.
And then I went in.
So if he sends you in a message, he could just send this to you in a message and you could just click the link.
Kind of like I specifically asked for about 35 seconds ago. That's right.
A DM, yeah, DM could work. Yeah, look at. I thought you were talking about Master B, bro. So
I am.
He does have a DM. I've already sent it.
Yes,
I am talking about Master B. That is correct. So I've got an internal chat stream. Now, what that means is everything that comes through on that stream is vetted. Now, I know there's going to be occasional overlap where you're like, well, you've had the conversation with me, you know what I'm sending you. But I still want one of my team to look at it, assess it, and then send it on if it's worthy. And that's not because I couldn't learn how to do Discord. I could. I just don't want to. I don't want any sentimental attachment to any server, right? It just is a public gateway. And I'm delighted that the person who runs the server gets the benefit of me needing a public gateway, because there's people out there that want to run Discord servers and have the interaction and the social interactions and the verbal and written interactions and all that stuff that comes along with Discord. I don't want any of that at all. I don't want the DMs. I don't want the messages. I don't want the chat boards. I don't want the forums. All I want is the voice group so that I can have a conversation with you. That's it. And then if somebody wants to send me a message, go through one of my people.
Well, I sent one to Neil, but I heard that he's not having a good time right now. So who else would I send it to?
I don't know, Dank maybe, if he's around. I don't know if Dank's in
Dank?
Master B. Are you in Master B, Dank? You might not even be there, so just hang around. I'm sure I'll get it eventually, don't worry. I will
Okay.
join. Is there a whole
All right,
bunch
cool.
of people waited with bated breath, Riggs?
In both places, yeah. I mean, I'm usually over there and more people pop in, but as soon as I get in there, 10 heads will show up. So I'm just waiting for you, I guess.
Okay. We'll get there, don't worry.
Not in that debate.
Yeah.
Say again, Dank?
It's crazy that I'm looking at your name right now, and it's right next to the link you need to push. It's so weird. It is. It's like so right there. It's right there.
Not for me, it's not. Anyway, sorry, Dank. Are you in Master B, Dank?
No, I'm not in Master B. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay. And don't worry about it.
The big secret, I'm not in on it.
No, it's just if you're a more verbal participant, which no offense to you, you're not. You're a financial contributor though, so thank you. But if you were more verbal, then at some point I'd be saying, come into Master B. Unless you're harp, then you can get stuffed.
I don't want to come to your crappy.
I don't want you
fucking
there.
Anyway.
It's a good job.
Well, good.
Good.
It's mutual, asshole.
Yeah, asshole. It's a mutual feeling when neither of us want each other, so get lost.
Well, I won't be doing that. So I'm surprised Neil ain't over there helping you out, man. He got ill butt hurt, man. They got there's 2 new mods in here now. There's Flat Earth Cafe and there's regular Joe. And I saw him put what's her name? Level Lioness up above them, whatever she is now.
She's another host.
we got
She's
some-
another Discord host. So she's also got a server. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Divergent Droid knows what he's doing.
Sort of.
If he justifies banning Neil as a mod, he hasn't banned him, he's just taken him off mod status, then in a way, you do have to sort of assert your authority if you're running a server. You've got to let people know who's boss, I would assume. I mean, I've never run a Discord server, but I'd assume it's like anything else in life. I've worked as a manager, and at some point, you've got to let the people beneath you know that you're in charge, and that if you do something that you disapprove of, that they're going to know about it. So, yeah, the people are going to have their nose slightly put out of joint, in this case, Neil's. And I do sympathise with Neil, because he's a good guy, right? He's also a friend. So I don't want to see that happening to a mate on a personal level. On the other hand, I want Divergent Droid to keep control of his server, right? And that does mean that I have a wry smile when he does things like that, because I'm like, good, you need to be in charge. And it sounds like you are.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm going to head over there and just give everyone the fair warning. And I guess I'll see you whenever you come.
Okay, brilliant.
All right, cheers.
Oh, I can't believe you're going to make me go join this fucking thing again.
Don't swear.
Oops, sorry. I forgot you were recording, even though I told Riggs 3 times you start recording right away. Sorry. This is making my head want to explode that your name is right next to this link.
Okay. I mean, I've clicked on rigs and already I'm failing. And now I can't find my way back to the server.
Oh my God.
There we go. Yeah, I'm just going to not do that because it just end up not concentrating on. I've already distracted myself by clicking on something that I shouldn't have. And it's like, no, I just want to make sure the public link stays fine and we can have this conversation. And when it's there, somebody will provide it me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Where's your boys at?
I don't know. When somebody arrives that is all capable of, I click OK's there, but he's got a job to do. He's in a shop, right? He's working, so I don't want to ask him to do it, although he is in both places. But someone will.
Wait a second. All we need to do is post that link which is there on Discord to Master V, right?
Ah, yeah, you go. Arthur's there. Yes, please. Can you do that? Do you have access to it? Can you see it, Arthur? Whatever they're talking about, the link to get to that server. If you can post that in Master B, then I can just click it. And as soon as I do, I'll disappear from this server, just so you guys are aware. You'll all need to click it too. But there you go. Flat Arthur's here. Didn't take that long.
So do you have it now? Did he send it to you?
He will do, I'm sure. He's just asked what I'm asking for, and he's hopefully established what I'm after, and hopefully he'll post it in Master B, and in any second now I'll see it in Master B, and I'll click on it, and then I'll disappear from here. And then I'll be in... What's his server? Do you know what it's called?
Worldwide Debates.
Worldwide Debates.
Worldwide Debates. It's there already.
Okay, thank you. I've just got it.
Okay, well, it looks like I'm going back over there, Steve, with you. Fuck.
Straight away, I've got an issue because it's saying I've got to tick a load of boxes to even talk. Very annoying. I've read and agreed to these rules that I haven't read. I'm a total liar.
So
Right on. Yeah, like I was saying, it was the first thing that brought me to Discord was probably 2019, whatever it says on my shit, was Nathan Oakley, man. We had to get in there and kick the debate around inspired by this mad gentleman here. Yes, y'all getting roles. Nathan's a year older than me. I guess I respect him with seniority. But yes, this was the motivation and inspiration to bring the Press Don off of the internet and onto the Discords, where I met Steve as well.
Yep.
What's up, Steve? Good morning.
What's up, Steve?
Good morning, you guys.
So I wanted everyone to know this is Steve's good Christmas present. He asked that I invite Nathan on, and so I thought I could do that for him. So Merry Christmas, Steve.
Yeah, thank you.
Check.
Okay,
Well,
Nathan's got all the roles. Just be warned, he is going to be hosting this little thing he's doing, so he's going to have the ability to mute you. All right, so just stay in line, go with the flow. Didn't have to
I
be
didn't
crazy.
have to do that. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Happy New Year.
Highly
Nathan,
unlikely.
I haven't talked to you in about 3-4 years. This is the Press Don.
Hello.
If anyone's interested in watching on my stream, I'm going to go ahead and post the YouTube link in the wide chat. Wide chat is our main chat here.
Right, I'm going to go and grab a couple of drinks because we'll go live in about 15 minutes. The only thing I ask of
All right.
people who are in this server, I appreciate I've just got Aaron and I'm a guest, but please don't swear. Even if I do, please don't swear.
Okay.
Do as I say, not as I do.
No swearing.
That's what it is.
Fuck that.
Nathan can eject himself. Use your heads. So he can't warmly welcome himself back the next day.
I've just had to come back. I just should explain that to the Discord server as well. So I have two panels, my internal panel and the Discord server that you're all part of. So if you see my name flashing, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm talking. And in that case, it was Neil talking. So my panel will just come through my line. So although it says Nathan Oakley 1980, it may not be me talking, just so you know.
I just popped in. Where are we today? Riggs?
No,
Yeah, we're worldwide debate.
Worldwide debate.
Worldwide debates.
Riggs, though, right?
Worldwide debates.
yeah, I've posted the link in the live stream chat for the show. So anybody who watches live on YouTube, I've got a radio mic that I've purchased just for this purpose. So when I'm in a different room, I can still talk. I'm going to wire that up right now.
You go.
Well, as long as you wash your hands after you flush, okay?
No, I'm going to be making coffee, not having a poo.
Not bad.
Yeah, but don't discriminate. Now you can have a poo and talk.
That's what I said to the seller. I said to the seller of this item as I'm buying it. So in case I'm in the middle of a live stream and I need to have a poo, I'd said it to be crude to get a laugh out of the seller to try and get it for cheap. That's what I do.
What's with this poo?
To excrete feces, Neil. It's a very common thing that people do.
It sounds like Winnie the Pooh to me. If I gotta take a shit, that sounds better.
Don't take it with you, Neil. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
So how do you guys do? Is this a normal scheduled like show? Is the topic, Steve? Is there a category that's going to be going on, or any
Yeah,
itinerary?
measured flat. Earth is
What's that,
measured flat.
flatness?
That's the category.
Flatness. All right. Are they hazing out the sun where you guys are recently at a higher frequency? Yes. No.
Oh boy. What do you mean hazing out the sun?
Check out the wide chat. One second.
Hazing out the sun. Okay.
How does this sound? Oh, it's coming through my line. I need to turn the monitors off. There we go. Does that sound okay? Can you hear me?
It's a little low, just slightly.
A little bit low.
Yeah. Not as clear as your.
How about now?
Your ring.
How about now? Is that any better? I just
Not
need
too
to have
bad.
this is a radio mic. I just want to check it works so I can go into the kitchen and make myself coffee.
It works, yes.
Perfect.
And
Good
it
enough.
sounds okay.
As long as I can tell you to shut up through it, I'm happy.
What's up, Arthur?
Riggs, you know how when you come back to the chat, like you haven't been there in a few hours, it'll be like froze up at where you left off, and then you have to like zoom down to the bottom.
Yeah, and then suddenly you're responding to somebody from 12 hours ago. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Right. Well, I came in. I mean, I looked in last night, or definitely within the past 24 hours. But I come in and I see a Disco Inferno picture with Buck's head on it, and then I
Okay.
scroll down and it resets back to live, and I scroll back up, and I scrolled all the way back to 2 p.m. yesterday. And I don't see it. I'm like, what are you? They just dancing, flashy pictures in here that they're deleting. I mean, what did I miss last night? He was texting a lot too.
Oh, Buck is back, and he changed his profile picture. Huh.
Yeah.
some unforeseen circumstances.
Buck, you post a Disco Inferno picture yesterday that I can't find? It was like the white suit with the finger up in the air.
Yeah. That I posted it and deleted it.
Look, I do know what I'm talking about. See, that's funny because I came back and it had that, and then it went live down to the
Yeah.
current.
So the deal is.
Who?
The deal is what?
The deal is I found some stuff out about that particular person that's pretty sickening. So I immediately changed my profile picture.
And who was that? John Travolta? Or?
No. That was like a old wrestler I used to watch when I was a little kid.
That guy.
And later in life, he did some gross things and is in jail. So I as soon as I found that out, I changed my
Hey, real quick, you found that out this morning?
No, I found it out last night.
I thought that was
because we kept asking him, "What's the picture? What's that picture?" And I guess he spent time like looking it up and going, "Oh, I don't want to be associated with that."
Yeah, well, I wanted to show Taylor who it actually was, and when I did the search, then I saw that the guy was arrested and is a piece of shit.
Well,
so you just flashed the picture. Sorry. But it was. I did think that that's what had to happen. Is there had to be like something that was posted that was deleted because.
Yeah, you're not crazy. That's what happened.
Okay. Excuse me,
Don Ock, I don't know if you can.
Can I ask a question?
Work on your audio there in the car. It'd be cool if you could.
I'm yielding. Yes, other person, you have the floor.
Excuse me. Fuck who?
Buck Sodbuster. Is that you, Neil?
Ah, so Buck, you got your little dream here. Nathan's gonna be on.
Okay.
That's your little thing there. I was waiting in Earth Awakenings and they didn't show up. Well, we're here now.
Let's go. Is he going to have the mute button?
Yes.
You're going to cry about a mute button when we don't use a mute button?
Is that
the jazz handed to you now?
You got a white knight here. Any muter has a white knight. We'll band together as the mutees. And white knight another one necessary.
He's about to get his ass handed to him.
Why is there going to be a mute button available?
Because he wants to perform his biased opinion show. And that's totally fine because that's what he wants to do.
I get it, but then it's not a debate. So
there is no debate. I think you guys should have Tony.
Yeah, the show is called Flat Earth Debate. It's not
there is no debate.
Open debate.
Debate, it's never been a debate.
Well, I suggest you change the name of the show then.
You got to do a damn thing.
It's a namesake.
Nathan will do what he wants to do.
So the show is called Flat Earth Debate because that's just the show title. Now, originally, I was under the misapprehension that there was a debate. In the last couple of years, I figured out there is no debate. But that doesn't change the name of my show.
Well,
I do want to make sure
it leaves when that show is called Flat Earth Debate. It leaves the impression.
Buck. Thank you for doing what you do best and just waiting till I'm done talking. So since we got some people here, if you guys are familiar with Andrew Baker, he's prominent in the community. He's written a bunch of trivia questions, and tomorrow late afternoon, or I guess it'd be early evening, depending where you're at, he's going to be doing trivia here with the cash prize.
And you got to be live on camera, no Google. So
I don't think that's the requirement. But he's going to be. Oh, he really? Okay, well maybe that is. I'm not sure. Anyways, if you like money, you can come hang out the events in the events area. You can sign up for it. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, and the first experiment. Stand with me. This crew hasn't heard. Forget the final experiment. We want the first exploration, and we just want to go straight with planes all around the world. Pass on the Press Don's message. Thank you.
Why do you want to do that?
Well, hopefully the GoFundMe will be full up soon, but I just think it's what should be done, Nathan. I don't know if you're interested, but
Sure. But for what purpose?
To just try to get some planes to go straight. I'm interested in it, and I've met a handful of people that are interested in it.
Just try once more. What would be the purpose in doing it?
More exploration, just to attempt to put my money where my mouth is in what I would want to do in life. Like, I want to go look around like the rest of them, but I just kind of want some planes to just be anticipating, like, let's go straight and see what happens. Just try to go a little bit straight.
Try to
But
go
if you're
straight.
not interested, that's cool. I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm interested. I'm asking questions about it. So you say to go straight. I don't really understand what you mean by that. So your GoFundMe is to get planes to go straight?
Yeah, I want to do like a butt-to-butt-to-butt circle jerk, planes all facing outward from like one starting location, and just be like, let's just go. Let's just hold like generally straight. Just go and see if we start looping around and coming back where we started.
Why would they do that? Hold on. So to see if they loop around.
I want it to be a ball. I want them to not be liars and stealer, thieves, abusers. I just want it to be a ball and the planes to come around the ball.
Wouldn't it be a lot more simple to get some quality used surveying equipment and just measure right from there?
There you go.
We already do that. Sorry.
Why wouldn't that be more
Talk
simple?
to one person at a time. Is that possible? I was hoping to talk to this Donny guy. So we already know that planes fly straight. If you want to explore, I mean, fair enough, that's a reasonable answer. But when you said you want to find out if they loop around, why would they loop around?
Exactly.
But we already know planes fly straight.
No, but farther. I want them to keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going.
Bill, that's different. So what you want is a plane to just fly out into the unknown towards the offing, right?
Yeah. I meant with like 5 times larger fuel tanks, and they just can go a lot. Just they keep going and going. Like for like 3 hours. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking satellite time. For like 24 hours, like just go straight.
Just to see if you find new lands, right?
Yeah.
That's fair enough. I just got confused when you were like, to see if they loop around.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
We already know what they do, though. Planes already fly straight and level, parallel with the ground.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't mean any of that type of stuff. I just meant to explore. Instead of going to the edge of Antarctica and stopping and hanging out on the edge, let's keep going. Let's go other directions a little more.
Now you're going to hit the wall.
Certainly how we found new lands in the past, right? As far as our documented history tells us. We flew out towards the offing, the outer space as it was formerly known in the 1700s, and then we found new lands there. Then we surveyed them with respect to the surface level, the sea level, and the surveying of all the lands we already have already surveyed the world as a flat plane with respect to sea level. So we could survey the lands if we found any more. But as you're suggesting, we're lied to about there being a limitation to the lands by way of it being a derivation of Earth measured flat in the form of this ball heliocentric religion given to us by the church, and further to that religion being in place, that would suggest that we, quote, loop around. But in terms of what you want, you want to find new lands. Fair enough.
I appreciate that. And then it's weird to me, and it's red flaggy. It's weird, or I want to get along with my neighbors. And I got my man Buck over here who loves the science, but he's telling me all this easy stuff when I want to do hard, awesome, more harder, more better, or more whatever. For me, more exploring. It's like, Buck, be with us on team more exploring, please.
Well, that would be, your suggestion would be great, but it's like the expense involved with that makes it pretty unrealistic.
Oh, you don't got the money.
That's pitch data, Buck.
I got money. You don't have money. So why not come up with something a little more practical?
It's totally practical. We've got planes flying around the Earth billions of time already, and we've got like under a handful, like under a dozen planes have gone supposedly over the pole or something. I mean, don't you see there's a bit of a discrepancy? Like east to west is favored, and north south ain't really a thing.
East here.
Oh dear.
I'm not. I'm scared for you because I really don't think you're going to be able to.
You're gonna die in
gather the
Antarctica.
fun.
How much is gas? How much is gas, man? We're doing this all day. What are you talking about?
What, right now it's about $3 a gallon.
Okay, well, how much kerosene is what? Jet fuel is what, like $10, $12 a gallon? Cheap.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Cheap stuff.
How are you?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. We have decided amongst ourselves that on a Friday, although I don't like making a note what day it is in case this gets re-upped on a different day, but typically on the live show on a Friday we'd like to cover some of the housekeeping questions, just to keep them alive and well in the mind's eye of anybody who still has the perception that they are living on a ball. And there's quite a few of them, as I understand it. So we'll go through some of those housekeeping questions. Feel free to join in if you have an answer from the Discord server, or indeed from my own panel. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, that's a horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Yes.
Did I hear a yes?
Yep.
All right. What's your evidence for a curve of the Earth?
Measurements.
Excellent.
Surveys. Do you want me to start posting surveys? Published surveys, decades old, peer reviewed, available for you to review and dispute, available for you to reproduce.
Just tell me about it.
Right, surveys as in rise over run with respect to sea level. That's a measurement of a flat Earth.
No. Surveys of spherical excess, surveys of diverging zeniths. I mean, surely you've reviewed these famous surveys that measure Earth curvature.
You only just told me about them 25 seconds ago.
Give us the instrument. Give us the instrument. Tell us how the process was performed. That's how you handle measurement. Just go ahead and do that.
Right.
You can post whatever you want.
The way professional surveys like this work is they publish their procedures. They open it up for scrutiny and allow you to reproduce them or critique them, commonly referred to as review.
Sure. What you're asking
I assume that you have produced such a review and you've critiqued their approach.
Did you hear the question?
Go ahead and show me. Go ahead and show me the review you've done.
Sorry, the question you were asked. Did you not hear it?
Oh, I heard it.
What was the question?
I asked you a question too.
You were asked, having
So
presented.
you touched them till review.
Donnock. There's just South and Sodbuster.
The question I was asked was all the details by refracted curvature of all the details of what went into the survey. And when you do a survey like this,
that's not what you're asked.
You can't.
You're deaf.
Give a 2-second response.
Stupid or deaf. That's not what you're asked.
I'm talking, Nathan.
Yes, because you're deaf. You didn't hear what you were asked. You repeated something other than what you were asked.
Nathan, settle down. I am speaking.
You weren't answering what you were asked, so you didn't hear. You are deaf.
You weren't asking what I asked. You weren't answering what I asked. So let's
asking what you were answered.
Count to 3. Settle down.
Did you not have the tool?
Revert.
Or not?
You asked for evidence of a horizon. My evidence is the multiple surveys that have been published for centuries.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That
what tool
everyone knows about.
Fantastic. What tool was used?
That show Earth curvature, and that proves a horizon.
So when you finish talking, what tool was used to measure it?
You can, Nathan. You can respond now. I'm done talking.
You've already been asked. What tool was used by refracted curvature?
Theodolite.
That measures a horizontal plane.
I can give you multiple.
Go ahead, John. Do you want to respond to him if he ever stops wittering?
Yeah, the theodolite is using a plane of reference to get an angle measurement. Why would you think that has anything to do with the curve?
Because when you use a theodolite, you can prove that zeniths diverge, which means there's curvature over the 2 points that you're measuring. Also, measuring spherical excess is proof The Earth is curved.
One thing at a
You
time,
guys
we're
have
just
the
dealing with
opportunity to
theodolite, but do you
refute
mind
it,
stopping
right?
talking
You
eventually?
didn't
peer
measure
review.
empirical excess. We've never seen it.
Donnock, thanks. Second time. So the
You've never seen surveys of spherical excess, and you're experts in this field.
You're not
Nathan
allowing us to
Oakley is an
respond to you,
expert in this
Buck, you're not
field, and
allowing us
you've
to
never
respond to you.
seen measurements of spherical.
Not going to
Buck,
work on my
I had to
live show.
mute you
Whoever the
because
host of this
you
is, you've been
literally do
shut
not
up.
stop
Buck.
talking, and your audio is twice as loud as it's necessary. So
Yep.
please just shorten it up and actually follow along. It's kind of like ridiculous.
Settle down.
You just blow it
Settle
up.
down.
Yeah, don't call me a liar and don't repeat yourself.
Yeah, Buck, you can settle down and just try and answer one of our questions. Can you calm down, Buck? Because you've been server muted because you keep talking through the host of my live show. That's me. You can either your light seems to be flashing before I've talked, Buck. I'm just going to ask the host of the server to shut you up again, you disingenuous little prick. Because I'm talking. Stop stuttering, shut your line, or it'll be shut for you. Do you understand, Buck? There you go. It's been shut for you, you insubordinate little twat. Now, we'll try and explain to you how a theodolite measures Earth flat. The first thing you do is level it to a plane of reference. Now, a plane of reference is what we are measuring in terms of Earth's surface, and that's something that you will only acquire from a flat Earth. Now, we're going to ask you politely if you understand how this tool requires reference to a horizontal plane when you first set the tool up to do the measuring of the angles with respect to that plane of reference that the tool is leveled to. Do you understand, Buck? You may respond.
As someone who's used a theodolite, I will respond to someone who's never even seen a theodolite, right? You've never seen one, yet alone used one.
Try not to poison the well before you start talking, you retard.
I can cope, thanks.
The theodolite,
I can cope.
A theodolite
what you've just done, Harp, is made it impossible for me to
as a
respond.
reference.
Because now he's going to respond to you instead of
surface.
me, and now he's just talking straight through me again. As a live host of a show, I'll ask you respectfully to shut your mouth, Buck, when I respond. Yeah, now you've been shut up again,
Nathan,
Buck. You've been taken
Nathan,
charge
are
of
you
by
able
the
to
host.
actually mute him? You do have the function.
Yeah, well, it's your show. You host this server. I mean, if you've got wankers in here that can't shut their mouths and you can't keep control of them, then obviously I can't trust you to run your own server correctly. Is your guest, like I am. Now, I'll try and be respectful as a guest, but by the same token, I'm running a live show. Now, it's been put to Buck that you have to level this tool to a plane of reference. His non-response was to say you've never used a theodolite. That's non-responsive, though, isn't it, Buck? What I asked you to do was acknowledge... There's Demuck again for the fourth time interrupting me. We've talked about your planes flying out. Demuck, you will never achieve your stupid shitty ends with your GoFundMe. Nobody in their right mind will take a commercial plane out to nowhere that isn't charted with waypoints. You are on a hiding to nothing, and I find your suggestion and request for money to do it idiotic. Now shut up while I'm talking. I've addressed your stupid nonsense that you tried to bring up, and I humoured you. Now I'm calling you stupid. Your GoFundMe's idiotic, but I'm dealing with a different idiot now, Demuck. You can try and get a commercial pilot to fly out without waypoints. You will fail miserably. It's idiotic. Okay? Now done humouring you. Shut up. I'll address Buck Sodbuster again for the third time because he's given me a non-responsive reply in regards to whether or not I've used a theodolite when I've detailed how it's set up and referenced to a horizontal plane to measure angles for Earth's surface. That's what it is. That's what it does. Whether I have used this tool is irrelevant. His response was non-responsive, so I'm going to see if he can acknowledge his non-responsive reply when asked if he understands how a theodolite is functioning with respect to a plane of reference. That's how it's leveled when you set it up. Second time.
Hey, you got to unmute him.
A theodolite uses the vertical vector as a plane of reference. Absolutely, positively, 100%. That is what it uses as a plane of reference. It does not use the surface of the Earth as a plane of reference. That is not how a theodolite functions. That is your answer.
No, a vertical is not a plane of reference. Try again. That is a vector, not a plane.
You are incorrect. The plane of reference used by a theodolite is the downward vector. The complement of that downward vector is what's used as a horizontal baseline, not the surface of the Earth. That is not how a theodolite works. Plain and simple.
All right, I've just
There's your
AI.
response.
Sorry, John. AI says a vertical recognized concept defined as perpendicular, that's in brackets, at a right angle to a horizontal plane. So it's perpendicular to a plane, like John just put to you, according to AI.
Of course.
So when you said no, you're wrong. Sorry, but Buck, it's okay. I've heard you acknowledge how wrong you were.
You interrupted
It's
me.
all
I
right,
can't
Buck.
even finish
Is there any
speaking.
chance I can reply, or is Buck going to talk straight through the middle of me confirming that he's just affirmed how incorrect he was? Of course. Well, of course you're wrong. You said it wasn't. So when I go to AI and ask, you are incorrect. It seems like you're very disingenuous, Buck. I don't really want to talk to you anymore. You were corrected by John. I'm like, oh, well, there's a bit of ambiguity here. I better look it up. And when I do and quote to you what AI says, you affirm that AI is correct, that it's perpendicular to a plane. Yeah, that's what happens when you level a theodolite. It's leveled to the horizontal plane of reference. That's Earth's surface. That's the second time we put it to you. You said no the first. Now we're all clear. Yeah, that's correct, end quote, you. Well, you said it wasn't. So you seem a bit stupid, a bit confused. Like it both is and isn't perpendicular to a plane of reference when you set up a theodolite? No, it is, as you just affirmed, after saying it wasn't, Buck. So if it's okay with you, Buck, I'd rather you just didn't take part in the conversation anymore because you're a disingenuous scumbag liar. You said it wasn't and then confirmed that it was, making you a disingenuous scumbag liar. Do you understand why you won't be talked to anymore, having been proven as a disingenuous scumbag liar?
You are incorrect, and that's not what I said. The plane of the reference point that a theodolite uses
reference
is
plane,
the downward
not
vector.
point.
Yeah, just mute me because you know I'm right.
Reference
and you know
point
you
is not
can't
what it
defend
is.
it.
It's a plane. You said point.
Okay, let's ask AI. You use ChatGPT. Let me go to ChatGPT and I'll ask.
No, I didn't. Meanwhile, it's not to a point. It's a plane of reference that you.
I'm going to ask
with respect to.
ChatGPT.
There was a pause. Now I'm responding. You said point.
Uses.
You said point.
And what do you think the answer will be?
You said point. It's not with respect to a point. It's with respect to a plane. You can't be perpendicular to a point. That's idiotic.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
So you're going to acknowledge it. I've said it 4 times. You're not perpendicular to a point. You're wrong.
You're perpendicular to the observation point you're standing at.
That's a plane of reference.
I'll say it again. The plane of reference is the perpendicular vector to the point you are standing at. That's how a theodolite works.
So you can't have 90 degrees to a point. You're wrong. I keep telling you, you're just not listening. You're not getting 90 degrees to a point. Perpendicular is at 90 degrees. You can't be at 90 degrees. I'm still talking. I'm going to discontinue the conversation if you interrupt me a further time. You can't be at 90 degrees, that's perpendicular, to a point. It's the 5th time I've told you. Now I'm going to ask, were you dropped on your head by your dumbass mother? Because you can't be perpendicular, that's at 90 degrees, to a point. You are wrong, sir. Are you going to acknowledge how wrong you are in terms of your understanding of perpendicularity? Or am I going to tell you a 6th time? Idiot! You are wrong!
No. So basic math. Are you saying that you cannot have a perpendicular vector to a point on a sphere? Is that your claim?
Perpendicular
Yes
is
or
at
no?
90 degrees to. 90 degrees
Is
isn't
your
capable
claim-
if you're
is your
I'm
claim-
still talking. Right, that's the end of your discussion time here, Sodbuster. You're raising my blood pressure unnecessarily. I'm answering you for a 7th time. To be perpendicular, you are at 90 degrees to something. Now, if you've only got a single point, you cannot be at 90 degrees to it. Ergo, you aren't perpendicular when you say to a point. That's the 8th time I've stated it.
Did you not hear him? He said to the downward vector, not to the point. Maybe you misheard him.
No. If you are standing on a point on a sphere, an observation point on a sphere,
what sphere?
The downward vector is 90 degrees.
Begging the question. What sphere?
Also, the 90 degrees, there is no intersection of a curve and the straight vector that's going to give you 90 degrees, sir. You don't know basic geometry.
Yeah, it seems like he's describing perpendicularity with respect to a sphere, which won't give you 90 degrees either. So he was dropped on his head by his dumbass mother, because you don't get to be 90 degrees to a curved surface. That won't be perpendicular either. You won't be perpendicular to a point. You won't be perpendicular to a sphere you've begged the question of. And you don't get to beg the question on my live show. What sphere?
Nathan,
Please don't swear.
didn't we just go over a surveyor?
The guy's using the theodolite measuring angles. What's that got to do with curvature?
It's measuring
And we
angles.
just went over a video of a professional surveying Earth.
But using trig points.
That's correct.
Yeah. But this guy's disingenuous and wants to describe vectors. Okay, downward vector. What we're doing, though, is levelling the tool. Getting it to be 90 degrees to the plane of reference. That's what you have to do with the theodolite. That's what he suggested we didn't do, and then agreed that we did, and then said that we didn't. So Buck Sodbuster's a disingenuous scumbag liar who feels the need that if he talks through people while they point out that, no, you do definitely level this tool to a plane of reference. What's that? I haven't used one. So does that change that you're perpendicular to a plane of reference to level the tool? Oh, it's only a vector to a point. Well, then you're not levelling the tool. So we're here in the 9th occasion with Buck Sodbuster, who needs to lie about being perpendicular to a sphere, he's assumed? No, you don't get to do that, Buck Sodbuster. And it's unreasonable that you decide that you're going to chat skank your way through everything I say 9 times, when you're just wrong about perpendicularity in levelling theodolites. They're levelled to the surface. That's perpendicular to it, 90 degrees to it. To what, you say? The plane of reference, 10th time.
Now, the plane of reference they can't handle because that's flat. Standing on a sphere, whoever stood on a sphere?
Well, not anybody who was levelling a theodolite, because you wouldn't be levelling to a curve, would you? That's idiotic. But Buck Sodbuster's an idiot. So that's why he said it was with respect to a sphere that he assumed when he begged the question. You don't get to beg the question on my show, Buck Sodbuster. You get to be called an idiot, though, when you describe levelling a tool to a curve. You don't level theodolites to curves. That's idiotic.
Yeah, nobody says you
the
do.
question of. Sorry, go ahead, Chunky, Brad, whatever, Brad boy.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, nobody says you level a theodolite to a curve.
Buck Sodbuster said it about 2.5 minutes ago. Perhaps you weren't listening.
I wasn't.
Then shut up.
Fuck you. Make me.
Right, can you remove this person for swearing on my live stream? Thank you.
Little children, man. Dude, look at
Oh, my
the theodolite
goodness.
is very close to a transit. And what you do is you use these screws on the mount to level horizontally your tool. You don't use vertical at all unless you're trying to plumb a wall. So this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's a liar.
Yeah, so why don't you look at I just pressed back at the bottom. It'll take you up to where I posted it 7 after the hour, 13 minutes ago. That's the theodolite looking at the horizon on the ocean.
Okay, so you were saying
again?
it's level with respect to the horizon. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
That's right. Perpendicular
Earth's
to,
measured flat then.
vertical.
Okay, great. So Earth's measured
perpendicular to
flat.
vertical.
So certainly. So with respect to the horizon and the position that you are at with your theodolite, that's a level plane between you and the horizon then. So Earth's being measured flat when you level the tool then.
Yeah, but the horizon's below that.
But then it won't level the tool, will it?
Yeah, well, it's
Yes, it will.
perpendicular to the
Yes, it will. Hold on.
horizon, the horizontal,
The horizon is
based on plumb.
the horizon is where sea level meets the sky. Appears to meet the sky, dude. Sea level. That is parallel.
Then how?
Where you're talking about your eye level to surface level. So you just got 2 planes of reference.
So we're measuring
you're
Earth
still in
flat.
trouble.
So Earth's being measured flat when we level this tool with respect to the plane of the horizon. The level plane.
No.
I still
Well,
haven't finished speaking.
then how do you
I
explain
still
the water
haven't finished.
below the
I haven't
eye level?
finished. Is it just me, or are you the second person in the row that feels that you've got to chat skank your way through what I reply with? We are
Can you
measuring
define that?
Earth. That's the second time he's done it. Are you going to be removed like the last wanker who decided that he's going to chat skank through his way through my live show? I'm running a live show. You are an insignificant nobody. Now, your question about levelling a tool with respect to the horizon has been acknowledged. Yes, Earth is measured flat when we use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference to level this tool. Ergo, we are levelling the tool with the horizon because that makes the plane that we need to level the tool with. Earth is measured flat as a plane when we level this tool. Earth's measured flat. Now, if you're suggesting, no, the horizon's falling away from you, well, number one, you're incorrect. We're utilising sea level and a parallel plane of eye level. But ultimately, if you think otherwise, it won't achieve level for the tool, which is what you need. You need it to be vertical with respect to its perpendicularity, using the horizon to achieve said perpendicularity. That is to say, Earth is being measured and referenced as a flat plane with use of the horizon to level this tool. Earth's flat, that's how it's been measured. Now, ICS, you may respond to me now.
With a theodolite?
A theodolite that levels itself with respect to Earth's planar surface? Yes, Earth's measured flat with this tool.
It's perpendicular to plumb.
Perpendicular means at 90 degrees.
That's right.
So if it's vertical, plumb's vertical, as is the item. So you can't be both using vertical for 90 because it won't give you the horizontal, which is what you need to level the tool with. So when you're describing it being leveled, it's at 90 degrees to the plane of reference you're going to measure the angles from. Do you understand that you're measuring angles with respect to a plane of reference with this tool? That's a simple yes or no question.
It's perpendicular to plumb. Right?
Perpendicular.
And you're saying that that's horizontal,
plumb is
which
vertical.
is correct.
To be perpendicular, you need two axes, vertical and horizontal.
Right.
My question was, do you understand that you're measuring angles with respect to the plane of reference? That was my question. Do you understand that, yes or no?
Yes, and I've already said that.
Right, so we're going to need a plane of reference then, dumbass.
Vertical.
No, a plane of reference perpendicular to the vertical axis of the tool. It's being leveled. That's him interrupting me for the fourth time. Is it just me, or is there a lot of scumbag, disingenuous wankers who want to assert that we're leveling tools and then ignore that in order to achieve that, we need to actually level the tool? Oh, no, it's only to do with one axis, the vertical. No, it isn't. Perpendicularity requires two axes. One of them is horizontal. So we're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for this tool. That's the fourth time I've told you, not asked you, ICS Spin. I'm telling you. It measures with respect to a plane of reference. That's Earth. The Earth that you utilise the horizon to level it with. Earth's measured flat with this tool for angles with respect to a plane of reference. Do you want to tell me for a fifth time that that's vertical? It isn't.
I mean, I don't think I can explain it any easier, so I'll let someone else talk.
No, you didn't explain anything. You suggested that we only have one axis that would be vertical. Then I took a giant steaming shit on your nonsense waffle that you spewed, that you didn't seem to understand. Because when we measure Earth with a theodolite, we're measuring Earth flat, with angles with respect to the plane of reference. The one we level the tool with, that used the horizon as a plane of reference. Now, the fact that you don't understand what the hell you're babbling about doesn't mean that you haven't explained it successfully. It means that you attempted to only use one axes. That would be vertical. You said plumb about 4 times. Like you're a stuck record. Like a Dumbo who only had one thing to say in spite of it being challenged and refuted with the horizontal plane of reference of Earth's surface that's being used to level the tool to. And you brought up the fact that we use the horizon to do that. That means between you and the horizon, you have a flat plane. That's what Earth's been measured at to level this tool to it. Now sit down and shut up.
It's a classic case of not the ground people.
Do you not understand what sit down and shut up means? Having to tell you something 4 times makes you idiotic. Now you're being told, idiot, sit down and shut up.
So you don't know how to level it.
Check this out.
Okay, got it.
Check this out.
Sorry, he's just told me that I don't know how to level it. Sorry, excuse me, disingenuous glowbag scum. No, I do understand that you level it to a plane of reference using the horizon as per your declaration of that fact. Yeah, I know, because you explained it quite adequately when you described utilisation of the horizon to do so. So after I've corrected your stuck record nature of telling us we only use one axis of vertical 4 times, you have the gall to tell me I don't understand. No, you were dropped on your frickin' head and now seem to be stuttering your way around the word vertical and plumb multiple times in the face of an explanation that contradicts your single use of a one axis, that won't give you perpendicular. So I'll say it again. I see spin. You are an idiot, presumably dropped on your head by a careless mother, because you don't seem to understand that you need a horizontal plane of reference, the same one you referred to when you levelled your tool with the use of the horizon. So you seem to half understand. But then you've got the nerve to tell me I don't. Yeah, I do. Now you won't take part in the conversation anymore, you disingenuous scumbag.
Also, you don't get the concept of vertical or plumb without it being with respect to a horizontal plane. Those two they're intrinsically linked. You can't just pick one and say the other doesn't
Can I say
exist.
a few words, Nathan? I've been posting how you set up a theodolite, right? They're ignoring it, spamming over it. So I get this guy that you're talking to. He points arrows at the third part where you level the theodolite, adjust the leveling screws until the bubble, which he points these arrows to, in the spirit level is centered. Use the foot screws for the fine adjustments to ensure the instrument is perfectly level, not plumb. So he pointed out, like, these people are beyond retarded.
Well, no, they're just disingenuous. So he started off by pointing out that you're levelling it with respect to the horizon. Yeah, that's because all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's because Earth's flat, or the horizon wouldn't achieve you this description. But even though he specifically detailed that, he then wanted to be a disingenuous scumbag glurf who believes in spin and suggest that we only use the vertical axis. No, we don't. We're measuring angles with respect to a plane of reference. Earth's being measured flat with this tool. But he's the third person in a row that feels that he needs to glurf his way through the facts in the matter. No, glurf. We measure Earth flat with this tool. You don't have to like it.
What is it with these ballers? Sorry, what is it with these ballers, right? Explaining how they're using theodolites, which they shouldn't be using that word anyway, because it's just an angle measuring tool. It's nothing to do with measuring curvature. Get a grip.
Yeah, this started off with some lying scumbag saying he had proof of Earth curve measurement. That'd beat Buck Sodbuster, disingenuous scumbag glurf liar number 1. He suggested he'd got measurements of curve. No, what we've got is a tool that's levelled to a plane of reference. The first thing we do is measure Earth flat with it. The very first thing that's being done with that tool. But his suggestion that was Earth curve measurement, no. So how long have we glurfed our way around lying about having Earth curve measurements? 30 minutes of glurf lies from 4 different people? What a bunch of wankers. No, we don't have any Earth curve measurements. But given that you had 4 attempts to suggest that a tool being levelled to a plane of reference measures Earth curve, I think we can dispense with this shitty, garbage bullshit that this measures curve. No, it's levelled to a plane of reference using the horizon to do so. All parallel planes are parallel with the horizon because Earth is flat.
I'm curious where in Harp's post it talks about the horizon at all.
He said it.
It talks about the horizon, you retard.
Sorry, I don't need
Where does it say that? Where does it say
Excuse
that?
me, I'm answering you.
man.
I don't need somebody to assist me, thanks. He said it. Did you not hear him say it? It came out of his mouth.
I'm looking.
Did you hear him say it or not?
No, he didn't.
He said it, it's recorded and broadcast to a live fucking audience. Just because you didn't hear him doesn't mean he didn't say it.
It's horizontal. So here's what he wrote.
I'm just addressing this guy.
Here's what he wrote to me.
Hello.
He's wrote,
please, for the love of Jesus Christ, shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Harp, thanks. He said it. I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to answer you. Where was it said, you said? As a question. I'm answering you. He verbally stated it. It was his opener.
So he posted something in chat.
Are you fucking deaf? He said it verbally. That's the 4th time I've said it to you, you unbelievable retard. Are you hearing me on FM or what? I'll say it a 5th time for this dumb, deaf idiot. He said it verbally. It was the first thing he said. That's the 5th time I've told you, you dumbass. Can you acknowledge me? I told you where it got stated. By him, verbally, it was the first thing he said. 7th time you've been told, you dumbass. Can you acknowledge me now? I've told you 7 times. Hello? You said not the horizon. Where did he state horizon? He said it verbally. It was the first thing he said. 8th time, retard. Can you now acknowledge that I've told you what you asked?
Yes, I acknowledge that he said, I acknowledge he said horizontal.
So shut up! He said the horizon!
Yeah, but that's not how you use the theodolite.
Sit down, I've told you 9 fucking times. I've told you 9 times.
Nathan,
he said horizon. Now you're going to be removed from the discussion for being a complete fucktard. If you can't understand after 9 repetitions of the fact he said it verbally, then you don't belong in this conversation. Idiot.
He doesn't know how a level works. Listen, he asked me if I understand that a bubble level uses the vertical vector to establish horizontal. That doesn't even make sense.
So it's establishing horizontal then?
Level, you put it up and down to get plumb, and you put it horizontal to get level. Period. That's all it is.
That's what perpendicular means.
Bubble gives you horizontal. Period.
Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say that the horizon was brought up because he was pointing out that when you use a theodolite and measure from 90 at any elevation above surface level, that the horizon will appear to drop away at a set rate depending upon your altitude. As you increase the plane of reference from your eye level to where surface level appears to meet the sky, will increase as you raise in altitude and appear to drop away. That was his claim.
Fantastic. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. We utilise the horizon. It's where the surface level appears to meet the sky. And all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's how Earth is measured. When we use a theodolite, we're measuring angles with respect to said plane of reference. To measure Earth's surface, that's what it's being used for. Measuring Earth flat.
Yeah. And trig points, Neil brought it up. Yeah, trig points are in reference to heights above sea level. They are levelled, and they're levelled on purpose so you can fit your theodolite on top of it. Yeah? So use. Level.
For measuring Earth as a planar surface, horizontal.
It's awesome when they're telling me I have no idea what I'm talking about. I was a builder for I don't know how long. I've used the transit I don't know how many times. And they're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. Isn't that crazy?
No, you're right on point. The only time is to plumb a wall. I don't know what they're talking about.
That's correct. That's correct. When you're using the vertical line to plumb walls, yeah. But you set it up horizontal and it's used horizontal.
Do we measure angles with a theodolite with respect to parallel planes of walls? Is that how we use the tool?
Well, I'm talking about a transit, but it's the same thing and you can do the same thing. So
the description of a transit is with respect to the planar surface, correct?
That's correct.
So Earth's measured flat then?
Absolutely. Every time.
All right. But we've been told by 4 different people that it's only with respect to the vertical, with respect to a point. And then we had some dickhead suggest that it was with respect to a curved surface. Well, that won't give us perpendicularity or a plane of reference, will it?
No, it's a perfect case of
none of them know how to use a
Nathan.
level.
So
not a single person who talked here ever used a level, let alone a transit.
Yeah, I don't believe Buck Sodbuster. I just think he's a liar when he said that he knew how to use it and he's using it and suggesting that because I haven't, I can't describe how it's parallel and perpendicular to a plane of reference. And no, I can definitely describe those things. I think these people are projecting their own ineptitude and lying about having used these tools that measure Earth flat. They're the liars, and they want to project onto you how you've never used one when you have. Well, no, Earth's still measured flat with this tool, regardless of your need to beg the question of a ball that won't give you perpendicularity and describe it being a vector to a point, which won't give you perpendicularity either. What you do need for this tool is a plane of reference, horizontal, to measure Earth with.
That is a must. And it's a classic case of not the ground. Anything else but the ground, because the ground is flat, level.
Not one of them is mentioning curvature. They're all mentioning plumb, vertical, perpendicular. These words should not be coming out your mouth, ballers.
Yeah.
Here's the next thing he sends me. Listen to this now. The bubble moves because gravity makes the liquid's free surface settle in the equipotential surface perpendicular to the local gravity direction. When the bubble is centered, the vial is oriented so that its level reference corresponds to a plane perpendicular to the local downward vector. Do you not understand what that means? He asked me to read this. Don't you understand what?
Okay, let me just respond to it now.
Oh my God, dude!
When you
this
describe
is
it with
bad.
a gravity vector,
I'm getting retarded. Just
okay, gotcha. When you describe a gravity vector, that still requires perpendicularity. It's a downward vector. If they're going to assert that the 111-year out-of-date notion that all things tend in a downward vector, perpendicular to a plane of reference also, somehow gets them out of jail when they need a horizontal plane of reference for this tool to measure angles from it, doesn't alter how the tool's functioning, perpendicular to their description, inaccurate though it is, and 111 years out of date, of a downward vector. That still requires perpendicularity, that's 90 degrees to a plane, to have a downward vector. Now, their gravity, 111 years out of date that it is, still isn't going to change how horizontal the plane of reference is required for the tool. Doesn't matter that they've inserted a word gravity. It's still down. What, the vector of gravity's down? Okay, well, not all things tend towards the surface. We've got clouds. So that load of old shite's debunked. We don't have everything moving towards the surface of the Earth. Even their own non-pseudoscience practitioners of heliocentrism will acknowledge that the out-of-date 111-year-old rhetoric of a downward vector has been debunked and replaced by Einsteinian bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry. But nevertheless, their incorrect assertion of a gravity vector still requires perpendicularity and a plane of reference to have a downward vector described inaccurately with gravity.
All the tools that they
So he writes, I can't believe he just read it and still doesn't understand. Because they said the word perpendicular, I guess that means he's right and I'm wrong. Because I used the word perpendicular in there. These people are lost or they're trolls.
Well, they didn't offer measurements of curve, though. What we've done is discussed a tool that measures Earth flat quite extensively for about 40 straight minutes. I asked for evidence of Earth curvature. What we were given was a tool that references a horizontal plane of reference in its setup procedure. So in its setup procedure, you need a horizontal plane of reference. Where do these dumbos think they're getting a curve measurement out of this from? They're not.
Have you never heard of spherical axis? That's what he opened up with. Anyway, what I was saying was all the tools that they use, everything used to measure Earth requires it be flat. It can't be accomplished on a ball. So I don't know why they would bring up tools.
Did you want to add something? Illegal 42?
Right here, they're trolls. They're dishonest, retard trolls. That's what we're dealing with.
I saw Illegal 42 open his line and sigh. Did you want to add something?
No, you got this.
Okay, I'll conclude. So when asked for curve measurements, what we get is Earth curve. No. What we get is flat Earth measurements. That's what we got. So we're all clear. Earth curve was the request. Flat Earth measurements was what we got. A tool that references a horizontal plane is what we got. Earth's measured flat.
I bet you got a bunch of stuff posted in chat from Sodbuster, though.
I don't look at the chat. I just use the Discord server as a public gateway. So I don't involve myself in chat skanks posting things. I couldn't give a crap what they posted. I asked for, verbally, Earth curve, measurements. We got flat Earth measurements back, though, didn't we? Axiomatic requirements for horizontal planes of references. That's what we got in terms of a tool that utilises those axiomatic flat Earth measuring principles. That would be perpendicularity, vertical and horizontal. Levelling tools with respect to the plane of the horizon. That's what we got. That's not Earth curve measurements, that's flat Earth measurements. You dumbos. Were you all dropped on your heads? Oh, what? They're chat skanking? Yeah, I don't read any of that crap. I've got a live audience that likes to listen to people verbally discussing how Earth gets measured. So far, 40 minutes, Earth has been measured flat and only flat, with axiomatic principles that require it to be so. That's what we got. Moving on, any scientific evidence of gravity? As it got mentioned?
I have a point to make on that. You'll need a downwards vector, which down is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference as well. I don't think that will help them.
Yes, what John's pointing out before we get an answer from any of the Globe chat skanks is that downward vectors, 111 year out of date Newtonian gravitation, will also require a plane of reference.
Yeah, any Globers that want to rebut his prompt, please go ahead, because I've been waiting this for a long time.
Wasn't
and I
really...
bet nobody will do it.
I mean, I didn't really... there wasn't something to be rebutted, really. I mean, I've asked for scientific evidence of gravity.
I know. I've listened to you for 5,000 hours. I know, and nobody has ever done it. And it's probably not going to happen today. But
fair enough. You're just encouraging them. I appreciate it. I mean, last call for scientific evidence of gravity? Anybody at all?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Arwin.
Well, yeah, you know the old story, right? I mean, you can't really very manipulate it here on Earth, so if the Earth was a ball and it all worked the way they say it would, then yeah, go up there and then suddenly there's no more vertical displacement, supposedly. And that would prove it. But yeah, nobody can actually demonstrate that unless you're going to trust NASA and what they say they're doing, and reveals a lot of like trickery, which draws into doubt that any of that is legit. So yeah, no, there's no real scientific evidence based on empiricism, but there's many different ways that people have developed on how to consider what's happening other than relative density based, right? Like a hole in space-time. Like you just remodel reality, just like black holes happen in a fourth dimensional way. You could think of gravity as being like a hole in a flat plane in which material will, like a fluid or like a liquid, like fall into the hole and then stay there, right? And if you treat gases like a fluid, like a liquid basically, then they will drop into that hole and not be pulled out. It violates, of course, second law of thermodynamics, but yeah, when you're going to remodel the properties like in another dimensional way, then you can like bypass those types of natural laws very easily because, well, it's a completely different approach to physical reality in the first instance. But yeah, that's really where they're left at. It's just basically the demonstration of the heavy weighted ball on a trampoline. It really comes down to that. That's how they think of it. That's what they're left with. They, of course, can't prove it scientifically, but at least it gives some grasp to the mind on how you can imagine it, right? And that's all they got.
So no scientific evidence then?
No scientific evidence.
All of that for that.
You said down and up both when you were describing gravity?
Well, down, up, in the fourth dimensional way, there is no real up and down. It's like you treat the 3D realm, the reality, like a two-dimensional plane, and then where there's gravity points, they are like holes. In that plane, it's pulled down, but it's not literally down in the third dimension. It's just a hole in time-space. No. And matter then gathers there because you can imagine it if you think of the 3D realm as a two-dimensional plane.
Well, see, you said up there. You can't go up there before you went into your fourth dimensional explanation.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, away from the supposed ball planet, right? When you have your distance, well, supposedly, according to the whole lore that also supports the moon landing system, when you get away, you're supposed to have less of this gravity.
He's pointing out the contradiction.
The vertical displacement would stop. You would float.
Arwin, please stop talking. He's trying to point out your contradiction. He's tried twice, but you just keep jabbering and waffling. Go ahead, John.
Up and down is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. When you start describing from a sphere, that's not up and down.
That's correct.
Of course.
But you're using both terms. You're saying out from.
I'm not denying that there is like a cognitive dissonance between the flat plane based measured reality and the conceptual reality of the ball and outer space. And yeah, I mean, colloquially, everybody, including ballers, will just say up and down.
Well, they can't.
Not to the center and away from the center, because that's just how it connects.
It doesn't connect. There's a disconnect. That's the point. The two are incongruent with one another.
But I mean, it's a force of habit. I mean, I'm not trying to make a case here. I'm just describing what they do and how they think.
Sure,
because they know there's no point.
Sure, we got that. But what they do is they take horizontal planes of reference that are required axiomatically to describe something that doesn't have one, which is incongruent with the reality that they have when they describe out from a ball. Well, they can't describe perpendicularity to a plane of reference, which is what they are using. You're saying, well, that's just how they colloquially do it. Well, we're saying, no, you don't get to use a horizontal plane of reference if it's Earth's surface to describe up from it if you're on a ball. You don't have that. The ball doesn't afford you that, so you don't get to use it. Not, well, they just use it anyway. Well, we're going to be stopping them because it's incongruent with the actual measured reality of Earth's surface. To have an upward vector, you require a plane of reference. Now, flat Earth will give you that. A globe Earth will not.
Yeah, it's part of the 30 words.
Correct.
So when they colloquially use it, we're stopping them. Now you're saying, well, I'm just describing how they colloquially use it. That's not your fault that they have utilised and hijacked the actual measured reality of Earth's flat surface to suggest ball concepts that are incongruent with the actual measurements of Earth's flat surface. When they're incongruent with the measurements of Earth's flat surface, we're going to stop them in their tracks and say you don't get to use up.
All right. Well, that will be very frustrating to them because for the ballers, it is kind of essential to do that switcheroo. Not just for their own comfort, but also to kind of like massage in the transition from the flat plane measured based reality to the ball mathematical system, warping of it. So, yeah, to them, that's question. Like the chewing gum connect, basically. That's not really a connection. Yeah, pointing that out will be very frustrating to them because it just emphasize how they do not have that connection, really.
So no scientific evidence of gravity. Next.
FE versus FE, and that another FE has to create the hypothetical argument because nobody will actually engage because they will get destroyed.
I mean, they can always talk through me and double speak their way around their requirement for a horizontal plane of reference, lie about how theodolite works, things like
that. Right. Bro, I appreciate you being here, bro. You're the GOAT.
Is there any evidence that Earth is measured anything other than a flat plane?
No.
There you go.
No.
There's a whole room full of people. Is there any evidence that Earth is measured anything other than a flat plane?
No.
Well, they might try. Well, they might try new stuff.
Sorry. Yeah, Arwen. Yeah, I understand. You want to play devil's advocate. Let the real people object. There's nobody. Nobody will do it.
Well, they're all on mute here, so.
Oh,
I mean, I can.
Yeah, no, okay. Look, for conversation's sake, go ahead. Yeah, speak for them. Be devil's advocate.
Please don't.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Arwen.
Okay. Can you then let me actually talk, dude?
Okay, my bad.
God. So yeah, what might happen though, and I mean it's not a real serious threat for any of the FED crew, but there are some like research developments when it comes to the idea of terrestrial refraction. There is some development at it, and they might eventually start suggesting that. Even things like radar and everything abides by terrestrial refraction bending, and I mean, don't get me started on the technicality. I know it's still there's development in it, and they might end up saying, well, we're measuring or scanning or perceiving it flat, but it's actually more spherical, etc., and then say that they did measure it flat. Or that they did measure it spherical, but only because of the optics effects that seem to be caused, by the way, according to them, by the gradient. The gas pressure gradient seems to like have an effect on light in some way. But this is yet to be further developed, the insights on how this really works.
Sure, but that requires
the main question, the main obstacle for them is can these specific effects cause a geometry that is obstructed from a direct line of sight geometrically? Can it actually make it visible? Because I have not yet seen any direct evidence that it can.
Thanks. Yeah, but in order to describe that, you've got a pressure gradient being described for the light to traverse through. The pressure gradient itself is described from a horizontal plane of reference, as is refraction, with the distance over the height. The refraction's described from a flat plane. The pressure gradient's described from a flat plane. Radar is measuring a flat plane.
That's correct. End of story.
So to say you're going to get around it by saying radar uses refraction, refraction's measured with respect to a flat plane also.
It's very simple.
Well, the original formula.
Everybody out of the box.
Thanks. Go ahead, Darwin.
Yeah, the original formula, right? Like the hard-bordered refraction, which is the literal refraction. But I mean, this effect, which they call terrestrial refraction, it seems to not really be refraction. So that's confusing. Like it doesn't work according to the standard, to the actual, what is it called again? It's a law of this guy. Sorry, the name is eluding me. But it's another type of effect that they call terrestrial refraction, and it might be happening, and it's still being researched. So there's just a little bit of development there, and I mean, I'm going to keep looking into it to see where it'll go. So, yeah.
No, there is no such thing
as
terrestrial refraction.
They might be progressing their trickery.
I need to address what you say. Shut up! I heard you! Yeah, terrestrial refraction, I got it the first 4 times, thanks, Arwin. Yeah, that's an oxymoronic necessity for an atmosphere, though, isn't it? Sphere-shaped air. And an R value in the equation that was derived from a flat Earth measurement. Minimal radial value when measuring Polaris. So your terrestrial refraction has an oxymoronic necessity for a sphere-shaped air that doesn't exist, real refractions measured with respect to a plane of reference, and the R value utilised in the equation, that's mathematics, in the inference of something called terrestrial refraction was measured off a flat Earth. So we don't have oxymoronic sphere-shaped air. The equation uses an R value measured off a flat Earth, and real refractions measured with respect to a plane of reference.
Yeah, I know. But it's not
Also,
refraction,
Andrew
as I
Thomas
just tried to
Young-
point out.
Specifically cites that all of his calculations were done with respect to a flat plane as well. So why are we even entertaining this?
Who knows?
I don't know.
It's a development. I mean,
the development of it
what it
comes
is.
from R. R was measured off a flat Earth.
Because we ain't got no ops in here, so we have to just like talk and talk and talk because there's no ops, and even if there were ops, they would get destroyed. And that's why they're not showing up.
2026 has been simplified.
Hold on,
You have to tell me about the Arwinian paradox. I mean, I was the one that discovered that. So, but I mean, there's still things happening out there, and I'm just following it around and seeing, like, hey, like for example, the dextral rotation. Like, one funny thing I pointed out about is like, yeah, that fish tank you're doing that in, that's actually a flat-oriented gradient in a flat box with a flat bottom. And then you're supposedly bending light in it. Well, if you want to basically demonstrate an effect that is a miniature on a ball, then you're going to have a ball-shaped container with a gradient in it that is also comported to that ball shape. And that's basically the challenge that I set.
I've said it 4 times. It's like I'm talking to thin air, Arwin. 4th time.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, if you're not that patient, I'm just going to leave. You can just
You
deal with your
my
muted
point.
ballers
like
here. Bye.
Yeah, get lost. Yeah, I said it 4 times. Refraction's measured with respect to a plane. Then you go into describing how it's measured with respect to a plane in a fish tank. Yeah, that's correct, until you start saying, well, you're going to have to put it on a ball. No, refraction is measured with respect to a plane. The only ambiguity is when you introduce an R value, for 7/6 of a radius value, derived from a flat Earth measurement. That's the 5th time I've covered what you brought up. I don't need it describing from a ball in a fish tank, because it isn't described mathematically or measured mathematically from a ball-shaped fish tank. It's measured, 6th time, with respect to a plane. Face, yes, go ahead. Or is it French? Farce. F-A-S-E. Did you want to add something?
No, I was just saying everybody's muted. You guys keep saying there's nobody that wants to talk, but I guess everybody got muted. So maybe you could choose one and then they could take turns or something.
But did you want me to pick a disingenuous liar who lied about how we level a plane of reference? Book Sodbuster? He lied about how a theodolite was functional. Or should I use one of the other glurf scumbags that glurfed through me 9 times? Maybe the guy that said, where did he say horizon? And then after having explained to him 9 times that he verbally said it as his opener, he still seemed to feel the need to yammer through me. Should I unmute him? Who are you suggesting I should unmute?
I'm not a fan of either of those guys, but like if you're looking for somebody to push back, then yeah, it might be those guys.
The guys that yammer through the top of me, talk through me and lie, those guys, we should introduce them back into the conversation after I've said I'd rather not talk to you because you're disingenuous and a liar, and feel the need to yammer through me when I correct you for lying, saying that we're going to achieve perpendicularity to a point, that sort of liar. Why would I want to reintroduce them into the conversation? They're liars.
Did we get through all the housekeeping, Nathan?
No. I mean, we spent an hour with a request
Nathan, I know we're on a spinning ball. I've seen a picture of it.
Where was the picture taken from?
I'm just kidding.
The suggestion that we have pictures of a ball-shaped Earth would infer that we have travelled out through the gas we are all enjoying breathing into an area 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's a sky vacuum. Now, that is in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If we, in a rocket, can travel into an area that's called a vacuum, then so can all the gas, which expands at high velocity into areas of volume.
No, we played golf on the moon. What are you talking about? We played golf on the moon.
That's a second time. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If we can travel into a vacuum, then so can the gas that we're breathing.
I know. I'm just playing. Thank you.
But that debunks the idea that there's pictures of an Earth from space. No, there isn't.
Yeah, I know.
But there's a whole server full of people.
Also space.
But what about gravity?
We've dealt with that 100-year out-of-date notion that all things tend towards a horizontal plane perpendicular to it in a downward vector would be, number one, 111 years out of date. Number two, in requirement of a horizontal plane of reference that is measured.
Correct.
Also, space itself is length, width, and height, which are planar measurements. That's not going to help you on a sphere.
Oh, dear.
But there's a whole room full of people. There's only been, 3 or 4 disingenuous scumbag glurf liars that felt the need to chat skank their way through the replies to their disingenuous scumbag glurf lies. There's plenty of other people.
Well, in the beginning, you asked for measurements, right? And we didn't get measurements, we got tools. Very simple. Where's your demonstrated measurements of curvature? What are they?
But the tool measured a flat Earth, as did descriptions of places that we can't travel because they violate laws of nature that would require the altitude measurement be with respect to a plane of reference also. We've had descriptions of sea level so far, eye level so far, planes of reference that are having perpendiculars in terms of tools, referencing those planes of reference to measure angles with respect to Earth's surface. So far, all we've done is shown and demonstrated, with opponents telling us that they're measurements of sphere, they're not. That we measure Earth flat. That's what we've got so far.
So I get in chat skank, how do you measure without tools? Okay, so what are your measurements of curve? What are they? Give me them.
We ain't got no ballers in here? None? Because we're preaching to the choir at this point. Like,
Ballers are people who play ball. Stop insulting them, please.
No. There's a problem here. Everybody still thinks there's a debate going on.
No, there's no debate.
The debate is over, but we got the GOAT in the building. I'm just asking, if anybody's got anything, baller aside of things. We got the GOAT in the building. And, be open-minded and listen to him. And so anything that you think is a point, bring it up, and Nathan will destroy it, and then you'll have to reevaluate your life. This is how it is. So I was just asking if there's any ballers in the building, because otherwise he's just preaching to the choir.
They're all on mute.
No, they're not. There's about 3 or 4 people that are on mute.
Look, anybody who's on mute, they had their chance to participate. Perhaps they were interrupting or just weren't playing along with the questions, which is bad faith. So he's putting on his show. He just wants to talk to people who have an argument and know how to behave.
Or aren't deaf. When did he say the horizon? Well, he said it the first thing that came out of his mouth. Oh, well, when did he say it? Did he write it down? He verbalized it when he first opened his mouth. Well, when did he put it into the chat? Like, my God, do I really have to go over these things 9 times with these people? That's the best you've got, is it, ballers?
Amazing.
Deaf people, that's the best you can offer? People who can't listen?
So, Nathan, what measurements give you flat?
The tool. We have had one described explicitly. That's a theodolite. It's measuring with respect to the horizontal planar surface that is Earth to give you angles from it when you level it to it. The first thing you do is level it to Earth's planar surface.
Buck Sodbuster. Nobody's a coward, Buck.
Correct.
You had your chance.
Why would you want to use a ferrite to claim the measuring Earth curve? It's absolutely insane.
Well, that's a flat earther saying that. What measurements? What are your
The
flat
first thing you
measurements?
do is level it to ground, and you want to have the ground that you're leveling on pretty flat as well.
Yeah, nothing to do
Level,
with curvature.
not plumbing.
So we're being called cowards and stuff. So it's a normal ad hom thing because they had their chance.
Because you're dealing with trolls, Neil. These ain't people that know anything. They're just here to troll you. That's it. They're in here telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
The book was very useful. He offered us some actual data from an aircraft's pitch in regards to its black box information. Very useful. I mean, what it showed is the pitch of the plane measured also with respect to a horizontal. That's a plane of reference that you'd have to use to acquire that data. I mean, I don't mind discussing that with Buck.
Yeah, Buck, let's talk about the pitch data.
Let's get back to where we were.
No,
does a theodolite use?
I said I don't mind talking about the pitch data that you provided.
We're moving.
Stuttery, did you hear what I said I want to talk about? You either talk about that or you get lost. You don't seem to understand the rules here.
So I'm not allowed to respond to everything that you said while I was muted. Is that the rule?
Sorry, in regards to the pitch data that you provided, you were disingenuous, glurf and scummy and lied when it came to the theodolite and its measurement with respect to a plane of reference when you levelled the tool. Now, that's not measuring Earth curve. He's interrupting me again. We only just started this discussion about pitch data. We're moving on. You had your opportunity to talk about the theodolite. You decided to lie about perpendicularity and referencing a horizontal plane for levelling the tool. So now we're on to pitch data. You can either discuss pitch data with us. It's another flat Earth prerequisite to describe an angle with respect to horizontal for your altitude to remain level, parallel with the ground when in straight and level flight, affirmed by the pitch of the plane with respect to said horizontal so that you can remain in straight and level flight. Now I'm asking for your acknowledgement in this regard. You don't have to give it.
No, I don't acknowledge that. That's incorrect. But I was not given a chance to respond to the theodolite, so here is the response.
He doesn't want to talk about pitch data.
We're moving on from pitch data then. What a coward. This coward doesn't want to talk about pitch data. What a coward.
I want to not move off.
What a coward. What a coward. He doesn't want to talk about the pitch data. No, you are only in my radar because you gave us pitch data. So that was the original proviso that you gave me. That's how I know you. The only reason I know you is because you've given pitch data. Now you, the coward, wants to move away from the pitch data that you gave us onto theodolites. What a coward.
I will gladly discuss the pitch data I found for you guys.
Good. Pitches with respect to good. Jolly good. Let's talk about it then.
You're scared.
Good. Glad you want to talk about it. You're not going to be a coward. Sorry, you're not going to talk through me? Coward. Yeah, you're going to get muted by the server host unless you shut your mouth while I'm talking, Sodbuster. So you're not going to be a coward. You are going to discuss the plane's measurement of its angle with respect to horizontal to remain in level flight then. Good. Let's talk about it.
I'm going to school you on how a theodolite works.
No, you're going to be removed from the conversation then. So he's just a coward. What a coward. He gave us pitch data. That's the only reason I know who he is. But he wants to move on to theodolites, even though we've got an ongoing discussion about pitch data with respect to horizontal. That's because this coward knows Earth's measured flat with pitch data, knows that the plane is measuring its angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, parallel with the ground to remain in level flight. But he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to continue to glurf about theodolites. What a coward.
Okay, we will move on to pitch data after I'm allowed to respond to your claims about theodolite.
You made a claim about theodolites. I asked you for a measurement of Earth curve. You brought up theodolites. It's measuring a plane of reference for angles. You were asked for an Earth curve measurement. So we've dealt with your bullshit that suggests this tool measures curve. It doesn't. It measures angles.
You asked for proof of a horizon. No,
I did not ask for proof of a horizon. I asked for measurements of Earth curve. You're a liar. So now he's lying. No, I did not ask for measurements of a horizon. I asked for measurements of Earth curve. That's what I asked for. You offered us a theodolite. A theodolite is still yattering through me, notice, ladies and gentlemen. For anybody who wonders why these people have to be shut up, because they can't keep their mouths shut. A theodolite does not measure Earth curve. It measures angles.
Okay. The way the conversation went was I gave you multiple surveys of Earth curvature, and then refracted curvature asked me what tool was used. And I responded with one of the tools was a theodolite.
That doesn't measure Earth curve. Fourth time. Are you going to acknowledge what I've said? It measures angles, though, doesn't it? Not Earth curve.
The way you measure a curvature is with angles. I hate to tell you that.
But you don't measure curve with angles. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Were you dropped on your head by your mother?
How do you measure?
Why are you asking me something? You don't measure curve with angles. Angles are two straight lines. You stupid idiot.
Do you measure a curve?
Why are you asking me something? I asked for Earth curve measurements. What I got was an angle measuring device.
Right, because...
Yeah, right! So sit down, you disingenuous glurf scum. When asked for curve measurements, you didn't give them. What you gave us was an angle measuring tool that measured with respect to a plane of reference. Now all you can do is glurf through the top of your annihilation, like the disingenuous scumbag glurf coward that you are. Now we've dealt with what you were asked for. You were asked for Earth curve measurements. You didn't give them. You offered a tool that measures angles. You've been schooled. Now I'm giving you another opportunity for the third time to talk about the pitch. That's the measurement of angle with respect to horizontal to afford a plane to remain in level flight. Do you want to talk about that, or you'll be permanently shut down from this discussion? We've dealt with your request to offer Earth curve measurements. You gave a tool that measures angles, not curves, from a plane. Now we're talking about pitch of aircraft. Do you understand?
Curvature is measured by angular...
No, it's not! Curve is not a fucking angle, you complete retard. No, curve is not angle. Angle is two straight lines.
The unit of measurement...
Stuttery bitch! Are you not going to acknowledge that curve is curve? It's a deviation from horizontal. It's not angle. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Curve is measured in angular measurements, in degrees. You could say a curve over X distance curves 3 degrees. That's how you measure curvature.
Oh, okay.
The way you
And
measure flatness is by
with respect to
showing
Earth's surface,
there is no angular change.
Okie dokie. So we need a distance. Will the distance with respect to Earth's surface be linear and horizontal?
It won't be horizontal. You don't measure a curve.
So have you never seen a map? Have you never seen a scale on a map? Are you going to now lie about how maps work?
So can we, do you...
Why are you saying so? It's a yes or no question. Do you not understand how the scale on a map works?
What does that have to do with measuring a curve?
Because it's Earth's measurement, you fucking retard!
Settle down.
No, I won't settle down, you unbelievable spastic. You've said that it's not horizontal, and I've directed you to a fucking map and its fucking scale. Do you understand that on a map, utilisation of Earth measurement, it is, unlike your glurf contradiction, horizontal and linear. You said it wasn't horizontal, and I'm going to call you a fucking retard. Because yes, it is fucktard. Have you never used a map? Third time.
You said that curvature is not measured in degrees.
You said you'd need a distance to measure curvature in a degree, and I asked you if the distance would be horizontal and linear. You said it won't be horizontal for the distance. I say fucktard. Yes, it is. Have you never used a map?
6th time, is curvature measured?
Why are you asking me something? Have you never used a map, you fucking retard? Because the distance on the map is horizontal and linear. You said it wasn't.
7th time, is curvature measured?
Why are you asking me for what curvature's measured as? You've already told us that to measure your curve, you need a distance. And if we're talking about Earth, we're going to be talking about the distance on maps, which is horizontal. Isn't it, fucktard?
8th time, is curvature
Why are you asking me
measured in
something?
degrees?
Sorry, remove him from the discussion. There's no point in having a conversation with anymore because he said that no, distance isn't horizontal, but it is, Sodbuster. That's precisely what it is like on the maps. Now, you're going to be a coward or you're going to acknowledge how wrong you were when you said that the distance isn't horizontal when referencing Earth and distances, because you're wrong.
We can use...
Stuttery little bitch! That's right, you stuttery little fucktard glurf. Yes, stutter for me, spastic. That's right. Distances are horizontal like on maps, you fucking retard.
11th time, is curvature...
Fine! Was that fine? Yeah, yes, so you're wrong then, stuttery. So, stuttery. Horizontal distance measurement then, yes?
I will ask a 12th time.
So you didn't ask 12, you only got up to 9, you can't even fucking count. What a retard. No, you didn't reach 12, Dumbo. Try and keep up with your own number structure. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... Then 10 and 11 before 12, you fucking retard. Meanwhile, horizontal distance measurement on the maps. You said no and now you're glurfing through the top of me. Just got to glurf through the top of me, right, Buck? As long as you keep yammering through the top of me, you'll win, right? You said no to the horizontal distance measurement. I asked if a fucking retard's ever used a map. That'll be the 9th time I've asked you if the distance on a map when referencing Earth for the distance that you're going to appeal to when you suggest we've got curve measurements. You said we need distance, and I asked you if you understood that that would be horizontal and linear. We've had 10 repetitions because I can fucking count, but you haven't acknowledged it, have you, you little glurf spastic coward? So horizontal distance
You said
then.
that a theodolite can...
Not theodolite, distance, fucking glurf retard. You said we'd need it. I'm asking you if the Earth measurement of distance is horizontal. You said no. Wrong, wanker. Have you never used a map? 11 times.
11 times. Can curvature be...
That's not an answer to my fucking question. I asked if the distance on the map would be horizontal and linear. You said no. I'm pointing out that you're wrong. You don't seem to want to acknowledge that you're wrong, Sodbuster. I'm going to now correct you, and I'm going to shut you up while I fucking do so. You're not going to glurf through the top of me, explaining to my fucking audience how wrong you, the disingenuous glurf spastic liar, is. No, distance measurement is horizontal and linear, like on the scale of a map, you fucking retard. You're just dumb and don't understand how a map scale works in reference to Earth distance. It is horizontal, you fucking retard.
Please don't swear, but let's...
You fucking retard! You said no when asked if distance would be horizontal. You said no, not horizontal. Now I'm calling you a fucking retard. Do you hear me, you fucking retard?
Nathan, can...
Yes, my name, bitch. It's not going to be a horizontal distance according to you. You're getting called a fucking retard as a result. You are a fucking retard who's never used a fucking map.
Nathan.
That's my name, bitch. I want an acknowledgement that you were wrong when you said it is not horizontal, end quote you. You were wrong. What a fucking retard.
You're over me, Nathan.
I'm the one telling you. I'm not asking you for a question when I tell you how wrong you are when you say no, it's not a horizontal distance. Yeah, it is, retard.
Why are you not answering?
Why are you asking me a question? I'm telling you you're wrong and you can't seem to acknowledge it. It's because you're a glurf coward. Glurf coward. Distance is horizontal. Like on a map scale. 13th time.
I think I'm on 12. You said a theodolite can't be used to measure curvature.
You said it requires distance, and I asked you if you understood that distance is horizontal and linear.
And I said it's not.
So you don't understand how a map works then, retard?
Why
are you asking me something? You don't understand how a map works. You're an idiot. The scale on the map, scale on the map is horizontal, and all he can do when he's proven wrong is glurf through the top of me.
Again, let's
stutter like a retard. Yeah, Buck, let's stutter. That's what I've reduced you to. A stuttery, incorrect spastic who doesn't understand how map scale works. It's horizontal and linear, and he's glurfing through the top of me and stuttering like an abject fucktard. Aren't you, Buck?
You said theodolite cannot be used to measure curvature. Can you...
What, so we're only going to use maps flat then? Yeah, it's because Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear distance measurements. That's right, we won't be using maps to measure curve. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Can a theodolite...
Why are you asking me something? Of one, Buck, you retard. You've just said, no, we won't use maps to measure curve. But we do use them to measure Earth with horizontal linear distance measurements. Those maps have got measurements ascribed to them. They are ipso facto flat Earth measurements. Horizontal and linear, and quote, Buck Sodbuster, we won't use maps to measure curve. That's right, Buck. So why are you even here? No, we won't use maps to measure curve. They don't measure curve. They measure Earth flat. And all you can do is glurf through the conclusion. What you're now doing as a scumbag glurf is glurfing through the conclusion. I urge you, no, we won't use maps to measure curve. Buck! I heard you. Now you're getting server muted by the moderator of this server because I'm trying to make a conclusion using your own dumbass words. Quote, Buck Sodbuster. No, we won't use maps to measure curve, but we do use maps to measure distance, and you said when measuring curve we'd need distance, so when referencing Earth we'll get the distance from the maps, and they don't have curve, but they do have measurements of distance, and they are horizontal flat Earth measurements. Those are the facts, Buck. Now I understand that in this devastating fact that I'm putting to you, you need to tell the audience, no, distances aren't horizontal. Yeah, they fucking are. It's just they're not measuring curve on map distances. 13 times.
Yeah, I'm on number 13 too. We do not use a map to measure curvature. We use a theodolite to measure curvature.
No, we use a theodolite to measure angles.
Curvature is measured.
No, we're using a theodolite to measure angles, not curve, you fucking retard.
How do you measure curvature?
So why are you asking me? That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy, ladies and gentlemen, where his burden is suddenly placed upon me, like I need to answer how he will measure his curve with an angle measuring tool with a distance that's horizontal. No, Dumbo, you aren't measuring curve with an angle measuring tool, and the distance that you said you'd need to ascribe curve, there's him glurfing through the top of me, because it's all you cowards can do. When you said you need distance to ascribe curve to it, the distance for Earth measurement's flat. It's horizontal, as measured for maps. And quote you, we won't be using maps for curvature. No, that's right, because they're flat. And so are the horizontal linear distance measurements on them. So Earth is measured flat for the accuracy of maps. It's not got any curve, and if you're going to describe curve, you'll need the distance on the map, which has already measured a flat Earth to acquire it. So, in conclusion, Earth's measured flat for horizontal linear mile measurements as per the scale on maps. To infer that you've got a curve, Buck here will need to appeal to Earth measurements of distance, and those distances are already measured with respect to Earth, and they are flat. Distance is flat, distance is horizontal, and you're not going to be measuring curve with a tool measuring angles. Okay, you fucking retard.
No, that's incorrect. We do measure curve with tools measuring angles.
That is totally correct. How dare you?
That is how you measure a curve. That's also how you measure flatness.
So a tool for measuring angles, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, actually measures curve.
Yes.
No,
Earth
it measures
curve
two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's called an angle, not a curve.
We can measure the angle at two different...
Yeah, we can measure the angle, that's right. We measure angles with this tool. Not curve, you can measure the angle, though.
We can measure
an angle.
Angles on...
Yeah, angles. So we're finally at the acknowledgement point where he's now repeatedly pointing out my winning point. So he's not measuring curve. It's not a tool for measuring curve. It's a tool for measuring angles. Yeah, I know it is, Buck. I've had to spit this fact at you 13 times. Meanwhile, we're not measuring Earth curve with an angle measuring device. We're measuring it after leveling it with respect to a plane of reference. And if you're going to describe curve from it, you'll be utilising a distance measurement that's also flat.
How come... How
stuttery bitch! Why is it that I put a fact that annihilates you and you start stuttering your way around a new fucking question?
Why are you yammering?
New question, much. I'm not yammering. I'm pointing out that angle measuring devices don't measure curve and distance measurements are flat.
Third party and see if theodolites can measure curvature.
They measure angles. That's why you kept saying we can measure angle, we can measure angle, we can measure angle. Yeah, that's because they measure angles.
To settle this,
angles on a sphere.
On a third party and establish whether I'm right or you're right. Are you good with that?
A theodolite measures angles.
Right, and you...
Right! So I'm right! You're a disingenuous glurf! You're saying it measures curve! No! It measures angles. What's the response? Right, in quotes, you. So we need to go to a third party? No, I'm already right by your own fucking admission, you disingenuous glurf scum.
I think you're having trouble understanding.
No, I'm not having any fucking trouble. Angle measuring devices aren't measuring curve. If they're measuring curve, it's the deviation with respect to the angle that they're measuring when leveled to a plane of reference. And for that, you will need distance. The distance that you will ascribe when inferring curve is already measured flat.
If you have a circle, which is a curve...
That's begging the question. No, we've already levelled the tool to a plane of reference, so I'm not going to assume the surface is curving, or we won't be able to acquire perpendicularity for the tool to measure the angles with. So no, you don't get to beg the question here, Buck, you fucking retard. Do you not know the rules of my show? Don't beg the question, Dumbo.
I'm on this server. I don't know anything about your show.
Well, on my show, where I am hosting from this server, which you're absolutely acutely aware of, you were told by the host. Now you're just lying. I don't know anything about your show. What, the one that you've chat skanked for about 2 straight years? Liar. Yeah, you know you're on a live show with me, Buck Sodbuster, or I wouldn't fucking be here. Meanwhile, you've lied about this tool measuring curvature when it measures angles. After being leveled to a plane of reference. Then when saying, well, it takes a curve inference from the angles that we measure, yeah, right, end quote, me. Well, you are telling me that I need to go to a third party? No, I don't. I know it measures angles. And if you're going to infer sphericity from the angle deviation after levelling the tool to a plane of reference, you'll need distance. And for Earth distance, the Earth distance is already measured. And quote you, we won't get curve from maps, end quote you. So what will we get from the maps then? A horizontal distance measurement, the same one you lied about us not having? Yeah, making Buck Sodbuster a disingenuous, glurf, scumbag liar. And all he can do is yammer through the top of me and miscount how many times he's tried to chat skank yammer through the annihilation of his shite that a theodolite measures curve. No, it fucking don't, retard. That your distance isn't horizontal. Yeah, it fucking is, retard.
A theodolite can be used to measure curvature.
No, it measures angles.
Correct.
It measures angles.
Yes.
Yes, it measures angles, not curvature.
For example, Let me give you an example, Nathan.
I don't need an example. I already know what the tool measures. It's not measuring curve, it's measuring angles.
Right, and I'm going to tell you angles are
So somebody remove this absolute fucking retard from my presence. Right, I'm sick of it.
Why are you?
Because you're telling me right. I'm sick of it. All we get is glurf, disingenuous scumbag liars. And what do? They say this tool measures curvature. No, it does not. It measures angles. Now, he can suggest that he can infer a calculated curve from the angle measurements, but then he needs a distance. And the distance he's going to appeal to is a flat Earth measurement of miles or kilometres. So we've already got a measured distance that's flat then? Yes, we have. I've annihilated this shit-for-brains retard who was dropped on his head by his careless mother, and all he can do is glurf through the top of me.
Well, the chat skank is going crazy, Nathan. I thought you gave very good information here today. Very precise, very to the point. It does not measure curves, it measures angles. You can't measure freaking curves with an angle measuring device. I don't understand what's going on.
You can calculate them, though. And if you're going to calculate an angle with a theodolite, like in, I don't know, rise over run, then you will require a couple of things. Your height, perpendicular to a plane of reference to level the tool to, and a distance that's horizontal and linear, as per the maps. So you'll need 3 flat Earth prerequisites before you do a damn thing. What's that? No, it doesn't use horizontal distance. Yeah, it does. You got to lie to glurf. That's all Buck can do. He's lying when he says Earth measurement isn't horizontal distance. Yes, it is.
We can
stutter. Yeah, you can stutter, you little bitch. How does it feel, Buck? How does it feel to be reduced to a stuttery little spastic by me? You've been reduced to a stuttering buffoon by me.
How come every time I say anything, you interrupt me?
How come you keep stuttering every time you open your mouth?
I'm not stuttering at all, but...
That's another lie, ladies and gentlemen. This is going out to a live audience who've all heard you stuttering like a retard. Meanwhile, horizontal distance for Earth measurement is on maps. Flat, linear, horizontal. You said no. I'm calling you a liar and you're interrupting me.
We do not use maps to measure curvature.
Welcome to Flat Earth. We do use a flat Earth to measure distance, linear and horizontal for maps. Earth is measured flat for the horizontal distance measurement on the scale of the map. And to quote Buck Sodbuster, we do not measure Earth curve with maps. That's right, but we do measure journey distance with maps in miles and kilometres. That's because Earth's measured flat to produce the maps. But, right, Buck, yeah, that's right, we don't measure curve, do we? So no curve measured then. No, flat.
We measure curvature with theodolites.
No, we don't. We need a distance. If you're going to infer curve from an angle, you'll need a distance, Buck. We've got here 14 times.
We don't need a distance to...
Why did you say we needed a distance then? You explicitly said we needed a distance, Buck.
I gave you...
Stuttering much? That'd be a liar, stuttering. That's right, you explicitly said we need a distance, Buck.
I gave you...
Stuttering much? We did, I did? Yeah, you're a stuttering fucktard. How does it taste, Buck, to be reduced to a stuttering fucktard by me? Yeah, you explicitly said distance, didn't you, Buck?
I've been server muted for about 90% of...
You're not server muted, we can hear you, fucking retard. You explicitly said distance, though, didn't you, Burke? Now you seem to be lying about it.
Can someone please mute Nathan so I can make a response?
So is this the response? It's the coward's way out. I'm being muted. No, for the 5th time, Buck. You explicitly said to calculate curve from an angle measuring tool, you would require distance, end quote, you. Now you've been reduced to a stuttering spastic by me.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't say you need distance? It's not like it's being broadcast to a live audience or anything. Liar.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to the transcript and see what I said.
Sorry, Buck, I'm broadcasting this live and recording it, and I'm not deaf. I heard what you explicitly stated we need. You explicitly said we need a distance for the extrapolation of curve, end quote you.
No, incorrect. That's not what I said. I gave you an example how over distance.
So over distance then, you fucking retard!
My God.
I said the word distance.
Yeah, that's right. You said the word distance, you stuttering, lying spastic. And then you got a glurf lie about it, haven't you, Buck?
Gave an
Again.
example of it.
Over distance.
So over distance, so on a map, that would be horizontal linear. There's no curve on the distance on a map, Buck. It's flat. Horizontal.
Again, can someone...
Can I stutter? Yeah, you're fucking right, you can stutter, you unbelievable retard. Yeah, that's right, you've been reduced to a stuttering spastic by me, you fucking disingenuous wanker. Meanwhile, when you measure distance for Earth's surface, it's gonna be flat and horizontal, Buck. Like on the maps. What's that? You didn't measure distance, but when we measure distance. Yeah, distance on maps, that's got no curve, Buck. Yeah, we don't measure distance with curve. Distance is measured flat, Buck. Earth's measured flat. For the maps and the scales, the horizontal linear distance measurements on the maps. The ones that you said weren't horizontal, because you're a glurf, stuttery, retard liar.
We use a theodolite.
Have you never used a map? Have you never used a map, retard? Retard. Have you never used a map? It's got horizontal distances on it.
You've never used a sextant.
But why are you telling me what I've never used? We're talking about the distance that you're going to use to infer a curve, and I'm asking you if you've never used a map for the 15th time.
Nathan, now are you?
Use the map, Nathan. Now, back to the theodolite. Can we or can...
Why are you asking me something? The map's already got measurements of distances and they're flat. They're flat Earth horizontal linear distance measurements on the maps.
Can we...
Why are you glurfing through me louder? Do you think talking louder is going to change that the maps have already measured Earth flat for distance?
Sure. Nathan, I'll say it slow.
Sorry, saying something slow won't alter what I've pointed out about 16 times in regards to the flat Earth horizontal linear distance measurements. End quote you. We're not measuring curve with maps.
Again, I think this is my 14th time. Can we use...
Why are you asking me something? I'm stating a fact. He's not acknowledging it. We're not acquiring a curved distance measurement, and you've said we need distance.
Yes or no? How hard is it?
Can we
use a theodolite to measure curvature? Yes or
no? It's an angle measuring device. If you're measuring distance to infer a calculation of curve, you'll need the flat Earth horizontal distance from maps.
So is that yes, we can use a theodolite to measure curvature?
It's a no, because we're using it to measure angles. Not curve, but angles. Meanwhile, if you're going to calculate a curve while he glurfs through the top of me, from the angle measurement, for example with rise over run, you will be using the flat Earth only horizontal linear distance measurement as ascribed on the maps that you lied about. And said, nah, they're not horizontal. Nah, I'm not saying distance. Nah, I'm not stuttering.
So now we can move on, Nathan. Nathan, so you asked me what tools were used to measure curvature in those surveys?
Yeah, and you said a theodolite because you're a fucking retard. Something that measures angles, not measuring curve. It's measuring angles.
Now you have agreed that those tools used in those surveys were legitimate. So
yeah, they measured angles and they surveyed with respect to horizontal linear mile or kilometre distance measurements, as per the distances on maps, the ones that you said weren't horizontal. Now, your glurfing through the top of me doesn't change that you're a disingenuous, lying, stuttery retard. Those are facts. It doesn't change that the horizontal, there's no curve on maps, end quote you. Well, yeah, there isn't. That's right. But maps are used with respect to the measurements taken to produce the maps. And they were flat and horizontal. You said no. And then lied about even saying you said distance. Shall we go to the transcript to realise how big a stuttery wanker you are, Buck? No, pretty sure I can remember how stuttery a wanker you were when you lied about not saying distance or inferred that an angle measuring device measures curve. No, it doesn't. But when you try and use that angle measuring device to infer curve, you'll need a distance. And if we're referring to Earth distance, then Earth is measured flat for the distance that you'll need. Simple.
Okay, great, Nathan. You finally acknowledged that with a theodolite, we can measure curvature.
Well, like hills. Yeah, hills have got curve, rise over run, but we'll still need a horizontal linear distance measurement to ascribe to rise over run.
Now that you agree that we...
What, do we measure Earth flat with a horizontal linear distance measurement as per on the maps?
Nathan, why do you keep yammering through me when
Because you said we don't use a horizontal distance about 16 times ago, and you still haven't acknowledged how wrong you are, Sodbuster. Then you denied that you even said distance because you're a disingenuous, lying, stuttery, glurf wanker.
Okay, let's go. Now that you acknowledge we can use a theodolite to measure Earth curvature...
Not Earth curvature. Now he's just lying about what I've said.
No,
I did not say that. No, I said that we would reference the tool's horizontal plane of reference to level the tool. You said it measured curvature. You were wrong because it doesn't. It measures angles. You said that we'd need distance when we're inferring the measurement of curve by way of utilization of the angles. It does measure. And I said the distance would be a horizontal linear distance as per the scales on maps. Then I asked you 17 times as you interrupted me constantly.
So you keep interrupting
See, projection, glurf be thy name. He's just accused me of interrupting him, and now he's glurfing straight through the top of me, summarising my win for the 17th time. That would be to say that it's a horizontal linear distance. What's that? You didn't say distance, liar. No, you did, Buck. And when we're referencing Earth distance, I'll quote you. We don't get Earth curve from maps. No, we get horizontal flat Earth miles and kilometres from maps, because that's how Earth is measured. Flat for the horizontal distance you denied 17 times ago. What's that? Why am I talking through you? No, projection, glurf, lying scumbag stutterer be thy name.
Okay, so we both agree that a theodolite can be used to measure curvature.
No, at no point did I acknowledge that. I said it measures angles. When you said it measured curve, it does not measure curve. It does measure angles. So why are you now inferring that I've said something I haven't? Oh, it's because you're a stuttery liar.
Yeah. It's because you said curvature, you agreed curvature is measured in degrees. So that's why, because we can measure angles with theodolites, we can measure curvature with theodolites. So now that we both agree and are on the same page, refracted curvature, that answers your question. The tools used in those surveys, one of them was a theodolite. Would you like to go over the surveys now? There's multiple we can look at.
So you said that we would use distance. We've discussed this with me, and you said we'd need distance. Then you lied about saying you needed distance. Then you acknowledged that we would need distance. And now you're talking through the middle of my sentence. Projection, glurf, scumbag, stuttery, liar be thy name. Haven't quite finished. You said distance.
Finished, and you've interrupted me every single time.
Sorry, it's not about the interruption. It's about the flat Earth horizontal linear mile measurement on maps. Not about how Buck Sodbuster feels wrong and hasn't been allowed to stutter through the top of me. Meanwhile, the horizontal linear mile measurement distance is what you inferred you'd need after your angle measuring device is used. To measure curve? I said, yeah, we can measure the rise over run, but we'll need a horizontal mile measurement. The distance, the one that you brought up, but don't seem to want to acknowledge and want to lie about not needing, and then acknowledge that we do need it. But then point out that the maps don't have curved distances. What, horizontal then? Yeah, that's right. You said it wasn't though, Buck. You were wrong. It's been 18 attempts to get you acknowledging that when you said no,
17.
not... There's him interrupting me again, ladies and gentlemen. When you said no, not horizontal, you were just wrong, Buck.
Are you done?
Now is the 18th.
Can I speak now?
Sorry, Buck was wrong. I finished my statement for the 19th time about him utilising a horizontal linear distance measurement. I mean, he's been asked if he's used a map. He's been asked if he's dropped on his head. He's glurfed through the top of me. He's lied about saying that distance was involved. He's acknowledged that distance was involved and then said, well, there's no curve on maps. when asked about the scale being horizontal on them. But is he ever going to acknowledge that when he said no, not horizontal distance, that he's wrong? No, he's going to ask if it's his turn to speak. You are wrong, Buck. You are wrong, Buck. It is horizontal distance. No amount of glurfing for the 20th time through me, pointing out how wrong you were, will change the fact that horizontal measurements of Earth's surface are horizontal. You said they weren't. Stuttery bitch! How's about that, ladies and gentlemen? That's Buck Sodbuster, a scumbag, disingenuous, lying glurf being reduced to a stuttery spastic by me. Enjoy.
Hang on. There's this.
Hang on, stutter. Hang on, I've got something to stutter through you.
Can I speak?
You can stutter.
I just have. There's this big.
I've just got to stutter. I've just got to stutter. Yeah, I know, Glurf. You've just got to stutter. I can hear you stuttering because you're losing. When you said no, distance isn't horizontal, you were wrong, Glurf.
Okay, now that I'm unmuted by the server, I can respond.
No, I unmuted you. The server operator's interrupting you with a mute button because you keep interrupting me when I, now for the 21st time, point out that the horizontal linear measurement of Earth's surface as ascribed to maps would be the distance that he would need when appealing to things like rise over run in surveying. Now, I've concisely summarised this several times, but unfortunately I've got a glurf, scumbag, disingenuous, stuttery spastic interrupting every single conclusion. That the horizontal distance is indeed horizontal, in spite of this stuttery lying wanker saying that it isn't, and then saying he didn't say distance, and then appealing to go back to the transcripts for when he said distance, and then acknowledging that the distance on a map isn't going to be measuring Earth curve. That's right, because Earth is measured flat for distance, and he needs it. So he needs to glurf through the top of me and stutter quite a lot, doesn't he? Hope you're all enjoying the show, while Buck Sodbuster gets reduced to a stuttery little spastic by me.
Yeah, get out while you can, Buck.
So, you were wrong, Buck. You said that the distance would not be horizontal. I've put it to you 21 times. You're wrong.
Nathan that's been muting me the whole time, or is it someone else on the server? Because every
It's
time
the
I try
owner
and speak,
of the
I get
server.
muted.
What I've been doing, Buck, is unmuting you. But meanwhile, so what's happening is Buck's decided that rather than talk about his incorrect assertion that distance measurement isn't horizontal, he's going to talk about whether or not he's getting muted. Now, what he's doing presently is muting me by talking straight through the top of me. That's what he's currently doing. But I'm pointing out that he was wrong for the 22nd time. And he's still interrupting me. I'm sure he's going to project out it's unreasonable, that he's not allowed to glurf straight through the top of me. That the server operator is taking charge of him while he glurfs through the top of my conclusion for the 22nd time. That he was wrong when he said, no, the distance that he brought up as needing when inferring sphericity from a measurement that's utilising a tool levelled to a plane of reference to measure an angle, not curvature. That tool will need the distance measurement for an inference of sphericity. Now, you can infer curve, you measure it in rise over run. But that measurement needs distance, and Earth distance is horizontal, because Earth's measured flat. Now, I've gone through it 23 times with him, with his protestations about being muted being the response for the last 3 repetitions. Now, I'm not asking whether or not he's liking being muted by the server operator. I'm unmuting him so he can respond to the 23rd rendition that his need for distance to infer some sort of Earth curve would require a tool that's level to a plane of reference that measures angles, not curves. And when he needs distance, that distance is measured flat. Earth is measured flat for the distance he needs. I put it to him 24 times ago that it would be horizontal. He said no. Now I'm trying to correct him. Glurf, disingenuous, losing, stuttery scumbag. And what can he do? Moan about being muted? No, I've tried to get you to acknowledge how wrong you are 23 times. You just don't seem to be able to cope with how wrong you are when you said it wasn't horizontal, Buck.
You are incorrect, Nathan. You do not need distance between two angle measurements to establish
What's
curvature.
an angle? What's an angle?
An angle? You don't know what an angle is? You define it all the time.
You said
an angle is two straight lines meeting
an angle
at a
or an
vertex.
angle.
How do you not know what an
I don't understand your English. You sound like a retard who's stuttering because you said angle. Now, angle, I'm quite familiar with, but angle, I'm not really that familiar with, so I was looking for clarity from a retard.
You're stuttering here.
When you say angle, that's not a word. That's the stuttery retard in you coming out for an audience that's live that you also lied about not knowing about.
Do you mean angle, Buck?
I think he means angle. He's just a stuttery fucking retard and can't speak English correctly. Meanwhile, the angle measuring device, that's a theodolite that's leveled to a plane of reference, will need a distance. It's called rise over run. The run is measured with distance.
That's a fact.
We use a theodolite to measure curvature.
No, we don't. It measures angles. This man's a liar, and I'm sick of talking to him. We don't measure curve with an angle measuring tool. We measure angles with an angle measuring tool. It's not a curve measuring tool. It's an angle measuring device.
And it makes
just
the
a liar.
coarse pepper get stuck in my throat sometimes. So that's why I.
That's why you stutter. Was something stuttering when you that got stuck in your throat?
You need a curve.
Well, you know how pepper grinders work. You have to adjust the. Okay, so refracted curvature. You agree now that the theodolite used in those surveys was the proper tool? Yes.
Refracted curvature left some time ago. Neil, shut up. Neil, shut up. Refracted curvature left quite some time ago.
Shut up, Neil.
That's just me.
Neil, shut.
You see, notice how he's now decided that he's going to glurf and see that he can take charge of my own show by telling my guests what they will do. I'm the one in charge, not Buck Sodbuster. But he's under the misapprehension that he's stuttering is going to mean he gets the opportunity to tell my guests what to do. No, Buck. What you could do for the 24th time is acknowledge how horizontal the distance measurement would be for rise over run. You could do that.
All right. So now that we have established the theodolite is the proper tool for the survey that you asked for, let's talk about the survey.
I didn't ask for a survey. I asked for measurements of Earth curvature. Now he's just lying about what I asked for. I asked for any measurements of Earth curvature. He gave us an angle measuring device and lied about it measuring curvature. It doesn't.
The survey is the measurement of Earth curvature that you asked for. Should we move on to it? Yes or no?
Does it use distance?
Does the survey use distance?
Yes.
Is that your question? Yes. The survey uses distance.
Right. So distance measurement is a horizontal planar measurement of distance in every single instance of Earth measurement for distance. And to quote you, Buck Sodbuster, I haven't finished talking, but you've got a glurf, right? Yeah? Quote you.
No, I hadn't finished.
Quote you. There is no Earth curve measurement in the form of map distance. So when we've got distance measurements from Earth measurements, they don't have any curve. They're flat. So Earth's measured flat for the distance that you now need. Now, it's not like I need asking if I'm asking for distance, which is what the first reply was, because you do. And the distance is horizontal. Now, this is the 24th time I've put it to you that you suggested that the distance isn't horizontal. It is. I was the server moderator, put him on mute again because he keeps glurfing through the top of me.
So now that we've moved on from the theodolite, distance is not horizontal. No, that is incorrect.
Have you never used a map?
You know what?
I'm trying to respond to you, ladies and gentlemen, but he's going to try and whistle straight past it. I'm just trying to respond to you, Burke, with the same thing I responded with 25 times ago. Have you never used a map?
I have used a map.
And other distances, sorry, we already covered this. You're not getting curve from the distances on maps, and they're Earth measurements.
Are you going to ask a question?
No, I was stating a fact. Earth's measured flat for distance measurements. So if we're going to infer distance measurements with a glurf talking through my conclusion, then they're going to be flat, and obviously the glurf's going to interrupt me. and like be righteous when the server operator mutes him because he's literally muting me in the middle of my conclusion. That would be to say, if we're going to use Earth distance measurements, they are flat. That's how Earth got measured to produce the maps. And you've affirmed that when you said specifically, no, there's no Earth curve on maps. Yeah, but they do measure distance for Earth for maps. So in conclusion, Earth's measured flat for map distances. That's right. Yeah, it's horizontal, linear, mile or kilometre distance measurements, like on the scale on a map for distance.
Okay, I was muted. Now I'm unmuted. So distances are not horizontal just because they're distances. For example,
sorry, have you never used a map?
Around a
have you never used a map? Have you never used a map 27 times? Have you never used a map?
I have used a map.
And are the distances horizontal? And are the distances on a map horizontal and linear?
Are the distances on a map horizontal and linear? Distance is a linear unit of measurement.
So when we talk about distance in terms of Earth measurement, it's a horizontal, linear ascribing of distance to a map then?
For example.
Not for example, I'm making a conclusion. My conclusion is Earth is measured flat with horizontal. Was that the thing he said it wasn't? I'm pretty sure I heard him. Or do we need to go back to the transcripts when he said, no, it's not horizontal? Yeah, he's just affirmed that which he glurfed through 27 times. Yeah, Earth distance measurement is horizontal. Earth's measured flat for distance.
You're just saying that.
No, I've used a map. The distance is horizontal and linear on the scale of a map. And they acquire those distances, shockingly, by measuring Earth. And to quote you, there's no Earth curve involved, just the flat horizontal linear distance measurement.
Can meters be used to measure the length of a curve?
Right, meters
yes or no?
Are also horizontal linear measurements when ascribed to Earth.
They're linear. They're not horizontal.
So on a map, if we've got kilometers, you're telling me that that's not a horizontal? Yeah, it is. When we're talking about Earth measurement, we're talking about kilometers, like 1,000 meters. That would be a flat, horizontal, linear Earth measurement. Now you're saying we can measure things that aren't Earth. Oh, maybe you forgot where you were while you glurfed through the top of my conclusion about Earth measurement with meters. Kilometers. They're flat, horizontal, linear measurements of Earth's surface as per the scale, second interruption to this sentence, on a map. When it shows the kilometers, they're flat, horizontal, linear measurements of Earth.
Can we measure the perimeter?
Notice he's asking me something rather than acknowledging how fucking wrong he was. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to the 28th rendition of how horizontal Earth measurements are going to be, that he said they weren't, he needs to ask a new question. Nothing like losing as a glurf stuttery wanker. Meanwhile, meters, you say? What, like kilometers, like on a map? Yeah, they're horizontal too.
Micrometers, any unit of measurement. Can we measure the perimeter
like on
of a curved circle?
Not on a map, they're not. Not when we're talking about Earth surface measurements.
Why stutter?
Why be a stuttery little bitch? Yes, because we've got Earth measurements in kilometres and they're flat and horizontal and linear. But what's that you want to talk about measuring things that aren't the surface? I couldn't give a shit. Meanwhile, we do have Earth measurements in the form of kilometres on maps. They're flat, linear, horizontal measurements of Earth's surface. Why would you interrupt me, you stuttery little prick? That's because I'm winning. You interrupted me. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with kilometres as per the scales of the maps. But what you've got to do is appeal to the mute button that you're now using on me by yammering through me. Meanwhile, on maps, we've got kilometers. They are
You've
flat and
interrupted me.
horizontal and
Jesus.
linear. But if you glurf through me enough, it'll change how the meters on a map are flat and linear and horizontal. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're not arc.
Distance can be measured over a curve.
Right, on a map, you're telling me we've got curve map distances. No, you're just wrong. What we can do is irrelevant when we're talking about how Earth gets measured. Earth gets measured in horizontal linear miles and kilometres, as per the map scale. I mean, it's only 28 times that I've gone through this fact. It's only 28 times I've asked you if you've not used a map. But every single time I've gone through it, this wanker has glurfed to the top of me whilst moaning that he's being muted. Because the only tactic he's got is to yammer like he's doing now, straight through the top of the conclusion that kilometres, what meters, like measuring in meters like he brought up, on a map, when we're talking about Earth measurement, is horizontal linear measurement of kilometres. Now, when he was having this put to him earlier, he suggested that there was no curve on maps. That's right. That's because kilometres on maps are a flat Earth horizontal linear measurement of distance. Now, asking what we can do when we measure other things is irrelevant, because when it comes to measuring Earth's surface flat with kilometres, you can be damn sure we can hear the sound of Buck Sodbuster through the top of me. And that's what we're getting.
You're incorrect.
His mute button being used right now. This is his mute button that he's moaning about. Oh, why would I get muted? Well, that's because you asked about meters. And then I took you to the maps that use meters, kilometers, for the flat horizontal mile or kilometer distance that you're now glurfing through so you don't have to respond to it. This stuttery little bitch.
To prove that distance is not horizontal,
you never used
I
a map.
will ask you this question.
You never used
Let
a
me
map.
ask it very slow.
You never used a map.
If you have
you never used a map? Because I keep asking you, it's the 29th time I've asked you if you've never used a map. Because when it comes to Earth measurement on maps, it's absolutely horizontal. And it's referencing the measurements of Earth, Glurf.
Again, Nathan, if distance has to be horizontal,
it is on maps.
Why can
not if, it is. It's not an if statement. It's flat and horizontal on maps. That's why for the 30th time I've asked you if you've never used one, you stuttery glurf, disingenuous scumbag wanker. Now on a map, dumb fuck, the distance in kilometres, that's meters, is flat and horizontal and linear. It's not an if statement. It's not an if, Dumbo.
Distance is horizontal. Why can we measure?
Sorry, just because it's horizontal. Yeah, that's right. It's horizontal on maps.
If distance is a horizontal...
It's not an if statement for the third time. Maps have got horizontal kilometre distances. Why is he asking it in an if statement? It's not an if. I'm not asking for a rebuttal. I'm telling this disingenuous glurf scum for the 31st time that the distance on maps is flat and horizontal. It's not an if statement.
Well, I know, but
Thank you for teaching me the word glurf.
Again.
Glurf.
If distances have to be horizontal...
They are horizontal on maps. It's not an if statement. It's not if maps have got horizontal distance. They have! You complete idiot.
Do distances have
Why are you asking me something? I've stated an absolute fact. You've put it into an if statement, and what I've done is I've annihilated your attempt to turn a fact about horizontal linear kilometre distance on maps into an if statement. It's not an if, Glurf. It's a statement of fact. Distance on maps is flat. It's not an if statement.
That's incorrect.
Yes, I know it's correct, you disingenuous scumbag. It's only the 32nd time you said it wasn't a horizontal distance. Yeah, it is. But if you can turn it into an if statement, then it might be something other than the flat Earth measurement of kilometres. Yeah, I know I'm correct. I'm correcting you. And what you're doing in the face of me correcting you is turning a statement of fact about a horizontal kilometre distance into an if statement. No, you won't get to do that. You'll get it rubbed in your face how flat Earth gets measured with kilometres. Because it is. Like on the maps that you've never used, you dumbass.
Are all distances horizontal or just some of them?
They are on maps, you fucking retard! Like on the scale of a map in kilometres, that's where they've got flat Earth measurements ascribed in distance called kilometres on maps.
So if we're on a hill, can we measure the length of a hill in meters?
Yeah, we'd measure it with
hill?
respect to rise over run. It's called surveying. Yeah, we'd need a distance measurement to describe the rise over the run for the variation with respect to sea level. Like how high or low the topology of the land is respect to a horizontal plane of reference averaged with something called sea level. Meanwhile, while I'm answering him, notice, ladies and gentlemen, that while I'm answering him in terms of whether or not we can describe the deviation from the horizontal in the form of surveying, yeah, it's called rise over run. But you still need a horizontal linear distance measurement for rise over run, and the ascribe distance and height is with respect to a average of sea level. Another flat Earth measurement. Now, is it just me, or is in 32 attempts of getting him to acknowledge how wrong he was when he said that it wasn't horizontal distance? Yeah, it is. Like on the maps.
He said a hill, not a ramp.
Meanwhile, we're going to be describing rise over run with respect to the altitude topology change with respect to sea level. That's an average of a flat Earth measurement. Meanwhile, he hasn't acknowledged, I'm still talking, but I'm obviously going to get glurfed through. It's only the 33rd attempt to make this conclusion. He was wrong. He said the distance wasn't horizontal, and now he's just glurfing through the 33rd rendition of my correcting him. Yeah, on maps that use flat Earth, 33rd attempt. 33rd attempt, Buck. What a coward. This is what we deal with, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you'd like to tell me in the comments how unfair it was that you got muted. No, he lied.
He doesn't like it.
He said that distance wasn't horizontal. He was lying.
Can we go
wrong,
on the panel and
incorrect, and now all he can do is glurf straight through the top of the conclusion. It's only been 33 attempts with a disingenuous, stuttery scumbag trying to subvert the facts in the matter. The facts being that the distance measurement is horizontal. No, it's not.
You're just saying that.
It is.
It's not. No,
that's what distance is.
Wes, I think Wes wants to get in on this conversation.
Nobody cares what you suggest. You're not running the show.
Yeah, end on 33, but
you're what? Oh, you're okay.
He's pointing out that there was 33 renditions of me pointing out how wrong you were in respect to how non-horizontal you suggested distance measurement was. You were wrong, Buck. Distance measurement is horizontal, as per the linear scales on maps, based on flat Earth measurement. And to quote you, there's no curve in maps. Well, yeah, but they do measure Earth to give you the distance measurement, so it can be ascribed in a linear fashion, as the crow flies, on a map. Now, if you want to describe the topographical changes, they'll be detailed with respect to a sea level average when measuring and surveying Earth, with also the use of horizontal linear distance measurement in rise over run. Those are the facts. Now, you had 33 attempts to acknowledge how wrong you were when you said that no, distance isn't horizontal. You were just wrong.
Distance isn't horizontal. Other people want to talk to you, Nathan. I feel bad. So,
but have you never used a map? Is it just me, or have you never used a map?
Hey, Nathan,
have you never used a map? Have you never used a map?
This is how Nathan argues. Distances have to be horizontal. End of story.
So it's not horizontal on a map then? So distance on a map, when we measure Earth with maps, isn't horizontal.
Distance on the Earth does not have to be horizontal.
It's measured with respect to the scale on a map.
Wes is muted and he wants to talk.
Right, sorry, we're not getting past the 34th rendition of this then? It's just you want to tell me I'm wrong and then move on to someone else? No, coward. On a map, distance is horizontal and it has come from Earth measurement, Buck.
You've never used Google Earth? Yeah, you've never used Google Earth?
Yeah, it's also got horizontal.
Show us the map.
Horizontal linear mile measurement or kilometer measurement in Google Earth also.
Nope.
Yes.
It uses Haverstein.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, citation, please.
So I can go and get the elevation profile and show you how it doesn't.
No, citation that it doesn't use curved distances on Google
Earth.
Earth.
I just did.
Where's the citation?
He is the citation.
Elevation profile.
The other question I want.
Stuttery! I've just said it 3 fucking times. You said it used have a sign. You said citation, please. I said elevation profile. Are you deaf?
When have you ever?
Are you deaf? Wesley, you fucking retard! You asked for a citation. I said elevation profile measurement in Google Earth 4 times, you fucking deaf retard.
Is an elevation profile?
Why are you asking me something? You asked for a citation, I've given it you. Elevation profile does not use have a sign. It uses horizontal distance.
Calm down, man. Horizontal distance. How do you not know this?
Because it's on the fucking detailed description. It shows it you.
But it uses hammer sign for distances from point to point.
Stop using our globe measurements.
No, it
Nathan.
does not.
Stop using our globe measurements.
No, it doesn't. It uses
up,
a horizontal ascribed distance on the measurement. Why is he now yammering through me?
Got him.
Is that a nuh-uh, Nathan?
No, it shows horizontal distance on the graph.
Yes, we're not doing elevation profiles. We're doing...
Oh, we're not? So when I say it does use horizontal distance and give you a citation that's elevation profile, is it a nuh-uh? We're not using elevation... Yeah, we are. I'm using it, you fucking retard. It's got horizontal distance ascribed to the scale. Now we've got Rob Noxious talking straight through me. Yeah, it uses horizontal distance,
really?
Wesley.
That's the pot calling Mikado Black right there.
Yep.
Come on, Nathan,
elevation
show us
profile uses horizontal distance.
I have just confirmed that Google Maps uses spherical great circle distance measurements.
No, it doesn't. For the 3rd time, it uses horizontal distance as shown on an elevation profile. That's what it shows.
The chat.
Thank God. They're all trying to gang up on you now.
Meanwhile, we've got a cited source. That would be elevation profile. It shows the distance. It's horizontal in the measurements, as shown in the graph. It's called an elevation profile. I've put it to Wesley 5 times.
I have posted the citation that Google Maps uses spherical geometry for calculating distances. That's my citation.
So we're not talking about calculating anything. We're talking about measurements.
Oops. No, on Google Maps, we calculate distance.
No, we don't. We don't calculate jack. If we're measuring Earth, we're measuring distance. We're not calculating anything.
The citation. Your citation is nuh-uh, and mine is the actual fact.
Sorry, you're telling us about a calculation, and I'm talking about how it's measured.
No, we were talking about how distances are measured on maps.
So not calculated then? You said it was calculated, now you're back to measuring. No, the measurements are horizontal linear distance in kilometres. You've already defined what a kilometre or a mile is.
Now you've been proven wrong, Nathan.
Sorry, no, we had Book Sodbuster defining what the measurements were, and they are fact as per his detailed description of a definition of what a mile or a kilometre is. It's horizontal and linear.
Nope. Does Google Maps use...
But now we're being asked what Google Maps does. Does Google Maps do something? No, Buck, you've already defined what this measurement is, and it is defined by you as being horizontal, linear, flat.
You can't measure a slope.
Right, is it just me, or am I talking to 3 different people now? Buck Sodbuster defined what a mile was as being horizontal and linear.
Road?
Sorry, Buck's already defined it though, hasn't he?
You can't measure a sloped road.
Right, is it just me, or am I talking to 3 different people?
Is that your worldview that you can't measure a sloped road?
Right, a slope is a deviation from a horizontal.
Okay, so you can measure a sloped road.
So we'd need a horizontal then.
Horizontal?
Yeah, we'd need a horizontal to describe it with, and you do in rise over run.
No, you don't.
But you don't know what rise over run is.
You measure the perimeter.
3 different people ganging up on me, it seems.
Yeah, they don't understand how measurements work.
Describing the curve, you're going to describe it as a deviation from horizontal. If you're describing a slope, then you're describing a deviation from horizontal. If you're describing miles, it's been defined by Buck Sodbuster as horizontal and linear. We've already had it defined. Now, on the scale, on the elevation profile that Wesley told me I was nutting when asked for a citation, no, we've got miles. It's written on the top of that scale. Now, if you're going to say that's not an Earth... I'm still talking, Wesley.
Why are you
I'm still talking,
deflecting to
Wesley.
elevation
Wesley, you
profile?
don't need to glurf through me. I'm still talking. When you talk about an elevation profile, it's got a scale, and that scale is detailed in miles or kilometres. They are already defined by your compadre, Buck, as being horizontal and linear. That's how he defined them. Correctly, I'm still talking, Wesley. Now, that is a mile on that graph. It's describing an Earth measurement for the topology and how it rises and falls with respect to a plane of reference called sea level. You've got numbers ascribed in a distance along the top. Wesley, that is the 4th time you've interrupted this sentence. Meanwhile, the detailed, accurate description I've given of the topographical changes in an elevation profile on Google Earth uses miles or kilometres.
So are you escaping, using your escape mechanism to get to elevation profile? We're talking about distances on the surface of the Earth.
Are you stuttering?
Are you going to talk through me?
Are you stuttering?
Are you going to talk through me again?
Yes, I will do as I damn well please. This is my show. If I choose to talk through a dumbass who suggested that I should go and get a citation, when I provided you one that's given you linear, horizontal miles and kilometres to describe the topographical changes, what you're now doing is talking through me. Not acknowledging that my cited source to rebut what you suggested, which was have a sign application, defies the miles ascribed on an elevation profile in Google Earth. That is me refuting your shite, Wesley.
We're talking about distances on the Earth across the globe. So
the stuttery globe? No. In an elevation profile, it's describing the distance in miles or kilometres. That's not on a globe. It's not in a globe-shaped graph. It's using miles, and they are ipso facto, as defined by Buck Sodbuster, horizontal and linear, Wesley.
No,
weren't you paying attention? Or is it just that if you glare through me, you'll feel like you've won?
He said linear.
Yeah. Horizontal linear distance measurements, as in miles, are what are ascribed to the elevation profile in Google Earth's measurements of the surface.
Why are you appealing to a horizontal
Why are you stuttering like a fucking retard? Earth is measured with miles. They're on the scale for elevation profile. You asked for a citation. I've given it you, you dumb fuck.
Listen to the question, Nathan.
I heard you. You told me that have a sign was used. I refuted it by going to an elevation profile.
Why?
Because it uses horizontal linear distance measurement in the form of miles or kilometres, rebutting your shite. That's why.
Don't go
stuttering when you're responding to me, you fucking retard. Don't go stuttering, okay, Wesley?
Why do you use...
Why'd you keep stuttering? Is it because you were dropped on your fucking head?
What? Oh.
Why are you stuttering? We've got an elevation profile measurement. It uses horizontal linear distances in the form of miles or kilometres. You said have a sign. I say you were dropped on your fucking head, you stuttery wanker.
How often do you use elevation profiles in your daily life there?
Never, but meanwhile, the measurements in Google Earth are flat horizontal linear distance measurements to describe the deviation from sea level over vast distances measured in miles or kilometres, flat. To refute your shite when you said that we used have a sign.
Nope.
Nuh-uh! Is that a stuttery twat saying nuh-uh? I believe so, Wesley. I don't think a nuh-uh's gonna work here, fucking stuttery retard. You're gonna laugh now, stuttery retard? All you've got is stuttery and stammery responses to the facts that Earth's measured flat, with horizontal linear distance measurements in the form of elevation profiles.
You use elevation profiles to measure distances across the Earth?
Yeah! I've run a fucking rule across sections of Earth in Google Earth and looked at the number ascribed in miles or kilometres. Yes, I have.
This is why you're reduced to selling microphones, because you have no idea.
Sorry, that's an ad hominem attack. Just remove this cunt. No, it's not why I've been reduced to selling microphones. I've been reduced to selling microphones because this show is censored. Because when I tell you, the audience, that Earth is measured flat with horizontal linear mile measurement, when I tell you Earth is measured flat with theodolites that measure angles with respect to a planar surface you're leveled to, when I say Earth's measured flat with respect to the plane of the horizon, as detailed by these arseholes, I get censored, so I have to sell microphones just to pay the mortgage. That's not because you've been annihilated when you suggested that elevation profiles use haversine. You were just wrong. They got miles written along the top of the box. The box is flat. The miles have been defined by one of your compadres on the globe side. You are a scumbag. All you can do is glurf through me, and when you're proven wrong and proving to be a stuttery, stammery retard, you accuse me of needing to sell microphones. What a wanker.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the way you conduct yourself on your show, Nathan.
What's that mean?
Also, I posted spherical geometry concepts. Do you want to read that out loud, or would you like me to?
Feel free.
The images within Google, the images within the Maps JavaScript API are 2-dimensional and flat. The Earth, however, is 3-dimensional and is often approximated as either an oblate spheroid or more as a sphere. Would you like me to continue?
It's a baseless assertion. It's describing how it's flat and then offering up a baseless assertion in contradiction of the first statement. So what you've offered is a contradiction in terms. Do you understand what a contradiction in terms is? Hold on. Wait. Do you understand what a contradiction in terms is? You've just given one.
Yeah, like a circular.
Like a, you're a stuttery retard also. Yeah, stuttery twat. You've just given a contradiction in terms.
You mean Google?
You mean you're a stuttery wanker? Yes, you wanker. You've given a contradiction in terms.
Point it out, please. Did I stutter?
You can't be both 2-dimensional and bent curving simultaneously. It's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. If it's 2-dimensional, it ain't fucking curving and oblate spherical. That's a contradiction in terms, you fucking retard.
So images are not...
So it's a contradiction then. It can't be both 2D and curving simultaneously.
Are you claiming that images...
I'm claiming that it can't be 2D and curving.
What?
Shut up, Domok, shut up. Do you understand for the third fucking time, IC Spin, that you can't be both 2-dimensional and curving simultaneously for the 4th time to a retard who stutters like all of you globe spastics? That's a contradiction in terms, a violation of the law of non-contradiction, you fucking retard. Were you dropped on your head, IC Spin, because you're being backed up by another disingenuous wanker who needs muting? You have offered a contradiction in terms, IC Spin. I'm asking you for the 5th time. Were you dropped on your head?
Allow me to clear up the contradiction for you, you fucking idiot.
No, you're not going to be calling me fucking anything. You'll be removed from this discussion. No, when you say something's 2D and then tell my audience that means it's curving, I'll point out that there's a contradiction in terms. 5 times. You think you need to clear up the contradiction? There's no clearing it up. If it's 2D, in terms of its measurement, it isn't the contradiction of oblate spheroid after the fact. That's just a contradiction in terms. Next. Any more for any more. What we've had is a whole absolute shit ton of flat earth measuring by glurf, disingenuous, lying scumbags who contradict themselves. All they've done is continually appeal to a whole bunch of different flat earth measurements. That's all they've done.
Let me ask you a question. Can they use the word across? I'm wondering if it's one of the 30 words. Maybe it should be added.
Yeah, these are the idiots that say, oh, well, it's 2D, but oblate and spherical. Like, are you a fucking retard? You don't understand how contradictory that is. Obviously not. He thinks that he needs to confirm how contradictory it is by explaining it to me? No, I wasn't dropped on my fucking head. When you say something's 2-dimensional, I understand implicitly that means it isn't curving.
But they need it to curve.
Yeah, they need 2D to curve.
Yeah, it's curved. We just measure it flat. I have a cold globus.
Neil, when you have a triangle on a curve and the angles add up to more than 180 degrees,
begging the
what's it
question.
called?
There are no angles on curves.
That's correct.
Begging the question.
Oh, there's no angles on curves.
So you're begging the question. Do you understand what a begging the question fallacy is?
Yeah, I'm not begging.
You're not stuttering, stuttery twat.
I'm not stuttering, no.
I'm not stuttering. Yeah, you are begging the question. Because when you say when you've got a triangle on a sphere, you're assuming you've got a spherical surface beneath your feet. That is to say, you're assuming the very outcome that you're trying to prove, aka begging the question. That is to say, you are assuming your own outcome in the first instance of your statement.
Okay,
that
so
is
Neil,
a begging the question fallacy. And what Buck Sodbuster's got to do in the face of this fallacy being pointed out to him is glurf through the top of me. Now, it's not me using fallacious reasoning. It's not me suggesting that we put triangles on top of spheres when assuming Earth is the sphere that he's trying to prove. That would be begging the question. But it is him glurfing through the top of his annihilation, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? That's all you've got from this point forth as glurfs. To glurf through the top of your own contradictions
we can put triangles
and
on top of spheres.
In this case, it's the third interruption to the same sentence. Third interruption by Buck Sodbuster to the same exact sentence.
Degrees.
I'm pointing out fallacy use, and what I'm hearing is my opponent talking through me, correcting his use of fallacy. No, he's assuming his outcome. He's assuming Earth's a sphere. When he says, when you put a triangle on a sphere, what, you mean you already have a sphere beneath your feet? Well, you don't need to be putting triangles on it. You've already got a sphere, haven't you? Oh, right. Well, that would be an automatic assumption that you've got a sphere beneath your feet. AKA fourth interruption to the same sentence. Fourth interruption by Buck. This is the same guy who moaned about getting muted by the server operator. Fourth interruption to the exact same sentence. Fourth. Meanwhile, when he says when you put a triangle on a ball, that's him assuming you've got a ball. Why would you need to put a triangle on it? Why would you need to measure anything? You've already got a ball, the one you assumed in the first instance. But for the fact that's fallacious reasoning, it's called begging the question, assuming your outcome. Fifth time.
I'm not assuming my outcome. This is a geometric question. When you put a triangle on a sphere and the angles add up to more than 180 degrees, I was asking.
So it's not a triangle.
What
it's not a triangle.
There's no... Okay, so you're incorrect. We can have...
No, it means that you're talking utter shite nonsense when you ask about a triangle that doesn't have angles measuring up to 180. That means you are talking utter shite. It means you're a cock-waffling idiot, a stuttery moron that was dropped on his fucking head. That's what it means. You're asking nonsensical questions about triangles that don't add up to 180, making you a moron. Now he's interrupting me again. So whenever it is the case that I challenge his cock-waffling shite, he feels that he needs to talk through me, because that's all you can do when you're on the losing side of this discussion. It's not a debate. I'm telling these idiots how Earth gets measured, how the maps are presenting the mile measurements. Flat, horizontal. No, they're not. I didn't even say distance, is how they have to lie when they're confronted with the facts of Earth measurement. Earth is measured flat.
Okay, watch. Nathan's going to interrupt me when I do this. Neil, when you put a triangle on a sphere and the angles of that triangle add up to more than 180 degrees,
I'm not going to go through that again. What's wrong with you?
What is that term called? It starts with spherical and then...
What he's decided to do, ladies and gentlemen, is entirely ignore my rebuttal to his point that he's put to me, which is that he's begging the question of sphericity of Earth's surface by suggesting it in the first instance, rather than acknowledging that he's used a begging the question fallacy. That is to say, he's assumed his own outcome in the first instance. He's now trying to appeal to talking to Neil. That's his tactic. Not acknowledging that he's using a fallacy.
Yeah, that is a low blow. Talking to Neil is a dirty...
Stuttery little bitch! You've begged the question, you fucking retard. Now all you can do is stutter.
You talk to Neil.
You stuttery little bitch, you begged the question.
He likes me.
He, stuttery little bitch. Can't get away from the fact he's begged the question. That's all you can do, is automatically assume that you're on a sphere, and then use flat earth tools and measurements, like angles from theodolites, leveled to a plane of reference, with respect to the horizon, with all horizontals being parallel with that plane. So you can describe how you can calculate sphericity with a distance that you'll then lie about utilising when you know damn well in 32 attempts of me pointing out how wrong you are when you say it isn't horizontal, that all maps that don't measure curvature, use horizontal flat Earth measured distance in linear formats of miles and kilometers. Same goes for elevation profiles that describe the deviation in the topology with respect to sea level. These are the facts. They're all flat Earth measurement. Not a single one of them's been acknowledged. What we've got instead of an acknowledgement is constant glurf interruption from entitled stuttery wankers who feel that they're entitled to interrupt the conclusion when they're demonstrated incorrect.
Google Maps uses spherical geometry to calculate distances. I posted in chat a proof of that.
No, it uses miles and kilometers, as shown and demonstrated in my cited source of elevation profiles, where it very specifically shows them horizontal, flat, and linear, and describes a horizontal, flat, linear value in the form of kilometers or miles to the elevation profile that's referencing sea level. So no. When you lie about what it says it does, it utilises a contradiction in terms, where it's summarised by the other dick who said it's also 2D. No, if it's 2D, it isn't curving.
You said all maps use horizontal distances?
Yeah, they do. They use kilometres and miles as per the scale on all maps, as per the measurements used to create those maps. Yes, maps use flat Earth miles and kilometres. Those are facts.
Not Google Maps.
Right, Google Maps uses elevation profiles. Those elevation profiles are also using, as defined by you, the horizontal linear distance measurements in kilometres or miles. You defined it. On the elevation profile on Google Earth, that is what they use.
Again, Nathan, you're dodging the question.
There was no question. There's just a statement of fact. Maps are flat. They use a scale. The scale is in miles. Miles are a linear distance measurement. It corresponds to the measurement of Earth's surface to produce the maps. And as per your own admission, there's no curves on maps.
No, there's curves on Google Maps. So.
No, there isn't. When you look at Earth as an elevation profile in the form of measurements, it's using, as defined by you, the linear, mile, or kilometre to describe the topographical changes with respect to sea level. Now, I'm summarising this for the umpteenth time, and what am I hearing? I'm hearing him talking through the top of me, correcting him for the umpteenth time.
Stop yammering through me, Nathan.
That's non-responsive. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with the horizontal linear mile measurements as ascribed to the scales, when deviations from the sea level are ascribed in elevation profiles, as per the Earth measurements, which by his own admission do not measure curve. So what do they measure? Well, they measure horizontal linear distance in the form of kilometres or miles. That's what they do use when they measure Earth to produce maps with those measurements. Now, obviously, me summarising it for about the 35th time will require him talking through me. Maybe he'll appeal to the mute button. That has to be used on him while he blurts through the top of this rendition for the 36th time. The Earth is measured flat with linear horizontal mile measurements as per the scale on maps.
Nathan, does Google Maps use spherical geometry to calculate distances between 2 points?
Sorry, it uses flat Earth measurements of miles in the form of horizontal linear kilometres or miles as per the demonstration of the topographical changes in elevation profiles that are detailed with a horizontal linear mile or kilometre distance ascribed when showing anybody how Earth has been measured to show the deviation from the sea level. That is what Google Earth uses when it uses Earth measurements in the form of miles and kilometres.
So you agree?
No,
Nathan
I say it's measuring Earth flat and you tell me that I agree.
Uses spherical geometry to...
No, you're being a glurf and lying about what I've agreed to. No, I've disagreed with you because you're saying it doesn't use a curve when it uses horizontal linear mile or kilometre distance
I am impressed that you
measurements.
agreed with me because I didn't think there was much hope. But so we now agree that Google Maps uses spherical...
Stuttery bitch! Yeah, it uses horizontal miles and kilometres. It uses stutter. Yeah, that little malfunction in your brain was you acknowledging how horizontal and linear the miles and kilometres will be in Google Earth.
So we both agree, and everyone here heard it, that Google Maps uses spherical geometry to calculate the distance between points on the map.
No, it doesn't. It measures Earth flat with horizontal miles and kilometres, and he's going to lie and say I've agreed with him about spherical geometry. No, it's two-dimensional, linear, horizontal, miles or kilometres, as per the topographical changes I've detailed about 5 times in the last 3 minutes.
But you're talking about elevation profile. I'm talking about...
Yeah, that's right. That's the measurement of elevation with respect to sea level. That's Earth measurement with miles along the top of the scale. Miles being described and defined by you as linear, horizontal, or not. Obviously, you've got to lie about even saying distance.
Stop waffling.
That's non-responsive. Stop waffling. I wasn't waffling. I was annihilating a stuttery spastic called Buck Sodbuster in regards to how Earth gets measured in the topographical changes in an elevation profile. That's not me stuttering, it's not me yammering, it's not me cock waffling, it's me annihilating you with flat Earth measurements. The prerequisites that are used when measuring the topographical changes as detailed on Google Earth with miles and kilometres. That's what it is doing.
Elevation for what? I keep hearing this word elevation.
Sorry, what was that, Nathan? Neil?
What is it, stuttery? What is it? Maybe appeal to Neil? Yeah, Earth's measured flat with miles and kilometres. It's shown on the elevation profile when we describe the deviation from sea level. That's a measurement of Earth and its surface with miles. They're shown, detailed and defined as being flat and linear. That's what they are when measuring Earth. I mean, there's no curve on maps, end quote, Buck Sodbuster. Yes, because there's no measured curve. Ever. There's only ever flat Earth measurements. That's how we measure Earth. Maybe appeal to Neil.
Okay, Neil, what were you trying to say?
What a coward.
Deal with Nathan, not me.
Coward.
I interrupted.
Total coward. Can't acknowledge me and how flat Earth measurements are. Can't acknowledge how he brought up distance and distance is horizontal and linear. Has to appeal to Neil. How pathetic.
Distance is linear, not horizontal. Different. They're not.
But you've never used a map.
I know you think that.
So you never used a map. Have you never used a map?
Yeah, I use Google Earth.
And you're telling me that the topographical change is described in an elevation profile. Are you telling me that horizontal isn't ascribed in an elevation profile?
Are you telling me?
Are you a stuttery, ignoring bitch? Yeah, I'm going to go with no. We're definitely using horizontal distances in linear form on the elevation profile on Google Earth when it ascribes distance measurements.
What?
Cat got your tongue?
I think that's a question for you, Nathan.
There's no question to answer. When I describe accurately how linear and flat the horizontal box is for elevation profile, that's not a question. It's not up for debate. It is what it is.
Statement of fact.
Earth's measured flat.
Was that Debatable D that was asking?
No. It's a statement of fact by me when I describe how the topographical changes are detailed with respect to sea level.
Yes,
in the vertical axis.
Absolutely.
They're with.
Well, your claim is
absolutely.
that
Yeah, I
sea
know.
level is
You don't need to
horizontal,
tell me
and it's not.
absolutely through the top of me, summarising my winning point there, Buck Sodbuster. I know absolutely.
No, it's not a winning point because sea level is not horizontal.
Sorry, that's a contradiction in terms,
your whole
isn't it?
issue.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's just check if you're correct that sea level is horizontal. Hang on. I will ask ChatGPT.
No, you don't need to ask ChatGPT. Horizontal is all planes of reference, in this instance, being parallel with the plane of the horizon. But you're going to say it's not horizontal? What an idiot.
Globally, no. So sea level is not horizontal. That's kind of what I said, I believe.
But level means all parts having no part higher or lower than another. In respect to Earth's surface, it's parallel with the plane of the horizon. So you're just talking complete nonsense. You're an idiot.
Your claims about elevation profiles are silly.
Sorry, there is no claim being made. I detailed facts about elevation profiles. They are shown as horizontal. You are using linear measurements of miles. You're showing the deviation of the topology of the Earth when measured with respect to sea level. as shown in an elevation profile. That's not up for debate. Those are
But
facts.
sea level is not horizontal,
So this is just nonsense, contradictions in terms. When you say level isn't horizontal, so we're not going to run parallel with the plane of the horizon. What, horizontal for sea level? Yeah, we will. That's just nonsense. You're just talking shit. You're an idiot.
Yeah, he's making the claims.
Oh, what was that? What was that, Neil? Neil?
Sorry, sea level is level. Sorry, no, it's back to appealing
Neil,
to Neil.
did you
'cause he
say
can't shut
something?
up. No, sea level is level and horizontal. That's what you acquire.
Well, it's level,
from the
it's not
horizon.
horizontal.
I
They're
mean,
not
obviously, this will
synonymous.
inquire me being interrupted by Buck Sodbuster while I correct him again. Yeah, sea level's level, it's
Level and
horizontal. That's
horizontal
what it
aren't the
is.
same
It's used
thing.
to establish
Just
a
a
horizontal
fact.
plane of reference, as detailed earlier in the show by one of your opponents.
Yes, you can establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Yes, and we will use the horizon to do so. It is used in that fashion. All parallel planes are with respect to the horizon. Sea level is definitely horizontal. It's all parts having no part higher or lower than another. That's what level means.
Can
so
you
yeah,
post a citation
so yeah,
that sea level
sea level is
horizontal?
level.
Because I can post one that says it's not.
Really?
Yeah.
Does that mean it's
Would you like
axiomatically
me to?
useful in measuring anything?
It's absolutely used for measuring things. Just it doesn't have to be
What are we
horizontal
using it
to
for
be
then?
used as a
What are we using
reference.
sea level for measuring?
Height.
So height as in perpendicular to a horizontal then? So it's not horizontal, but we're going to describe perpendicularity for height. That's altitude. Yeah, that would mean it was horizontal then, to be perpendicular to it.
Right.
Right! So you're a disingenuous fucktard glurf. So when you say sea level's not level, you're going to describe altitude perpendicular to it, making it fucking horizontal then.
Not horizontal. Sea level is absolutely level.
Yeah, so therefore when you're describing an altitude, you're going to be perpendicular to a plane of reference, which is horizontal. Altitude is in the vertical, perpendicular to a plane, that's horizontal, measured from sea level. Ipso facto, meaning that sea level must be the horizontal, you're saying it isn't, making you a fucking retard.
No, making me right. You're saying that horizontal is the
Grover.
same thing as being level, and that's incorrect.
Sea level is horizontal, having no part higher or lower than another, in order to describe perpendicularity for altitude with respect to it. Just so I can drop this in at this stage, we're now describing measurements of Earth as a flat plane for altitude. Or to put it another way, for us to have this discussion about altitude in the first instance, we must have a horizontal plane of reference to be perpendicular to. What are we perpendicular to? Oh yeah, the horizontal that is afforded us with sea level that this guy says isn't horizontal. Oh right. Well, if sea level's not horizontal, how the fuck are we going to be perpendicular to it? We're not. We are definitely going to be parallel to this sea level. It's how we describe altitude when measuring Earth flat.
As the horizon.
Just glurfed through the top of me, didn't he?
No, you flurfed.
You stuttery bitch. We measure Earth flat from sea level for altitude. It's horizontal.
No, it's not.
So how can we be perpendicular to sea
is
level
not
for
horizontal.
altitude then?
We measure altitude from sea level.
Yeah, altitude is the vertical. Vertical is axiomatically tied to horizontal. You complete retard.
That doesn't make the surface horizontal.
Oh, it doesn't. So even though we're using sea level to be perpendicular to it, it doesn't mean the surface is level. It doesn't mean sea level's level. It doesn't mean sea level's horizontal, even though we're axiomatically describing perpendicularity for altitude from it. Yeah, it does. You're just a fucking retard.
Issue. I think I understand.
I think you're stuttering a lot. I think we axiomatically require sea level to be the horizontal plane of reference to describe altitude from. And I think being a glurf, you don't like that fact that altitude's a flat Earth measurement. So you're going to glurf through the top of me, aren't you? You're going to stutter through me and maybe moan about getting muted? Yeah, I think that would be the order of the day when you're saying the sea level isn't horizontal. I would suggest that requires you glurf straight through the top of this axiomatic fact when we measure Earth flat from sea level, perpendicular to it for altitude. Maybe if you just glurf through it, it'll change these facts.
Nathan, can we have a perpendicular vector to a curve?
No, you can't have perpendicularity to a curve.
You can't. So Nathan Oakley on what?
Sorry, this fucktard has just said that you can have perpendicular means at 90 degrees to a curve. No, you can't have perpendicularity to a curve. It means at right angle to it. You can't be at right angles to a curve. You can't have an angle from a curve. So what's this guy? A fucking retard dropped on his head. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He's describing an axiomatic principle that requires you to be at 90 degrees to a horizontal plane of reference, in this case sea level, as being at 90 to a curve. No, you can't be 90 to a curve. Well, you dropped on your fucking head.
We dealt with that earlier today. Come on.
If it's proven that we can have a perpendicular to a curved surface.
You can't. It means at 90 degrees to it, you fucking spastic. You can't be 90 degrees to a curve. 90 is two straight lines. What a fucking retard. Meanwhile, perpendicularity in this case for the measurement of altitude off sea level requires that sea level be horizontal, axiomatically tied at 90 degrees to the vertical. We are measuring for height. So no, you can't be at 90 degrees to a curve. You're a fucking retard.
Okay. Let's look at what ChatGPT has to say.
No, I understand what the word perpendicular means, regardless of what ChatGPT says. Perpendicular, look it up, means at 90 degrees. That's what perpendicular means. So if one of the lines is curving, it's not at 90 degrees. But what you need is sea level to curve. Well, then you haven't got the axiomatic principle of altitude measurement in the vertical, because vertical's tied axiomatically to horizontal. But you say sea level isn't horizontal. Yeah, it fucking is. What's that? We can be at 90 degrees to a curve? No, we can't. Just a fucking retard.
So I just checked. I have a citation that you can in fact.
You can't. What you can do, you little bitch, is stutter in my presence. You can stutter like a retard.
Everybody on.
Meanwhile, while he yammers over the top of me, perpendicularity is very specifically and axiomatically defined as being at 90 degrees. You can't be at 90 degrees to a curve. 90 degree is an angle. What's an angle? Well, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. In this case, the vertex giving you a 90 degree measurement. If it's curving, it isn't an angle and is not perpendicular. But he needs sea level to curve. So what's the order of the day when he's wrong? When he needs to violate an axiomatic principle of perpendicularity, he needs to glurf through the top of his incorrect assertion being corrected by a flatty as he stutters like a
ChatGPT. Can we have a perpendicular to a curved surface? Yes.
Shut up.
For
a 90-degree angle, also known as a right angle, is an angle that forms a perfect L shape.
So, Neil.
A perp. Yeah, you're a stuttery cunt. That's all you are, Buck Sodbuster, reduced to a stuttering, stammering little twat by me.
Neil.
Now, my name's Nathan. I'm the one absolutely annihilating you with axiomatic principles such as perpendicularity. Perpendicular means at 90 degrees. You cannot be 90 degrees to a curve. You know what it also says at the bottom of a ChatGPT reference? It says ChatGPT can be wrong. Did you read the little disclaimer at the bottom of what ChatGPT offered you? It said it can be wrong. Did you read the disclaimer? Do you want to read the disclaimer, or do you want to accept ChatGPT in spite of it saying it could be wrong? In this case, it is. Axiomatically, 90 degrees is what perpendicular means. If one of the lines is bent, it's not 90, because it's a degree. A degree is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. 90 degrees is what is axiomatically defined as perpendicularity. You cannot be 90 degrees to curved sea level. There's no such thing as curved sea level. Sea level is horizontal. All you can do is glurf and appeal to ChatGPT in spite of its disclaimers that it could be wrong. It is, in this instance.
Well, it's not wrong in this instance. It signifies that two lines are perpendicular, meeting at a precise upright corner. Crucial for construction. Crucial.
Sorry,
yeah, when we
Neil,
build things, that is to say, people are paid to put up buildings that don't kill people. They understand the axiomatic principles of perpendicularity at right angles to horizontals. They understand heights above sea level being the axiomatic principle used when measuring altitude, for the heights above it when constructing things. Now, those people get paid to make sure you don't die when you enter a building that's been built using these principles. But Buck Sodbuster here will say, nah, ChatGPT said we can be at 90 to a curve level. No, you can't.
Right. And so would any...
It's not right. Retard. Perpendicularity is an angle description. 90 degrees. You can't be 90 to a curve.
And they would all be laughing
retard.
at your claim that you can't have a perpendicular to a curved surface.
No, it's an axiomatic principle described in mathematics as being 90 degrees. It's not a claim I'm making, you fucking retard.
It's a claim.
Sorry, no, it's an axiomatic principle. I am not the arbiter of what perpendicular means. I absolutely assure you, perpendicular is not a Nathan Oakley claim, you fucking retard.
Well, who else is claiming that you can't have a perpendicular to a curved surface?
Builders, like Neil just went to, and I just described at great length how builders making sure people don't die use the axiomatic principles. Like with a set square, like a tool at 90 degrees that expresses this axiom in a tool for building things. Who says it? It's an axiom, you fucking retard.
Show me the axiom. If it's an axiom, you should
go to Euclid. Yeah, if you want to see axioms in this regard, you need to look at Euclid, you fucking retard.
Nathan, if it's an axiom...
If it's a stuttery bitch, then you won't accept that we've got principles and axioms detailed that we use when building things so people don't die, so buildings don't fall over.
You should be able to give me a citation. Go ahead.
Euclid.
Post it in chat.
Euclid.
I did, and you said it's not true.
Not you did. Euclid.
Euclid doesn't say anything about a perpendicular.
About perpendicular, yeah, it defines it.
Buck.
Euclid.
Buck. It's over, Buck. Go away.
Go ahead, John.
You want me to go away because I've proven Nathan wrong?
It's over.
Go ahead, John.
The thing about it all, man.
Go ahead, John.
Buck, why don't you just present this diverging zeniths from your assumed things that are level? You're just arguing the square thing. This is like a stupid semantical argument. You know you need to have another piece of a line every time we do this thing to the circle. Why are you doing it? Show the evidence that I and me and you across from the lake have diverging zeniths because of your angle measurement from your theodolite or whatever. You've been wasted 2 hours arguing terms rather than showing observations.
Nathan stated a fundamental fact that's incorrect.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Show. I don't care.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Don't let him get away with a lie.
Yeah,
That
it's a
is not
total
true.
lie. Absolutely. He's just said, Nathan's fundamentally incorrect. What about perpendicularity? About altitude from sea level? Utilization of a horizontal plane for 90 degrees to it to describe altitude in the vertical? Now, those are all statements of absolute fact. They also describe how Earth is being measured flat. That's what they do.
I can't even speak. So.
You can't even speak. Yeah, I know you can't. You're a stuttery twat.
Can you use the 3-4-5 rule on a curved surface?
Negative.
Thank you. End of discussion.
That's essential.
So are you saying you can't have a triangle on a curved surface?
No.
Because one of the sides is not a straight line.
Were you dropped on your freaking head? Can you not have a triangle on a curve? No, do you not understand what triangle means? Like, as in 3 straight lines. Like, none of them are curving. Oh, unless, of course, you're going to teeter-totter a little triangle on top of a globe that you're assuming? Like, begging the question.
So now, not only are you wrong...
So now, not only, so you're stuttering.
You're wrong about a spherical triangle. Like...
There's no such thing as a contradiction in terms.
That's a contradiction.
You can't have a spherical triangle. Triangle. What? 3 angle, 2 straight lines meeting at vertex. Curve triangle. No, you don't have spherical triangles. That's a contradiction in terms.
So if I Google, does spherical triangles exist? What will it say?
I don't know. Will it offer you an AI result that could be wrong?
in your
you told me to
head,
Google the thing about perpendicular. So I'll say.
Sorry, are you going to stutter your way around this or what? You don't have spherical triangles. It's a contradiction in terms.
Nathan,
Meanwhile,
I posted.
Yes, spherical triangles absolutely exist. It said, I did it in college. So ChatGPT is wrong. Google is wrong. All my
yes, that's correct. In this instance, Google is wrong because it's offering a contradiction in terms. What's a triangle? Let's define it. What does tri mean? 3. What does angle mean? 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. So where in the definition of triangle do we have anything that's spherical? We don't. So to say spherical triangle would mean curved lines meeting at vertexes. No, they're not vertices if they're curving. They're not angles if they're curving. They're not straight lines if they're curving. So what we've got is a contradiction in terms. But if Google says so, then it's right. No.
ChatGPT,
it has to coincide with reality.
I studied in college. They all agree that spherical triangles exist, but Nathan Oakley and Neil, I think, say they don't exist. Who do you think is right?
No, I defined what a triangle is. I defined it as being 3, that's tri-angle. That's triangle. So triangle means 3 straight lines with 3 angles meeting at 3 vertex points. What's that? Spherical? No, it won't meet the definition of a triangle. It's an oxymoron.
So Nathan Oakley is right, and all of geometry, Google, chat.
Not all of geometry. No. Google's wrong. Now you get your cited sources from Google search engine. So that's reliable. That's someone building. Is Google building buildings? Are buildings being erected from Google?
The definition of a triangle.
Is a search engine
Nathan,
erecting the buildings? I don't think so.
A plane figure with 3 straight sides.
What, triangle?
And now ask what is
straight sides. Fucktard. Are you paying attention? Not just Nathan. Someone else has got a different source from Google, and what do you know? It contradicts yours. So when we've got contradictions, which one's true? Well, the one that meets the definition of the word. Tri, 3, angles, straight lines meeting at vertices. So yeah, Google was wrong for you.
On a sphere. We can have straight lines on a sphere.
Oh, so now we're back to the begging the question fallacy. We can have straight lines on a sphere? No, that violates the principle of what a straight line is and a sphere is. If it's straight, it's not spherical. If it's spherical, it's not straight. So no, we don't have any straight lines on a sphere because that defies what a sphere is.
Yeah. Who here thinks you cannot have a straight line on a sphere?
Sorry, what, are you going to appeal to consensus? Oh, yeah, let's take a vote on it. I couldn't give a shit if I was the only person who understood what a fucking triangle is. I don't give a shit if you appeal to consensus. We're not going to take a vote. Tri means 3. Angle means 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. But everybody understands that they can... I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, Buck, I mean... How many flat surfaces make a sphere, man? That's kind of a weird question.
None.
A fair few.
What sphere would that be? Would that be the sphere that we're going to beg the question of? Sorry, we don't do that here, Buck. We don't beg the question of sphericity. See, this is just a terrible attempt to introduce his begging the question fallacy again, where we've already got the outcome that we can acquire geometric axioms from spherical surfaces. What, like curved sea level? Why would we assume that something that's described as level in its own title, that's sea level, suddenly defies its own detailed description? So the definition of level, having no part higher or lower than another, is actually curving. Why would we call it that? We wouldn't. But this dickhead wants to appeal to the consensus, right? Because when we've got definitions and axioms that are used in measurements of Earth's surface, and they don't comport to a sphere, we need to start asking, well, if Earth is automatically assumed to be a sphere, can we have curve angles? Can we have spherical triangles? Can we have triangles sat on curves? Can we have curved sea level? No, they're all oxymoronic.
Yes, you can. I've given citations that you're wrong and I'm correct, and all you got is
This whole thing is begging the question.
Test.
Listen to what Nathan is saying.
They're all oxymorons.
Look, let's put it to the test. Find a curved surface and do the 3-4-5 rule.
What's the 3-4-5 rule?
The measurement. You can't because it's on a curve. You need a straight line for that. You need a square to do that.
On a sphere, that's the fundamental difference.
I say we go again. Like I just pointed out, on a sphere. So what you're saying is Earth's already assumed to be a sphere. I mean, why are we doing anything if we've already got Earth as a sphere? Oh, right, that would be assuming your outcome in the first instance, aka begging the question. So yet another ham-handed attempt by a stuttery little moron to automatically assume that Earth's the sphere that we're going to be describing these violations of axiomatic principles from. No, Buck, you don't get to automatically assume you're on a sphere here.
That's because what reality.
Form a perpendicular. 3 foot one direction, 2 foot the other, 4 foot the other direction, and 5 feet between them 2 points. And you can do it in inches if you want.
That's correct. But hold on. That's reality, Brian. What they're doing does not comport with reality.
On a spherical surface.
Sorry, again, I'll just say it again for the third time because he hasn't listened in the last 3 attempts of me communicating what a begging the question fallacy is. On a curved surface, so let me get it straight. We've already got a curved surface. Why are we even discussing this? It's already curved. Oh no, that's just him automatically assuming the outcome. That's called, how many times have I said it? Begging the question.
You can't.
If you had a spherical Earth, Nathan, he'd have some spherical measurements.
It's physically impossible to have a triangle on a sphere?
Yes, it's an oxymoron. How many fucking times have I got to tell this retard? Triangles are 3 straight lines meeting at vertices at 3 different points. That's what tri-3 means. And that's what angle means. What's that? Can't we have a spherical triangle? No, it's an oxymoron, you complete retard.
Well, they're learning slowly, Nath.
Very slowly.
Yeah, Nathan, it's a measurement that a lot of builders use to get perpendicularity. 3 foot one way, 4 foot the other, and then between them 2 points should measure 5 feet. Or you can do it in inches or meters or whatever.
Right, when you say 5 feet, would the feet be linear and horizontal in this instance?
Oh, I'm afraid it has to be, yes.
Oh, so there can't be curved measurements of feet or meters then? Because this fucking retard was under the misapprehension that somehow we have curved distances? No, when we're building things or measuring Earth, we're describing feet, meters, centimeters, kilometers, miles. They're all flat. Doesn't matter if you want to use furlongs. Every single one of them are flat and linear distance measurement ascribed to Earth's surface.
A triangle is a triangle drawn on the surface of a sphere whose 3 sides...
There we go again, 4th time's a charm. On the surface of a sphere. No, we don't beg the question here. I mean, you've got to deteriorate into this pathetic little fallacy repeatedly now, haven't you, Buck? Well, if I assume it's a sphere, all of these axioms that measure a flat Earth will work. We've got curved sea level, curved sea level. What, on a sphere that you've assumed? No, we don't beg the question here, Buck.
Nathan, it's not particularly his fault. He's been brainwashed with this nonsense.
Yeah. Bless him. What a retard. He's just been brainwashed.
Straight line is bent. They will tell you in your face that horizontal is a curve.
Yeah, he did it with sea level earlier. What a retard.
Because of their model.
Brian, when you talk about your measurement rules, these are
essential.
These are essential in squaring a room. If a room is off squared, you can't do anything. So you got to get it on square. And that's where these rules that you're talking about come into play. And it can't be done on a spherical surface.
Plus, Neil, he's claiming he lives on a spherical Earth, but he's yet to offer any spherical measurements. And all he's done so far is offer horizontal angle measurements.
That's correct.
Yeah, and assume that there's a sphere that will work with them. And then decided that it'll bend principles that are describing themselves in their own title as being level, like having no part higher or lower than another, sea level. Oh, but that's curved. No, definitely not.
I do feel sorry for them. I really do. How they have had their heads distorted is beyond me. But we was all there, wasn't we? We've all had this indoctrination. Some of us had been able to get out of their deception.
I'm going to do a few shout-outs. Shout-out to Super Mo Shady, who's smashed the super chat. He said, perpendicular where you stand. and you stand on the ground. So the ground is the plane of reference. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Thank you very much for the super chat. Your friend Pablo says, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Also, Crockett says, Nathan Oakley 1980 is ace. Subscribe and become a member today. God bless you all. Thank you very much, Crockett, for the super chat.
And did you notice he went to a point when he was saying on a curved surface? How can you have perpendicularity to a point?
You can't.
Yeah,
we went through that.
It's physically impossible.
Yeah. They're here to create ambiguity to try and keep their faith alive. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Everything back. And even square in a room, you got to use that if it's not square. Very good, Brian Mabbott.
Well, that was fun. We're back in Flipside now.
Yeah, I was, something, Nathan, I used that my whole freaking life and I never thought of it. The 3, 4, 5. Did you hear what I was saying when I read it?
Yes.
Or you were ending the show? Oh, yeah. So it was a perfect 90. And when not square, we used to have to do that. And then the point from the point to point, then you would be able to get it square. But yeah, that's essential in all building.
Yeah. No, it was a good point by Brian.
Yeah, but I'm saying I never thought of it. I use it all the time when we're working. If the room is not square, I never really put it together like in this, not debate, but this discussion that we're in. It holds true there. And you can't get around it. You're begging the question. It's all spherical geometry, whatever that is.
But look at that. How long's that been going on? And not one. There's no curve measurement even mentioned.
No, it was started out with Buck Sodbuster. Oh, Nathan, you freaking annihilated him today. I don't even know how you could show his face anymore. He's been screaming for an award. It's so bad because he thought he was going to be Mr. Slick. And you had him stumbling and stuttering because what he's talking about does not comport with reality. The things that we discuss, that does.
Yeah, he was trying to steer away from Earth measurements and start talking about circles and angles inside circles, and degrees inside circles.
Yeah,
not sticking with Earth measurement. We're talking about, pal.
Well, if you want to talk about Earth being a sphere, then let's get on top of the sphere, not inside of it. But anyway, I didn't want to go there because that's begging the question. Nathan's right, 100%. Now, he tried to come in with Seattleites and surveying, right? Surveying with Seattleites shows curvature. Not measures, shows curvature. So when we asked him for the measurements, he couldn't give us any. Every measurement was flat.
Yeah, he was measuring angles using an angle measuring piece of equipment, which was pointed out like so many times to him.
I'll say this again. There's got to be something. There's got to be a loose wire somewhere to even attempt to freaking go against Nathan. Because Nathan, I don't know how you remember all of these things and rattle them off like that. I'm freaking at loss sometimes. But you got to be stupid. That's why I was telling him in chat, Buck, just leave now. You're getting annihilated.
Oh, thank you, Neil. That's what happens when you do something for 10 years.
No. This has been going on. We've had the discussion many times when you weren't in the room. And we all agreed. If there's a debate, there's nobody that's going to be able to go head-to-head with Nathan. And we know this ain't a debate anymore. But the way you're able to just regurgitate it time after time without freaking missing a beat, that's what causes them to stutter. And he couldn't even keep up. When you pointed that out, I loved it. When he tried to do the counting like you do, he missed it by a mile.
Yeah, got to 12 too quickly.
He said, you were like, no, that's 9.
That'd be a linear mile.
Oh, God. That was fun. I know it was frustrating for you, but that was fun for us.
Oh, I quite enjoyed it. Every now and again, I don't mind having a thrash with these guys, because you want to know that even though we're saying there's no debate anymore, we want it put to us by them, their axiomatic violations, so we can point them out. No, there's no debate. No, you need to violate what surface level and sea level actually are. If you're going to describe an axiom perpendicular to a plane for altitude, you need the plane to be a plane. You need it to be horizontal, and when you're referencing it for sea level, from sea level's that plane. It is horizontal, not curving, but describing it because a ball needs it to curve as curving just means that you're using oxymoronic descriptions that violate axioms. I want to put it to them so they can hear it. And the audience gets to hear it. They get to hear them stuttering away while they get their axioms violated before their very eyes. Because they don't have any. What they have is flat earth axioms. They've been using them for 10 years.
Sorry, that's correct. And what was happening in chat, as it continued, their freaking ad homs continued to increase. All of a sudden, your kids are locked out of a room, and this mean Nathan, and this, that, listen to the language that his kids have to endure. So it goes right into the ad homs, right into the character assassination.
That chat was pretty brutal and ugly when it came to the ad homs. I mean, that's how you knew that they were losing and losing bad. I'm just happy you didn't even get a chance to see it, Nathan. It was rough. I had to leave. It was so bad I had to leave.
That's why I don't involve myself in them. Because that's the idea, isn't it? Because they know that there's a certain type of person whose mentality is swung by what's written down in those text chats. So when I said at the beginning, they're like, in this server, hey Riggs, thank you for having me.
That was tough.
No, that was good fun.
Lord.
Very good fun. You did a really good job as well. I've got to be honest, most of the mods of their own servers don't do as good a job as you did. You did exceptionally well.
Oh, really? Yeah, I wanted to ask, I mean, did you want me to step in and mute? I didn't really know how it was going to go.
Yeah, what you demonstrated was you've got control of your own server.
Yeah, at one point I told him, don't worry about it, Riggs. Just take them all off mute. He'll take care of it. But if it gets out of hand, then just mute them all again.
Yeah. Well, when it's a dog pile, I would rather just step in when it's a dog pile. You know, if you're focusing on one guy, don't let the people chirp from the side. You know, it's kind of lame.
I thought you did an excellent job.
Me too.
Oh, well, I didn't get that same feedback during the show, so I appreciate it.
No. I mean,
because they weren't able.
After the fact, upon reflection, I can always. I know in the moment that you're doing a good job, and in a way, I've kind of got to be semi-critical of you, even when you're doing a good job. So you keep doing a good job.
All right, cool.
No, what you were getting from the chat is frustration. So they may be saying you're not doing a good job, but you're doing a good job, because every point Nathan was trying to highlight, they kept trying to rumpus it, but he got it in, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe once a month or every several weeks or something like that, we could discuss doing it again.
Absolutely, I'd love to. You know, if I'm welcome back, then yes, I will definitely come back again, because it's always nice to afford them the opportunity, because they like to suggest that somehow we're guilty of the cowardice that they present when they rumpus the living crap out of conclusions that annihilate their position, or that we're not willing to discuss their position. It's like, did we get to pitch angle? No, we definitely didn't get there, did we? That's the only way I know book Sodbuster, because he presented pitch data. That's it. Did we discuss it? No.
He did not want to go there for nothing, Nathan.
Not at all. What a coward.
Riggs, did you know that? He's the one that provided Brian with the pitch data. Brian wasn't able to acquire it because People were bullshitting him and lying that it's going to cost $100,000. But he came up with the pitch data. And now does he regret it? Fuck Sodbuster, that's what I'm talking about. He's the one that gave the pitch data to Brian.
Now the pitch data is available to all, and all parameters are using and measuring are flat Earth.
Right, but at the time when Brian was trying to acquire it, he was getting a runaround from pilots that was going to cost a lot of money. And Buck comes along like, oh, that's not true. I'll get it for you.
Oh yeah, the poll we got from Wolfie 6020 and others.
Wolfie's a liar.
I heard a lot of times today that theodolites allegedly measure curves. From what I thought, they measured angles and distances, and any curvature or alleged curvature was calculated at the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went into town, heard about the first half an hour of the show, then my battery died, and when I got back, that Buck guy was still harping on about the same shit. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, because he wants to take you to a sphere and assume that we're living on a sphere. And you could get 90 on a sphere. No, you cannot. You cannot get 90. It has to be a horizontal and a vertical. They're tied together. You can't get around it.
I bet the host of that server's delighted because he wants to present his audience, ballers that they are, with a challenge, right?
Yes. And you notice how they try
Host
to...
of Flatty or... Sorry.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry, is the host of the server a Flatty or a...
Yeah, Riggs is a flat earther. Definitely. But you notice how he kept... This is how they try to poison the well, too, or try to sway the audience. All right, we agree. No, there was no agreement. They must have said we agree about 10 times, maybe more. I don't count like you, Nathan. But that term, all right, now that we agree.
Yeah, looking just for the agreement ladder to peg the question of the ball.
Sorry.
These rumpets each other, one at a time.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Matt. Yeah, it was just a tactic to try and get Nathan to unwillingly agree with them. It was just ridiculous.
And then they lied at the end. That's not true. What are you talking about? He denied everything.
There was one point that did piss me off because they're like, that's why, I think it was Buck Sodbuster, he's like, this is why you've got to sell microphones. It may not have been Buck, it might have been the other guy. But that did piss me off because you're like, I am genuinely overworked. At the moment, I'm stressing about where a load of mics that have been due to arrive on New Year's Eve, but the paper shop closed as they were on the way. Well, now they're somewhere in some warehouse potentially getting lost, and a couple of them have already sold. Now I'm stressing about it, and I'm only stressing about it because I need to keep the deficit from the YouTube censorship up. So where I'm now making maybe £200 or £300 or $200 or $300, I should say, less from YouTube ad revenue. I need to make up for that. It is just that simple. So I have to make microphone sales to cover the mortgage. So when somebody who's losing says, this is why you have to sell microphones, I'm like, No, me putting it to you that you, when suggesting you're on a sphere because you've got a religion given to you by the Roman Catholic Church, violate the principle of horizontal and perpendicular, I need to be censored for that. And I need to do extra work as a result, even though I've been on YouTube for 10 freaking years doing this subject, or maybe 11 years doing this subject now. You're like, why? But you're going to use that against me. So to want to keep food on the table, and in order to do it, I've had to work an extra job. That's something that you can feel that you can use against me. That pissed me off.
Yeah, there was just constant ad homs in a chat, and then when they get frustrated, they'd voice them like that. When they know damn well why you're selling microphones, and then Buck to say he doesn't watch the show or doesn't know about the show, you liar.
Yeah, 32 glurf interruptions through the top of pointing out where his axioms are getting violated. And all they can do when it's corrected is talk through the top of me. And then moan, oh, I'm getting muted. Not by me.
In fact, it always says when you talk about measurements, it has to line up with what we experience in reality. Okay? And everything they were saying, we do not experience in reality. What we do experience is flat and horizontal. Always, that's how we measure. I thought they were bringing up the microphones to try and throw you off, to start explaining why you really are selling microphones, so they can get into that whole thing. So I was glad that you didn't.
What do you mean, why I'm really selling them?
Well, with the book, I thought they were trying to refer you to the book, where you'd start taking shots at what's going on with the book and why you have to continue selling microphones, because by now the book was supposed to be out. I thought that's why they threw it in there.
Speaking of which, I did ask my wife yesterday, because it's still not at the stage where I need to do anything with her. She's still editing. And I'm obviously asking her, where are you at? How far are we along? At what point do I need to get involved? And she's like, well, this chapter that I've just done, when we go through it, when I've got it all together in one format, then I'll need to do a lot of work on that one particular chapter. I'm like, okay, do you want me to do it now? And she's like, no, we'll go through it all when it's all, ready to go through. But I'm like, okay, well, at what point will we be done? She's like, I think we'll be done by Easter. She's like, I'm going to be doing it little and often now that the Christmas period's out of the way and New Year's out of the way. She's intending to do maybe an hour a day, every day. So little and often.
Mola.
So I reckon by Easter it'll be done. I did give that as the prediction previously, but when I've previously given predictions and the other editors will work on it, especially when listening to some of the videos, you listen back and there's like 20 minutes work done in 4 hours.
Told you. There was more time not working than working, and that's the point I wanted to get across. But anyway, I did hear you say Easter, but then a couple weeks ago you said something about Christmas. I was like, whoa, Christmas is next year?
No,
whenever...
Easter 2026, I anticipate it'll be ready round about that sort of time. Or if it's not ready, it'll be very, very, very close to being ready. The other thing I've got to do is make it palatable to Christians. So a lot of my audience are Christian. And as much as I will keep it to a degree salacious where it's necessary. That is to say, I'm not going to sugarcoat the reality of what we've done for the last 10 years. When it gets salacious, then that'll be in there. But I want it to be palatable to a Christian. That is to say, I don't want, when it's done, a Christian to go, I really enjoyed the book because I know you and I've watched your show. Therefore, I really enjoyed it. But I wouldn't want to give it to my sister, who's a devout Christian also, because I wouldn't want her reading about accusations of transgenderism or whatever it is that I'm writing about, because the way I've written about it isn't palatable. So there are certain bits that I've written about that will inevitably need more reworking so that they're more digestible to every man, not just Christians, but you know what I mean? They're like my benchmark, if you will.
Nathan, I understand exactly what you're saying, but you know, when you read the Bible, you read real stories that happen in the Bible, like David committing adultery and then sending the woman's husband to the front lines to be murdered to cover up because she's pregnant. So there's a way to word it where these things really happen, they are true. You don't have to sugarcoat it, just word it the way it happened. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that's, you got incest, you got adultery, you got murder. They don't sugarcoat that.
Fair enough. I'll try and bear that in mind. I'm glad you've said that now. You're right. And again, I don't want to make apologies for today. It's like there's going to be a certain number of people that come to me and say, oh, it would have been a lot better if you didn't, like, call them retards and swear at them. I'm like, well, as much as I agree, maybe it would be better or more palatable to a wider audience if I didn't. I do feel that they do deserve to be treated in that way.
When someone shows themselves to be a retard, what are you going to call them? A retard. He's being held back right now. He's not understanding how measurements work.
Sure, and I'm going to rub it right in their faces when they're stuttering. Like, they cannot wait to suggest that I'm mistreating my kids because I'm swearing when they're not anywhere near me. It's like, no, I'm not mistreating my kids, far from it. But in the same breath, they'll say, this is why you've got to sell microphones. What? To keep my kids with a roof over their head? Like, what? So they're more than happy to pour scorn and suggest that I'm mistreating children. Well, I feel like I'm perfectly justified in calling them idiotic with swear words when they're being idiotic, and it's demonstrable in the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. He's got his kids locked up in a room while he does a show swearing at people, something to that effect. I'm like, you know what? And it was Eddie Bear, too. I said, Eddie Bear, get a life and stop trying to vicariously live through Nathan, please.
I mean, that is probably more annoying because it's semi-true. That is to say, they are locked out of this room. Not locked out, there's no lock on the room, but you know what I mean? They're excluded from the room while that is going on, so that they're not subject to it. But that means that they're restricted in terms of where they can be. Now, in a perfect world, I wouldn't be dealing with disingenuous scumbag glurfs that talk through the top of you and need shouting down as they talk through the top of you and call foul because they're having to be shut up while they glurf through a rebuttal that destroys their point. Like, their crying foul is a sign of their own weakness and loss. But obviously, it's going to get my blood pressure rising and get me to the point where I want to point out how stupid they are being. And that means that I have to limit my kids from the exposure to that, which means that they're excluded from the space that I'm in. Now, what's the solution? Well, after 10 years of YouTubing, I would hope that as a full-time YouTuber, I'd be able to afford more than a small apartment. I can't. I'm struggling to pay for that. I've had to have a second mortgage on it. That's the actual reality for my dedication to the cause. You're like, God, that's not really what I'd like. I'd like a little house with a garden for them to run around in. I can't afford that. Yeah? So you could say, well, that's your choice being a flurf. You're like, yeah, it is. So, you know, that is guilt on my part. In other words, there's an air of truth when they say things like that. When Ed Bear says, he's got his kids locked out of the... Yeah, I have. Truth hurts, right?
Oh, yeah. And you were hitting a lot of truth today, and it was hurting. That's like I said, right now they're in extreme amount of pain. They were mocking me in the chat, too. So what are you going to do? They're in pain. But I'll tell you what really frustrated me today was freaking Arwen. What the hell is he talking about? Didn't get that, Len.
My battery must have been flat when Arwen chirped in. What was that about?
No, he didn't miss anything. He was just being the same old Baldwin, just fiery with a mouth. How they're going to spin the measurements of curve through refraction, some sort of nonsense like that. Are we connected to Discord? Hello?
I don't know, Neil.
No, I thought I lost connection totally.
No, you guys are connected.
So, Len, what was the outcome? What time did you finally, did you make it to midnight?
No, I ended up falling asleep at 6 o'clock and then waking up at 2 in the morning. So I've been up since 2 in the morning.
And
so it didn't quite work.
I said you probably make it to 9, 10 o'clock tops. 6, huh? I go through the same thing with my sons because they homeschool, so they're not on like that schedule. They got to be up at 6 in the morning to get ready for school. So they're constantly trying to get back on a schedule where they're sleeping through the night and waking up in the morning. So my son tries to stay up to a certain time, and I tell him all the time, it's not going to happen. You're going to fall asleep by 5, 6 o'clock at night, and it's going to start all over again. And with that, hey, did you see that the guys had a show over there the other day?
Which guys had a show where?
The guys that used to be on the panel. It's called the Drunken something.
No.
The Drunken Dojo. I think Adam went into Earth Awakenings. So but Brian said to him, he said, I don't know, Adam, I gotta agree with Nathan because they didn't know his name. They kept missaying his name. So Brian said, gee, Adam, this proves Nathan right.
Oh, that love eating at him.
Listen, Adam's a smart guy. There's no way he really hammered them in it from what I listened to.
He's not that smart if he's incriminated himself on record.
Well, things like that he's stupid in, but book, He's smart. He's very good in math. He's very educated. But in the normal things, like where you should be smart, he's stupid. What are you going to do?
Academically smart, lacking common sense. That's generally the case.
Well, listen, that whole thing, I'm sure that they're going through it in their minds right now, realizing that they made a mistake. They won't admit it, but they got to realize it.
I wonder if these burglars being caught.
But what you had in there was the guys at Earth Awakening talking about two-pole stuff, the two-pole system or something. And it was they're looking at the stars and they're trying to explain what's going on with the stars. Now, who knows? Only God knows. Only the Creator knows. I mean, we could look at them and it is majestic, you know? But they're trying to come up with answers. And with those answers, they're trying to tie it in with a flat earth. And it don't work. It's just going to make you look silly. Let's talk about what you know. We know what the measurements are. We know how we get the measurements. And that's all you need. That's everybody trying to be intellectual. That's what it is, too. That's how Arlen came in today, trying to be Mr. Intellectual. And I was saying that it's not needed no more. It's just measured flat. Stop sniffing your own farts. Made it very simple. He's like, it's not that simple. Oh, yeah, it is. What you're trying to talk about. You're trying to make it all complicated and intellectual. Oh, why?
And stick to what you can prove. The Earth is measured flat. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, and that's basically it. I mean, what else do you need to say? What else do you need to prove? That's it. There's the silver bullet. This ends it all. Why are you talking about all these other things? What they might try to do, or they may try and skew the measurements by using a freaking laser and refraction. What the hell is that?
Yeah, and you'll be using the horizontal plane of reference of our flat Earth for that too.
Yeah, Nathan, but that's what bothered me because every time Nathan tried to bring them to the flat Earth that he was skipping over, he would, I know, but then going to some other La La Land thing. No, we're going to stop people from now on. Once they use a flat Earth, we're going to stop them right there in their tracks. So I was trying to figure out, where's one deck? Should we add the word across? Can they use the word across on a globe? Because I was looking at it. I don't think they can use that word.
Is he here?
Oh.
On deck.
I don't know. I don't think he's here right now. No, he's not. Because they used the word across a couple of times.
Quite pleased with how this microphone worked out. My portable microphone. I can go make a coffee now.
It's a little muffly, Nathan, but you're still audible.
I don't know why it would be muffly. I mean, it's not as nice a microphone. It's just a sure, but should sound all right.
When you mean portable, you mean it's not plugged in?
Yeah, it's got a radio transmitter on the end of a dynamic microphone. But it should still sound good.
No, you sound fine. It's not as good as the other mic, but I mean, it's not like you sound horrible. Sounds fine.
Is it one of those that you clip onto your shirt?
A lavalier mic. Yeah, I've got one of those on order as well. So I might end up using one of those and have it permanently clipped to my body. So if I walk around, I can just turn it on and off. But at the moment, I've just got this little stick mic that I'll carry around with a little transmitter on the end of it.
Oh, you're going to carry it, though. Okay. Yeah, I used one of them mics. I preached at a church one time, and they clipped it right to my lapel. And but it's hard because as an Italian, I use my hands when I'm talking. So a couple of times by using my hands, I muffled the sound.
The first time I used any wireless stuff in bands, this was probably about 15, 20 years ago. I was just playing in a little boozer, just about 200 capacity. And a friend insisted that I should use his radio pack for my guitar. And it was fine in the sound check, but when it came to playing the gig, it was picking up the radio transmissions from the taxi service next door. So I was like, nope.
Still in the middle of you banging out a lyric, you get a call 42 pickup in Birmingham.
It was coming through my guitar amp.
That's funny. Yeah, I notice a lot of people when they come in, what they're using is they're using a Bluetooth, so you can't hear them. For some reason, those Bluetooth, they don't work. Not for what we do.
Yeah, the range on Bluetooth's pretty bad.
This is UHF, so it's like 500 and something frequency, so it's not Bluetooth.
Yeah, I just speak directly into my phone, which I freaking cracked last night. Took it out of my pocket and it just jumped out of my hands and went right for the step like it was possessed and hit the step right in the face and cracked my whole phone.
As soon as you get a new phone, you should get a case for it, Neil.
I have a case, just not the one that covers the face. Listen, when I got this phone, I said, I am not going to drop this phone. I've dropped this phone more than any other phone I've ever had.
Neil, don't get a case because you're keeping me in business.
Well, what I'm gonna do with this one is I'm gonna take it to in the mall by me. They got people that fix the glass. I'm gonna get the glass fixed, and then I'm gonna buy a whole box for it. What do you call the outer box? I'm not just gonna get the click on, even though it survived many falls. But there's that one where it's gonna fall just like it did last night and clip the face and crack the whole thing.
What, Neil? You were trying to show it the crack on your phone using your phone's camera?
No, I hit it by accident. Can I? No, I won't be able to do that also. You got me trying to figure out if I can do that. No, you can't see it, but it's a crack, and I feel it when if I got to swipe up, I feel the glass. It's terrible.
Must be an iPhone, right?
Yes, it's an iPhone. And you would think that they can combat that, like they can make something that doesn't crack.
Yeah, they make it a little bit stronger with every new year and their new launches. I have a 14 and yes, I have also dropped it a number of times, but I have a good case. It does not cover the front, but it comes a bit protruding out of the edges. So even if I drop it, and fortunately, if I don't drop it on something which is sharp or pointed, it is going to be fine. And it has been fine for more than 2-3 years.
Yeah, me too, until that one time when I was taking a dog. Oh, my dog, yes, I don't want to get into what happened with him. But anyway, I was taking him out. And my wife, the dog got to go out. So right at that time, I took him out. And as I'm taking the phone, going to put my phone in my back pocket, it clips the freaking thing in the back that you use to hold your phone. Those little freaking magnetic clips where you could stand it up. Bounced off my pocket and made a beeline for the freaking step. And just hit the step in a perfect way for a crack. I knew it. As soon as I seen it going into the step, I was like, this is cracked. This is definitely cracked. And I was right.
You know, they have these strings attached to the covers, which I have seen two different set of people using. First, Gen Z people, really young ones, who just wrap it around their wrist so that it never falls. And the other group is really old people. Really old people also use that. So you fall into the other category.
You wise ass. I'm going to get that string. That's a good idea. So you're saying the string connects to that, what do they call that thing that clips on the back? The magnetic thing? I don't even know what it's called. I know it has a name to it.
You can attach a loop to your case itself and just wrap it around your wrist. They have those things.
Yeah, I'll be doing that. That's for sure. As soon as I get the glass fixed. Who knows when that'll be.
It looks really awful, but apparently you need to do that.
How'd you guys like that experience today?
Very good. I think Buck Sodbuster got his ass handed to him, and he's been crying foul for the longest time. He's been going. Let me tell you a little bit what he's been doing. This is going back a few months. He's been going to Earth Awakening, sitting there waiting for us, like we were ever going to meet him there, and then announcing to people that FED's scared to come and debate me. So it was perfect for him to be there today. That's why when somebody said Buck, somebody was addressing him when we first went in there, I was saying Buck who? Because I can't see anything. I'm in G+. And when they said Buck Sodbuster, I said, aha, okay, Buck.
Round one.
Tugging on Superman. You've been tugging on Superman's cape. He's right here. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was too bad. I couldn't do it. You know, once you understand, like, once I read to them how that thing said, and then I put videos in the showing how to do it. They just don't understand what you're telling them. They don't know how to speak the English language. It's a tough thing, man. Trying to tell somebody how shit works, they're just looking at the word perpendicular and saying, see, he said it. It's like, can you understand how these words go together? You cannot have that perpendicular without the base of horizontal. You can't do that unless you're just dealing with a regular level and you're plumbing up studs or whatever you're doing. You have to set the base. So I got a couple of videos, actually quite a few videos. It goes right in the line and shows you exactly how it's done. Exactly the way I said it. They just deny shit.
Yeah.
They deny the truth. They're trolls.
Yeah, and then they brought up the 90, that you can get a 90 to a point, and I had to go look up what the 90 is, and it just shattered them. It's very important for construction, right? It has to be two lines, two perfectly straight lines, right? It can't be curved. You can't build then. You won't be able to build.
Your 90's off, the whole building's screwed.
That's correct.
That base. Yes.
That's correct. I was glad when you brought in with that plum. Perfect timing for that, when you were declaring plum.
Yeah, they don't know what they're saying. They just can't have that baseline. See?
Exactly.
They have to deny it. Yeah.
Right. They're constantly running from the ground. So when you got regular everyday people like you who builds and me who are in construction, we understand this perfectly. These people are on their computers just wiki searching things, and whatever it says, they freaking spew it.
But even some of the things these morons were posting was telling them what I was saying.
Yeah.
They just didn't know how to read and understand what they were reading. That's pathetic. Yeah, that's bad. That's when that's it. I had enough. I can't,
Spherical geometry
for 3 hours of fun.
There's only geometry, though. What's this spherical geometry nonsense?
It's nonsense. I mean, it's a thing, but it has nothing to do with Earth.
Right. It's a thing you use on spheres, and Earth is not a sphere.
Right.
But they beg the question that Earth is the sphere. So to do the things we do, we use spherical geometry. No, we just measure Earth because it's flat.
That's right. That's right. There's no spherical geometry involved at all. None. You just get your base horizon, shoot angles, you can shoot plumb, whatever. Because once you got that base, got it. Let's go. Get the angle.
They can't even say the word angle. If you're a baller, you can't even say the word angle.
Not pertaining to a ball, no.
No.
I don't
know what angles.
I once read a definition where they're calling it an angle for lack of a better word. That is in a definition, like where they're calling an angle off a curve. They're only calling it because they don't have a better word. And I thought that was pretty weird because that gets people confused. Here it is right here, angle. No. Not really. For lack of a better word, yeah. Right? Because they're lacking the word, so they need to snatch somebody else's word.
Yeah, Hop, I'll give it to you. A 90-degree angle, also known as a right angle, is an angle that forms a perfect L shape, like the corner of a square or a book, representing a quarter turn and exactly 1/4 of a full circle. It signifies that two lines are perpendicular, meeting at a precise upright corner, crucial for construction, art, and geometry.
Right. You're dealing with delusional people. Meanwhile, these people at the electric company screwed up my payment. Only I didn't pay it. I had to call them and tell them, yo, you cashed these checks so late. Like, how do you do that? I sent it on the 3rd. You got it on the 18th? You cashed it that's 15 days later. Well, I have no control over the mail. I said, so you're telling me it took the mail 15 days to get you this check? Not buying it. So anyway, I straightened it out and I'm making the payment I have to. So, and remember, 2026 on your checks.
That's fine. I won't be worrying about them checks.
Well, you don't pay checks? You don't pay nobody?
I would if I had a company and I was paying people, yeah. I'd use checks. I think people are using Cash App and things like that now anyway. But, yeah, there'll be no writing of checks or receiving of checks at the moment. 2026 is not starting out good, but it's just the beginning of the year. Things will change.
Anybody else got anything to say?
I think everybody's tuckered out. Listening to Nathan.
Can I trust you if I go and pick up some parcels that may or may not be there? I've got to the delivery.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
You will. Good.
Yeah, me and Harp will keep it going. Keep it clean. Harp, how old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
13 times 5.
That's not too bad. So you're still able to do construction and stuff, right?
No.
Well, you give the orders, right?
I got knocked off a pick. You know what a pick is?
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so
what happened?
On ladder jacks, right? I was on ladder jacks, and it was January 20th, 1998. I was 37 years old. And my asshole boss was bitching at me because I had to go to the bathroom. So it was snowing, sleeting, and raining, changing off and on that day. We had no business even being up there. So I looked down at the pick. I get back up, and he's up there bitching. And I look down, and the pick is only overhanging a couple inches off either side of the ladder jacks. So I'm going, well, I didn't say anything because I didn't get a chance. But I was about to say, yo, Rich, we got to bungee this off or something because this isn't going to, and I didn't get the words out. I didn't even start to get the words out.
Wow.
And he kicked, you know how you I don't know if you've ever done roofing, but we were on a pent roof, like we were fixing this pent roof and there was leaks up on the flat roof or whatever. And so the ladder was leaning on the pent roof and one of the shingles was crooked. The ladder was leaning against. So he kicked the ladder. You know how you do that, right? You kick the ladder out so you can adjust the shingle. Well, me and the plank went. I hit my neck, the back of my neck on the porch roof, edge. And then I was turned face down and I thought I was about to die. And I saw that scarlet rope that most people take off back in the day over where I was working. This guy had them on. If not, I would be dead now. I wouldn't be talking to you.
Nice.
Yeah. Able to grab that red rope, that scarlet rope,
Yeah.
And I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And
we're working on a. So you survived.
Yeah, my vertebra in my neck and the small of my back and my heels, my elbow. I just missed hitting my head on a pillar. I landed in between two brick pillars.
Damn.
How
far was the fall?
It was 2 15-foot drops.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was bad. And it hurt so bad I just laid there laughing, because that's usually what I do when I get hurt unless I'm knocked out. I didn't do anything.
No, you're laughing because you're still alive.
Yeah, well, and it hurt. And pain causes me to laugh sometimes like that, because I just was thinking about what just happened and how bad this is hurting. And he's looking, and my boss is looking down going, are you okay? And I'm going, no. And he's, should I call an ambulance? And I said, yeah, I think so, dude.
Listen, that's the first thing I said to anybody. If I'm ever in a situation where I go down, do not try to pick me up. Just call an ambulance.
Yeah. Exactly.
There was this guy, Hawk. We were doing a job in downtown Brooklyn. Right by the Brooklyn Bridge, right? They were putting up this new building. And I was patching the floor by the elevator, right? And it was horrible the way they did these elevators. I mean, I had to mix a ton of patch and pour it in and then float it out to bring it up to the lip of the elevator.
Wow.
The elevator sill. Oh, it was horrible what they did. So we had to pretty much break it up and then re-pour, some Ardex patch in there, and then float it and level it off to the height where when the carpet tile went to the sill, it was level. So that's what I was doing on every freaking floor. There was 1, 2, 3, 4 elevators. So we would mix a bunch, pour, and we would do one at a time. It was tedious work, a couple of coats, whatever. So this was during the holiday. It was right before Christmas. So I just poured a mix. This time I decided this is taking too long. Let's just mix a bigger mix and let's pour at least 2 or 3. That way 2 of us can go and start patching it out. As soon as I mix that, what do you think happens? Freaking guy comes up, the super comes up, the building shut down. Building's closed.
Oh my God.
I'm like, why? What happened was one of the people that clean the windows, on construction sites, they get the window cleaners because it's one of the buildings that are going up now are all glass. This guy, and he just got paid. The boss handed him his check. He put his check in his back pocket. And instead of waiting for everybody and working together, he just went in his harness and went out and just kept going. Fell about, 18 stories to his death. He was never hooked on to the base.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So he hooked on his harness and just leaned right out the freaking window and just kept going.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
He died. So they shut the building down and we never got back in there. Crazy, right? Wow. And I was like, look at this, man. And it was going to be an early day. They were going to shut down early because I think it was 2 or 3 days before Christmas. I was like, can you imagine that? I mean, with things like that, anytime you're working with heights, you have to double and triple check everything.
Always.
You just can't be careless there because it's life and death.
Wow.
Yeah, there was cops.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine just hooking up on the top and then just, sliding out. Nah, I'm not an idiot. Yo, I'd be yelling down, yo, you sure that's hooked up? Yo.
Exactly.
Show me. Yeah.
Yeah, send me a picture. Yeah,
right?
But it's
on the
just
phone,
it's
right?
just that. Yeah, just send me a picture. You got that. That's what I would do. If I'm on, let's say, the 18th floor, right? Now my harness is right there. I'd go in my harness. Now before I step foot out there where the harness is going to be holding me up, you better send me a selfie showing me that I'm hooked to the base.
I can't say that's not I can't say that's a bad idea. That's definitely a good idea. Trust no one.
Now, there's been other things. I've heard other things too. That's why I said these window washers that work in Manhattan. There's those. They got those. What do you call them, Huh? the circular things that go right into the concrete, and that's where you hook your harness. They're on all the buildings in Manhattan because that's how they clean their windows, these high rises. But I've heard of some of them, like through the years, entropy, of course, where guys would hook up. But even when you hook up there, pull the damn thing. Make sure there's no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Overabundance of slack. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure there's no slack. Make sure there's no weak, connection.
Right.
Because that's over time. Things get, things get loose.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not into the heights though. And when I work with my brother, when he does the air conditioning, a lot of times he's got to go up these freaking ladders in the mall, and the ladders that are pressed right against the wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The ones that are hooked up. Yeah. It's weird because I never had to climb ladders doing flooring. So like I'm doing air conditioning with him, and he's got to climb up this freaking 30-step ladder to the roof, and you're carrying freaking tanks and tools. A lot of times what they'll do is we'll tie it all to a rope. Somebody will go up there and they'll pull it up. But sometimes like he takes shortcuts. He's like, nah, we'll just carry it up. And I'm like, Chris, I don't feel safe climbing up these ladders, man. I don't know if it's because of my age, but I don't feel, I'm not young. When I was young, I just go up, no problem. But now being 60, well, at the time, 58.
Yeah, it changes.
Yeah, it changes how you freaking do things, man. And a lot of times I'm like, I'll stay down here. And he'll go climbing up the freaking ladder. And I'm like, all right, if something happens and he falls, what can I do? So I'm like looking for things. All right, there's this garbage pail here. If anything, I'll slide the garbage and maybe that'll break his fall.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, when you went to school for this, did they tell you would be climbing up and down ladders? He said, nope. I thought I'd be working on the ground.
What, doing air conditioning?
Yeah.
You didn't know that air conditioning on buildings and commercial buildings are all on the top?
No, he went totally raw dog from working in the office to doing flooring with me. I got him in with a company, but he wasn't making money enough, and his wife advised him, why don't you go to schooling for something that is constant, like air conditioning or plumbing or electrical. So he went for air conditioning, and he went green. So he had no idea. But then when you're in the field, that's when you quickly learn that, oh boy, I've been climbing up buildings. He's doing good now, though. He's got his own business now, so he's doing really good with that. He's got, I think, he's got a lot of the those wax centers, European wax centers, where he just does the maintenance on. So he's got to keep them. Does all this thing with maintenance. He still does installations, like mini split installations, big jobs, but he makes most of his money on, just maintenance.
Talking about height work, one of the first tree jobs I ever done for a friend, it was like a 50, 60 foot ash tree. And I was just getting the bee laid. My friend was on the ground holding the rope. And I was up in the top of the tree taking the fluff out. And I was just taking all the limbs out, not a problem, felt secure and whatnot. But then one moment, I looked down and I saw my friend standing on the rope while eating a bag of Monster Munch, and that just made me shit myself.
What do you mean, standing on the rope?
Sorry?
Well, I don't understand fully.
Well, I was up in the top of a 50, 60 foot tree, cutting all the fluff out of it. And my harness is attached over the highest point of the tree, then going down to another guy on the floor with a harness on, like he's meant to be keeping in the slack and holding it in case I fall.
He wasn't paying attention.
He was just standing on the rope, eating a bag of Monster Munch.
I see now. I didn't understand that it was supposed to be tied off to him.
Yeah. Well, it's like if I just lashed myself to a limb up at the top, if something bad happened, then I'd be stuck dangling in the top of the tree. But this way, he could lower me down.
Right.
Yeah, my brother's constantly yelling down, "You got the ladder?" "Yes, I got the ladder. I'm holding it." "You got the ladder?" "Yeah, I got the ladder."
Yeah, the last thing you want is that ladder to kick out from underneath you or go backwards.
Or have some numpty stepping on the rope that's supposed to be tied to them.
And he was my bloody climbing partner. We used to go to an indoor climbing wall all the time. I trusted him quite a bit less after that, I've got to say.
Oh, my God. He was your climbing partner.
Because in his mind, demonstrated by the fact he's eating Monster Munch, I'll be all right. I'm stood on it would have been what you got if you gave him an earful. I'm stood on it. What do you want? I'll grab it if you fall.
My brother would be yelling, "You're on your show. How you holding a ladder?" I said, "I'm not on my show. You're hearing it because it's in my pocket. I'm holding the ladder."
How I haven't seriously injured myself over the years. Like, there's certain things that I've done just like stacking, like little step ups, like a little short couple of foot high platform. Like, there's one big old property that I used to do where it had a 12-foot hedge going along straight, then up an embankment, then along again. But to get the slope on the embankment, I'd have to just cobble together some gypsy setup with ladders and step ups and whatnot to try and make a platform to walk across. I'll have to share some of the pictures at some point. But yeah, just the things you do to get jobs done. And safety doesn't exist in my world.
Yeah, people think they know shit when they start reading handbooks, carpenter's handbooks and all that, Then they get on a job and the whole world changes. Oh, wait a minute. This isn't going to work. No shit. Put the book down, dumbass. I had one of the dumbest bosses. I had a lot of them. This guy we call BA. Came over. I was setting. I told this story the other day, so I already heard it. Oh well. I was setting a very intricate piece of mica on a countertop where we were building a world flavors place where when you get your flavors like from Heinz and French's and stuff, it's all chemistry. These are the people, world flavors, that make those flavors. I was talking to, they make the Myers chicken broth soup. They made all. I was going, are you kidding me? You make the flavors for these people? I said, yeah, it's all chemistry. All chemistry. Nothing real. It tastes good, though. But this guy comes over, and I'm doing this, and he says, here, let me show you a little trick. And I said, well, dude, this isn't dry yet. So I had the piece upside down, waiting for it to dry. And he put it on there. Slid it back to where it goes. When you're able to slide a piece of Formica, you don't try to set it yet. So fucking turned on the router and destroyed it. I said, thanks, BA. And he thought I was calling him his initials, Bill Allen, but actually I was calling him a backwards asshole. And everybody knew the BA meant for backwards asshole because they all knew he was a backwards asshole. And I told him, I said, what's this? His briefcase was sitting on the counter. I said, how much you want to bet if I open this briefcase? There's a handbook, a carpenter's handbook in the top. And people are going, I don't know if I'm going to take that bet. I'm saying you shouldn't take that bet because I'm betting you right now I'm going to open this briefcase. Open it up, bang, carpenter's handbook. Now, little did I know, this other guy, Bill, who was pretty decent, knew what he was doing. He was up above the ceiling where I was standing talking about this, and so was Bill Allen. They were fucking with the oh my God, insulation and the drop ceiling. So he was literally right above my head, maybe 6 feet away from me when I was saying all this. They said, so what color purple did he turn today? This is a guy I met first day on the job. Go out there, we're stuck on a wall. I get on the job, I'm talking to this other Bill that knows what he's doing. And I said, how you doing? And he says, the boss is up there on the scaffold. And I look up and I see this guy, and there was BA, right? First day. He's got a hawk and a trowel, and he's playing with the mud. And I'm looking at him. This is like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I go, hey, dude, you going to put the mud on the wall, or you're just going to keep playing with it? By the way, I'm your new worker down here. Let's do this the right way, right? Why don't you come on back? Let's start doing this. This is how I talk to people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's get some work actually done here. So I said, the laborer, do me a favor, bring me buckets of mud over here and just start laying them across the base of this wall right here. And they're looking at me funny. I don't know why. Evidently, nobody knew what the fuck they were doing, excuse my words. So I took the hawk, if you know what a hawk is. By the way, a hawk is a Masonic tool, which also goes on your head when you graduate. Anyway, I took the hawk and I went over to the wall and I just started pulling it up as far as I could pull it. 5, 6 feet. And I went down about 10 feet in approximately 1 minute. So I covered about 60 square feet of wall in a minute. And they were impressed. I said, and that's all there is to it. You don't start up there, bro. Start down here. And on the scaffold, playing with mud, making people think you know what the fuck you're doing. You're an idiot. He wanted me to build a deck, and he wanted... I got to this deck, man. I'm saying, oh, my God, who the hell built this?
No swearing.
I think we've passed that point, actually, Neil.
I can see you getting all worked up.
Oh, yeah, because I'm seeing everything I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
he wanted me to build this deck.
I don't know if you were around when I did that app in whatever that server was called, Global Debate, I think it's called. I said, please don't swear, even if I do. But I think we're way past that point.
Oh, yeah, that's when I said, do as I say, not as I...
Oh, that was you, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got to look at it logically. What do you say after that? You'll be warmly back the next show. How are you going to warmly welcome yourself back? So therefore, those rules don't apply to the host.
I don't know about you, but I talk to myself all the time. So I can warmly welcome myself back. I talk to myself, I talk to God, and I talk to my wife, and I talk to these people here. That's about it. Talk to people fishing, going to the store, whatever. People annoy me in general. I'm an Aries, by the way. So I was born on April 13th. So when I came out of the womb, I already didn't want to come out. So I almost killed everybody doing that. That's how it all started.
Got the same birthday as my youngest daughter. I say hello to your birthday,
I thought I
buddy.
recognized that a couple of years ago.
Hello.
Yeah.
No, you say hello, birthday, buddy. Just smiling.
My birthday twin. Good girl. Hey, you want to hear something really funny?
What?
You know who was born on April 14th?
No.
Witsit.
Okay.
See, the Aries has a flaw. They're extremely stubborn. We don't get along with each other. Ever. I've never gotten along with any Aries ever. I always wanted to either hit them or just get away from them. women.
Now, Aries goes up to May what?
I believe it's April 23rd to May. No. It's March 23rd, like April 24th or something. I'm not exactly sure.
So I'm a Gemini, whatever that means. But I'll tell you what, I do have two personalities.
Well, there you go.
So my wife says to me, my wife says, which one are you today? I don't know. I can't help it. Sometimes I'm like really nice, and then sometimes I just don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to be by myself.
Yeah.
She considers that she said I have, how does she say it? You don't like my tone. Like, if we're in a restaurant or if like we're in a parking lot and I try to get her attention, you don't like my tone. Like, what's my tone supposed to be when I'm trying to get your attention? Excuse me, honey. What the heck?
Yeah. It was Briggs was telling me he didn't like my tone. Not today, but yeah. I mean, I went back there today for Nathan's show. Right now, my wife's just asked me to come out and have a cigarette with her, so I'll be back.
Making a thumbnail for today's show, in case you're wondering why I'm so quiet.
So that was, wait a second, because as soon as you sent that picture, said which one, I immediately thought bottom right corner. So you had already said 4, and that's number 4, the bottom right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a buck face then. Oh boy, that is funny.
I'm glad we agree.
So I'd love to hear how he feels that he done today. You're going to be counting victory, right?
Neil. He will be telling himself that he won.
Yeah. He's going to be shouting victory. How you didn't didn't answer his questions. How you agreed with him and didn't acknowledge it.
Can't both agree with someone and not acknowledge something, Neil.
Well, he's going to say he agreed with me and didn't acknowledge that he agreed with me. I'll go find out right now. Let me go look at a few of his things. I'll find out right now how he feels he done.
I stayed on for another 20, 30 minutes or so, and they were just on to other things and trying to make some sense. And
who's that, Steph Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I was just saying I was there. I stayed in the Discord there for about another 20 minutes after the live show, and they've just gone on to other things and trying to make little mini proofs and arguing about the horizontal and triangles. They were basically back to same old, I guess, whatever. I think this was just another example of how debates, quote unquote, like this end up being neutral. As long as they can get it so confusing and argumentative, then there's nothing really that's decided or changed.
I don't know. I successfully drew a fair few conclusions.
Yeah, you come to you came to conclusions, and all they come back with is obfuscation and little attempts at gotchas and we finally agree on this, and now that we agree on this, then what, you're denying that spherical geometry doesn't exist?
You know,
little things like that. And
no, we're denying that it does not hold true on Earth? We're not living on a globe. You're begging the question. I got word from Buck. Buck is claiming I was muted the whole time. Now, I've got I'll go back and listen. There have been long interactions without him being muted. Am I delusional?
It's that I was pointing that out while it was happening. So while he's yammering through any demolishment of his argument, he's calling foul that he's getting muted while he's doing it. So it's like, if they can get away with saying blah, 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 blah through the top of a demolition, and then when they're stopped from doing it, oh, well, it's unfair, I was muted. Right, that's their game. That's how they think they've won. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it goes back to the agreement ladder to beg the question of their ball again as well. That doesn't exist.
Well, like Surf Daddy said, that's their way of trying to achieve a neutral outcome. So what, you weren't absolutely annihilated with measurements of a flat plane that you were using in terms of distance that weren't acknowledged 37 times? No, it was that he was muted. You're like, okay. I mean, is that him saying, I won, I had curve, and Nathan didn't acknowledge my curve measurements? No, it's him saying, I was muted. Like, really? So we didn't hear you say theodolite, we didn't hear you say distance, we didn't hear you stuttering and stammering. Yeah, we all heard those things. But in his mind, he was just muted. So that's his excuse. Oh, no, it's just because I wasn't being heard. It was, my winning points were all hidden behind a mute button. Honestly, I really did won. It's just gamma behaviour. Secret king, right? Secretly, he won. You just couldn't hear him winning because it was censored. You're like, what?
Who's the guy that came in with the, you hit him with elevation profile. That was beautiful. Here's the citation right there, and he didn't want to respond to that.
I've been using Google Earth elevation profile of the United States in my Facebook posts and stuff like that. And I think the only thing that could have been pointed out a little clearer by showing one of those profiles would be that there's approximate 2,000 mile linear distance from coast to coast of the United States of America. It's all flat, and it's a beautiful picture. It shows all the elevations of all the mountains and stuff like that, and it's all on a flat plane. And
why didn't you interject? Why didn't you interject and put the picture up? We would have went to it.
I think you put that in the chat. You put that in the chat, didn't you? Because I saw it.
I've put it in this chat before. I didn't put anything in this other chat. I barely figured out how to get into that server about halfway through the live show today.
Oh, okay. So if you were there, you would have definitely interjected with that, because that would be beautiful if we had that on hand. You can't say nothing to that.
Well, he can, and he would, but you just, you say elevation profile. Here is Google Earth's elevation profile of the United States, 2,000 miles, it says there on the bottom, from coast to coast, sea level to sea level. And you leave it there, because you can't look at that and say there's curvature there, or they'll try to say that's.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't line up with reality. I don't care what he says. It must line up with reality.
Yeah. The only other thing I would have been fun to put in is just I've got a picture of a vertical line parallel or perpendicular to a horizontal line. The vertical line is called vertical. The horizontal line is called horizontal. And I just post that on my Facebook stuff and said, here's an axiom. This is it, vertical, horizontal. And it's so simple that you can't refute it. They still try, but I don't know. It's so hard with these and rabid anti-flat earthers that it's hard to figure out how to address them. They're really just fools that really shouldn't be debated with. When they deny measurements, when they deny axioms, I think, and a lot of times that just needs to be pointed out. So vertical and is not axiomatically tied to horizontal. The best result they have left is that, well, just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's level or doesn't mean it's flat. Crap like that.
So I put a series of videos in over there that literally shows how you set up a theodolite. And then next thing you know, there was a Glober in there spamming it so you couldn't see it. So I had to put it in there again because it shows you that.
So
Could you mute? Because I think I'm coming through.
Hold on. I'm putting in that elevation profile.
Yeah, there you go. And there's same things with water when you look at them. The water's always flat, straight, level. Yeah, but
right. And when you're pointing that out in the chat, what they're doing is spamming stuff so it fires its way up the list and no one can see it. Oh yeah, that's almost like they've won.
Yeah, well, they didn't because I saw them do it, and then I just posted the videos again. And if they're not interested, they're not interested. Who cares? Theodolites, the one I was watching is pretty cool because when I used to do it with a transit, you'd have to find the center with a plumb bob in the center of the transit. Follow me? So the theodolite has like a little window you look through from the side, a little glass, almost like a telescope that makes it, you're looking sideways, but you're actually seeing down. So you can spot the little corner where the building's going to be on the corner. You have to put that center of that transit or theodolite right on that cornerstone. Then you could start shooting. Now, you have to level the legs and level the base, and you have 2 or possibly 3 different levels on there, 2 of them to get horizontal, and then another one for vertical. So you have to set up the base. You cannot have 90-degree vertical without, the flat horizontal base. Can't do it. Like I said earlier, the only way you're doing that is if you're sticking a level sideways and plumbing a wall. It has nothing to do with a theodolite or a transit. But I remember how much of a pain in the ass it was, man. You're leveling it and then you're turning it, and then it's not level that way. So then you got to do it again, and then you got to make sure that plumb bob is in. You know what I mean? So he goes over that. He shows you that. Well, it never works the first time unless you're really lucky, because you have to keep moving everything. And with this theodolite, the whole base slides so that you could slide it right back in the center. It was awesome. I never used such an awesome little. But I understand it completely because it's what do you call it? A grand transit. It's like, a little, it's the same damn thing, only it's easier. That's all. I remember when McToon was telling me, that's not, you don't have any clue. Really? So why don't you go look up what I'm talking about? He sent me a DM that I was right. That was right before he accused me of threatening his life.
Right, I've made my thumbnail. I'll post it in Masterpiece so I can have a look. Say, Eleanor, did I have the world exploding in my thumbnail? Yes. No. Oh, there's a picture of my smiling face. You want to see? Yes. Yeah. There you go. FED. I hope I've got the number right now. 2463. Yes, 2463 live. Nathan Oakley versus Book Sodbuster. Very nice, sir. Sweet. Right, is that the end of the show? Should I round out? I wasn't asking you, Cloves.
It was all recorded, huh?
Guest.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, free the children, Nathan. Free the children.
They already are. I freed them about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, pathetic. Anyway, great show. Great job. That was awesome.
Okay, that sounds like a cue to actually round out then. So with that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.